Thank you for joining us on the news. I'm Ruth Aguwele. My sign language interpreter is Anna Olainka. We'll begin with the headlines. Federal government to exploit $7 trillion global halal market for the good of Nigerians. EFCC says former Kogi State Governor Yahaya Bello is not in its custody. Plus, to evolve constant power supply, federal government deploys SCADA system to tackle national grid collapse. The federal government has launched a comprehensive strategy tagged Exploit the $7 trillion global halal market, aiming at positioning the country as a leading player in the halal economy. Vice President Kashim Shettima at an event in Abuja said the project is part of initiatives to diversify the economy with a view to capitalizing on Nigeria's position as the 8th largest domestic halal economy in the world. State House correspondent Abdurrahman Jibrila reports.
Nigeria's economic and demographic size gives us a unique advantage in developing a vibrant halal investment sector.
Build a vibrant halal economy, unlocking Nigeria's potential is the theme of this stakeholders' engagement to build a collaborative framework that will create opportunities for economic diversification, job creation and export expansion.
For Nigeria to become a hub of opportunities in the global halal economy, we must prioritize our strengths and reassess our weaknesses. Today's engagement provides a platform for us to collaborate with key international organizations. This will allow us to develop a comprehensive halal ecosystem and agree on strategies that will position Nigeria as a top halal exporter, targeting high value market.
Through partnership with key stakeholders, both domestic and international, we are determined to position Nigeria as a leader in the halal economy.
The halal sector can also play a crucial role in resolving the farmer halal crisis by promoting ethical farming practices and ensuring that we use advanced technologies to improve agricultural yields.
Exploring investment opportunities, promoting technology adoption, and expansion of regional trade, taking advantage of the African Continental Free Trade Area. These stakeholders say will ensure Nigeria's competitiveness in regional and global markets.
The agriculture and food industry is a major component of this growth, driven by the high demand for halal certified food products amongst Nigeria's large Muslim population.
Solving problems, we need to diversify, leave our comfort zone, look at other opportunities that we can rely on and address our challenges.
By increasing halal exports and focusing on strategic import substitution, Nigeria is projected to have an addition of nearly $1.2 billion to the country's GDP by 2027. From the State House, Abraham Jibrila, NTA News.
To reverse the trend of, we'll take that just after this one. Vice President Kashim Shettima has urged ministries, departments and agencies of government to actualize the agenda of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu across different sectors by working together. The advice was given after the National Council on Privatization meeting chaired by the Vice President and recommendations ratified at the 2021 and 2022 audit financial reports of the Bureau of Public Enterprises. The Council also approved the progress made so far by the BPE in the implementation of its 2024 work plan aimed at strengthening its operations. The Council directed the BPE to further engage with the relevant parties in the resolution of the dispute in the sale of the Sapele 2 and the sale of coal blocks belonging to the Nigerian Coal Corporation. The Vice President commended the new management of the BPE for its diligence and renewed vision, urging stakeholders to support the realization of the Bureau's set objectives. He particularly commended the agency for its close supervision and conclusion of the Zungeru hydroelectric power plant concession, as well as efforts to establish an independent system operator. Vice President Shatima further tasked the agency to work with the various committees of the NCP and the Ministry of Justice and come up with a robust roadmap to expedite the completion of outstanding transactions in the interest of the nation. Presenting a progress report on the 2024 work plan of the BPE, the Director General, Ayodeji Belei, reported that the Bureau generated the sum of 93.47 billion naira in the first and second quarters of the year 2024 from 3 transactions, representing 35.9% of the expected revenues during the period under review. Now let's talk that health report. To reverse the trend of medical tourism in Nigeria, key players in the health sector are gathering in Abuja to address the challenges facing the country's healthcare system and showcase services available in the country. Uche Ugochukwu reports that the summit is at the instance of AfriHealth Development Foundation.
Inadequate funding, poor infrastructure and a brain drain of medical professionals have been the challenges of Nigeria's health sector, resulting in a significant number of Nigerians seeking medical attention abroad. This cost the country billions of naira, and the situation is what these stakeholders are set to reverse.
One thing that is very important in unlocking the healthcare value chain is the entrepreneurship aspect. If people are leaving the country to other countries to access healthcare, then we are not getting it.
I believe that there are, as much as we have a lot of challenges, there are a lot of opportunities that we can customize with the challenges that we have.
The summit, therefore, provides a platform for them to showcase their services and discuss strategies for unlocking the healthcare value chain in order to improve quality of care and retain medical professionals in the country.
We need to support our own healthcare system, create awareness, make a propaganda of the beautiful and amazing things happening in the Nigerian healthcare system.
Those who want to start manufacturing in Nigeria can discuss with such companies on a way of either a direct importation or sharing production, as has been done in many newly industrialized countries.
Looking at 2030, one of the things that we all recognize that a number of countries are way behind the targets that have been set. And to achieve this, it's important that all come together.
With the theme, Unlocking Healthcare Value Chain to Reverse Medical Tourism in Nigeria, the summit is expected to produce actionable recommendations for all concerned to make healthcare more interesting to the populace. Uche Ugochukwu, NTA News.
Let's look at climate action issues. The prevailing food crisis may worsen if stakeholders do not speed up climate change response, especially as it affects agriculture. Well, this was the major highlight of the 2024 NOI polls on climate change and impacts presented by stakeholders, to stakeholders in Abuja. Kelvin Ehonwahe reports.
Climatic conditions are about the most important element in food production and agriculture generally. With the current flooding and drought impacting the ability of farmers to sustain efficient agricultural activities, the NOI post indicates that government and players in the climate change space need to adopt technology and community-based strategies to mitigate the challenge to lessen the burden on the environment and agriculture. While the polls show that many Nigerians are aware of climate change impact, they, however, want to see more action in combating it.
It's this symbiotic relationship between man and environment. So we should have that consciousness in the way we relate with the environment. And also, there should be more proactive actions on our land use plan. Areas that have been demarcated as buffer zones for forests, for water bodies, we should keep them so.
The NOI Post is a periodic endeavor that targets specific sectors of national life, identify challenges and prefer solutions through surveys and interaction with Nigerians in a bid to assisting policymakers in decision-making. In Abuja, Kelvin Ehonwahe, NTA News.
Well, the rainy season is a period of blessing, bringing down a liquid that sustains all life. But the season also has its own negative side, especially if it is accompanied by storms and flooding. This year, floods in Nigeria have been having a negative impact on the social and economic well-being of the people. In this report, Musa Baba Aliyu takes a look at the impact of the natural disaster on food security.
This is what 1 hectare of land looks like. It is the size of a football pitch. And an average farmer who plants maize on 1 hectare gets at least 27 bags. And if it is rice, he will get at least 30 bags. And this year, more than 127,000 hectares of farmlands were washed away or damaged as a result of flood. This will give you an idea of quantity of food that farmers lost this year as a result of flood.
The time that the maize was about to be harvested, then this flood just came. So water submerged all the farms, which now affected the yield that we are expecting to get from these farms.
In Borno State alone, it has been estimated that more than 5,000 hectares of unharvested farms were washed away by floods. Farmers claim that the destruction will have a negative impact on farmers' output this year. Agriculturists stress the need for farmers to insure their farms against natural disasters such as floods.
Agriculture is very volatile, so we must be able to mitigate against this risk so that our farmers can be well protected against circumstances that are beyond their control, which are the natural factors that affect their production and across the value chain.
The Nigerian Hydrological Services has again alerted riverine communities about the possible overflow of the River Niger and that of Benue. An investigation reveals that thousands of hectares of rice plantation along the rivers are yet to be harvested. Environmentalists are of the view that the impact of the 2024 flood is higher than what was recorded in 2022. In Abuja, Musa Baba Aliyu, NTA News.
Well, as farmers count their losses, victims of the flood disaster in Borno have received relief materials from the National Emergency Management Agency as part of its intervention measures. Director General of the agency, Zubaida Umar, who personally presented the relief items, was assisted by Zainab Gimba, member, House of Representatives, representing Bama, Ngala, and Kalagbalike. Eliasu Yakubu will tell us more about that.
The distribution of relief items was categorized into two. It started with that of the elderly, who, apart from receiving 25 kg bag of rice and a carton of spaghetti, they are also given already sewn clothes. This gesture, no doubt, brought smiles on the faces of the victims. They commended the federal government through NEMA for the consistent deployment of food and non-food items for their upkeep. NEMA's Director General Zubaida Umar said arrangements have been made to ensure equitable distribution of relief items to every victim in order to prevent possible outbreak of epidemics owing to the flooded water. NEMA has stationed its water treatment van in strategic locations to provide treated water for the victims. Some of the victims say this initiative is commendable.
Hi, the water is so tasteless, odorless and colorless. It's sweet.
John Deere operates the water purification van.
So it does 3 levels of filtration, which is reverse osmosis. I think is the best presently now for water purification.
So how long does it take to get this kind of finished water?
If we set up in 1 hour, we can pump about 2,000 liters of water to drink.
Borno State Governor Professor Babagana Umar Zulum said all the 36 internally displaced persons camps will be collapsed in the next 2 weeks, believing that before then the flooded water would have completely receded. From Maiduguri, Ilyasu Yakubu, NTA News.
All right, let's take a break. We're back shortly. Stay tuned.
The federal government of Nigeria warns vandals of national assets, electricity transmission towers, cables and other facilities to desist from this act of sabotage. Vandalism is a serious crime punishable under the law. Vandalizing electrical equipments will affect millions of Nigerians, including your loved ones. Remember that national assets belong to all of us, hence the need to protect them. Report all cases of suspicious movement around electrical facilities to security agencies. When you see something, say something. This message is from the Federal Ministry of Information and National Orientation in collaboration with the National Counter-Terrorism Center, NCTC, Office of the National Security Advisor.
Thank you for staying tuned. The National Emergency Management Agency has again released fresh updates on flood devastation and casualties of September 2024. Indicates that 1,092,317 persons have been affected, with 641,798 displaced from their homes, while 99,046 houses have been destroyed, with 285 deaths recorded. It further revealed that 2,504 injuries were sustained and 127,544 hectares of farmlands washed away, with 185 local government areas affected, while 31 states affected. In other news, the Economic and Financial Reports, NTA not inclusive, that the former governor of Kogi State, Yahaya Bello, honored its invitation. In a statement in Abuja, the Commission pointed out that Bello was not in its custody. The Commission declared the former Kogi governor, Yahaya Bello, wanted on 18th April 2024, following the failure of the defendant to appear in court for his arraignment and plea. Yahaya Bello is being alleged of 80.2 billion money laundering charge before a court of competent jurisdiction. The Commission says Yahaya Bello remains wanted with a subsisting warrant for his arrest. All right, China has announced plans to invest $422 million in Morocco following the successful conclusion of the Forum on China-Africa Cooperation Summit. The investment will revitalize the national textile sector and contribute to the government's strategy to boost employment.
Authorities in the kingdom said the deal, which was signed at the recent FOCOAC summit in Beijing, will revitalize the national textile sector by raising its performance and output. Morocco is actively encouraging foreign investment while offering incentives to attract investors.
This project will boost the main policy between the Chinese economic power and its talents on the one hand, and Morocco's talents and technology on the other hand. This investment will deepen cooperation between China and Morocco.
The Chinese-Moroccan project is set to create 11,000 direct jobs in the North African country.
This Chinese investment will create 11,000 direct jobs in 3 years in different regions of Morocco. Huge industrial complexes will be created to accommodate the textile project with an entire modern value chain. Investing in the textile sector will have a positive impact on other Moroccan industries.
Morocco's central bank set a target and approved a series of measures 2 years ago to support the national industry as a backbone to stimulate investment.
Morocco's central bank governor said in 2022 that attracting foreign investment in the textile sector was a top priority. Morocco's textile industry's appeal is now attracting a third of the foreign investments to the country. The new Chinese investment will contribute to this achievement.
Experts say the $422 million investment by the Chinese textile giant will contribute to the long-term growth rate of Morocco's textile sector and other businesses.
Some women in Chile do not want to give up their freedom and well-being to become a mother, and this has led to reduced birth rates. In the past decade, births have fallen by 29% in Chile, and now it is the country with the lowest birth rate in the Americas. The Latin American nation is far from 2.1 needed to maintain its population, according to the National Statistics Institute. The women, in their opinion, said being a mother is an absolutely selfless task, as it reduces their freedom of traveling alone and being in charge of feeding and always prioritizing the well-being and care of a child over theirs. Declining birth rates are sparking alarm across the globe, especially in developed economies. Even Pope Francis has weighed in, suggesting couples who have pets instead of children are selfish and a threat to humanity. Chile's birth rate is below that of developed economies.
In line with the quest for press freedom by his visitor, the U.S. ambassador to Nigeria, Richard Mills, the minister assured of an enabling operating environment for the media in Nigeria through favorable policies.
And I wanted to talk more about how we could work together to strengthen freedom of the press here in Africa and around the world. And also how to fight disinformation, which is a problem many countries are facing, especially democracies. And the minister and I shared some thoughts and ideas on that. So that's why I'm here today with my team, and it was a very good discussion with the minister.
We are doing a great work to show that Nigerian press is not just free.
In the continent, in Abuja, Salihu Abdullahi Gwanara, NTA News.
There is end in sight to persistent and reoccurring cases of grid collapse, which often result to nationwide power outage, as federal government is deploying new technology, otherwise known as supervisory control and data acquisition (SCADA) system, to stabilize the grid. Joshua Ojito reports that the Minister of Power, Adebayo Adelabu, led industry players in the sector to witness testing of the technology at the new National Control Center, Gwagwalada, in Abuja. The project also covers construction of new National Control Center in Gwagwalada and upgrade of National Control Center, Oshogbo. Expected to be delivered in 2025, the SCADA system project is at 90% completion, and the facility inspection is to test run the system ahead of its inauguration.
To change the landscape of system operation in the NYSC by ensuring the following. Number one, operational efficiency using state-of-the-art modern equipment to monitor and control the grid.
When completed, the SCADA system will enhance grid stability and minimize grid collapse. National Working Committee of Labour Party seems not disturbed by the decision of INEC not to recognize the Julius Abure-led executive, insisting that only the court can decide the authentic leadership of the party. National Publicity Secretary of the party in a media briefing insisted that all relevant sections of the Constitution, Electoral Act and the party constitution were followed in the conduct of the Nnewi Convention, which returned Julius Abure as national chairman. He described as a waste of time the caretaker committee not have such provision.
And never recognize because they are not a man who over possible. The executive led by the Lord will remain in office. That is what the law says. Because this party has perpetual profession. That's the meaning.
Before we go, let's find out how Thursday's weather would look like. And that's the news. Thanks for your company. I'm Ruth Aguele, my sign language interpreter. to dawn, 24 hours a day. NTA International is with you. In your living room, office, and everywhere, anywhere. We provide a company you desire in terms of balanced and up-to-date news, programs, and the best of entertainment. Tune in to DSTV channel 251, GoTV channel. And to watch NTA International in the USA, Canada, and Mexico, use the following satellite parameters. You can also see us on Facebook and YouTube for quality content on the go. NTA International, Africa's window to the world.
Welcome to an episode of NYSC Half Hour. I am in Camp Agonwa and breaking boundaries. You do not want to miss this story. We will be right back. Join us again. Today on NYSC Titbits, the Director General seeks national integration, selfless service from core members, digital literacy for all. General Ahmed pledges scheme support. General Ahmed advises core members on entrepreneurship. Core members have been admonished to use the opportunities of the service year to remain selfless, steadfast, and also utilize their intertribal differences towards the promotion of national unity and integration. The NYSC Director General, Brigadier General YD Ahmed, gave this advice in his address to core members while at Adamawa State Orientation Camp, Damari, in Gire local government area of the state. He advised them, General, who said digital technology plays a key role in the economic development of any nation in this age, added that it would also ensure greater access to information, promote innovation, and enhance productivity in various areas of endeavor. Core members have been advised to acquire new skills through the NYSC Skill Acquisition and Entrepreneurship Development Program in order to enable them create jobs of their own. The NYSC Director General, Brigadier General YD Ahmed, stated this while addressing core members in Gombe State Orientation Camp, Amada, and Taraba State Orientation Camp in Sibiri. He said many core members who utilized the opportunities of the service year to learn new skills are now employers of labor in different locations across the country. The Director General also admonished the core members to tap into the enormous benefit of the Northeast Skill Acquisition and Entrepreneurship Development Training Center in Gombe State to acquire additional skills and get trained with sophisticated equipment for enhanced future empowerment. Welcome back. Remember that you can catch us on NYSC TV on free-to-air satellite and on NYSC Radio 88.3 FM. Now to our story on breaking boundaries. Ladies and gentlemen, allow Halimat Bello introduce you to the Interlocking Stone Training Center. Halimat is a core member from Kogi State, currently serving in the Federal Capital Territory of the country. During her time in the NYSC camp, Halimat was introduced to the Skill Acquisition and Entrepreneurship Development Program, SAID, where she chose to explore interlocking stone production, a field traditionally dominated by men. What's remarkable is that this program is empowering not just Halimat, but over 300 other corps members who are eagerly learning this craft. It is a powerful reminder that with the right opportunities, barriers can be broken and new paths can be forged. Today, we will take you behind the scenes to meet these corps members, hear their stories, and see how they're turning their training into a foundation for future businesses. Come with us.
Hello viewers, I'm Halimat Bello by name from Kogi State, currently in Abuja where I serve. While I was in camp, I was introduced to a side program, which is Skill Acquisition and Entrepreneurship Development Program. It entails 12 to 15 different kind of program, and I decided to sign for the interlocking aspect of it. Guess what? It was awesome. So kindly follow me as I welcome you all to the training ground.
Here we are training coppers on how to produce interlocking stones of different designs. We have what we call the stone mat, which is a concept, a foreign concept. And here you see the coppers now. They are very busy learning. We have more than 300 coppers that we are training on this. And most of them have even, they've started their businesses. Some are getting their businesses. Some are even installing. Some of them, their parents are building, and they are seeking for contract from them. Their relatives, engineers. And we all know it's difficult to be into construction business without getting something to do. It's a very good skill. Construction is a good skill because everybody is looking for people that are building, they want to do interlocking. If not interlocking, they want to do stamped concrete floors. You can see my coppers here, they are busy learning. You see boys and girls, coppers, they are interested, they are doing their practical, they are learning their work, and they come in batches because of their PPA. Some come on the day they are free, like on Saturdays. Some of them after their PPA, they come, and they are actually learning a whole lot on floor design. It doesn't stop here. We also have sites that we have actually installed these floors. So we have client that comes, after molding it for them, we will still go to their place to go and install for them. The coppers now, they are using what we call the vibrator. Are you getting me? They are into mass production. What you see under here is called a vibrator. It helps to vibrate the mold for the material to enter very well. Then you see after the mixing, are you getting me? Then we have a small source of power here, which is just a generator. You can be able to being able to run the engine to vibrate. Actually, it can also be done manually. But because we are looking at large production, that's why we are now doing this. So we always advise them for them to start without waiting for money to buy all these things. They can improvise, they can do manual. But this one will help to increase the volume of production. And we believe as they are getting business, they can easily get these things. Most of these machines are cheap. So they are actually working. You can see them now learning, and they are happy.
I'm very motivated and inspired by this side program. It has brought out some aspects in me that I didn't really know about, and it has motivated me to go further into construction and building. The plan for the future is to go into real estate, but right now I'm going to be starting with floors. So hopefully, but I should be registering my business by this month ending. This NYSC has really been a source of joy and inspiration to me.
Seeing the nature of today's world and the nature of our economy today, instead of just after service, just going out looking for jobs, we were introduced that this could be self-employed, we could be self-employed. So instead of just going out to the labor market, I thought it wise to join them and find something doing. As a civil engineer, this would also be be so meaningful to me, because you could have structures that would demand people having interlock in their house. So instead of employing others, I said, okay, why not do it myself? Then later on in future, supervise others doing it. I'm actually grateful to NYSC for this very opportunity, because this is not the only thing I'm learning from Jim Crow. They show us stamped concrete floor. We have 3D, we have metallic floor. We know how to do paint production. And another thing that they did out of their own will, out of their own goodwill, is to teach us how to produce the biogas. So this is not a waste at all. Even where I'm doing my PPA, it's also very good. So it's not a waste. And if anyone is thinking of bypassing the NYSC, I personally will advise you not to do it, because it is a very good advantage to you.
I want to honestly appreciate the NYSC for this very wonderful opportunity to be exposed to this kind of a skill. This is something that when you browse about it online, the cost of getting exposed to this thing is on a way high, but here we are offered it on a free platter. It's just for you to indicate interest. I'm very, very, in fact, I don't know how to thank them. This is a very good opportunity, and we'll make very good use of it. It's not something that requires much capital to start after the program.
We are especially grateful to NYSC management for this golden opportunity given to us. And all special thanks to our coach, a very wonderful man. He also tried, he did his best. It's now left for us to implement what has been given to us, or the knowledge that has been planted in us.
It's truly gratifying to see the incredible diversity of skills that core members are exposed to through the NYSC program. Now, let's move on to our next story about Paul Bala, a remarkable young man from Kaduna State. Paul studied mechanical engineering at the Federal University of Technology, Minna. He was deployed to Gombe State for his service here. Inspired by the skill acquisition and entrepreneurship development training he received during his time in camp, Paul launched an initiative called Project SMS, an acronym for Sex Education, Mental Enlightenment, and Skill Acquisition. Driven by a desire to empower young people, he identified an orphanage where he provided trainings in 4 key areas: catering, photography, ICT, and cosmetology, including bead making. Additionally, the participants were introduced to business management training and medical sensitization, equipping them with essential skills for both personal and professional growth. Let us go to Paul.
My name is Paul Bala. I'm from Kaduna State. I studied in Federal University of Technology, Minna, where I studied chemical engineering. I'm a core member in Gombe State. I executed a project titled Project SMS, which the first S stands for Sex Education, while the M stands for Mental Enlightenment, and the last S stands for Skill Acquisition. So what really inspired this project was that when I came to camp last year, 2021, I saw the SAID program, the Skill Acquisition and Entrepreneurship Development Program that was done for core members while in camp. But after the camp, I noticed that a few number of persons don't actually go for a post-SAID program. So we were just taught in the camp, and after that, they let go. And a number of them don't really get to learn any skills while they were undergraduate students or while they were at home. So this skill acquisition training was an opportunity for them to learn a skill and to get something to be doing after them. So, but when I came, I saw that it was targeted to core members, but why not we do these same things to little kids that are yet growing up, that's infants, young adults and young teenagers that are just coming up to get to learn more about entrepreneurship skills, so that as they grow, they will get to be exposed on the entrepreneurship skills. So that was what really inspired me to start the project. So I came down to the Christian orphanage home in Tufre here, and I made a proposal to them that I want to embark on the training for the orphans here, and they agreed. So we started on the 15th of August to 20th of August. It was a 4-day training in which we taught them 5 different set skills. We taught them how to bake, that's catering, photography, ICT, cosmetology, and makeup with bead making. And the number was really much, and the students really learned. Apart from the skills that we taught them, we also taught them other business management skills like marketing, sales, entrepreneurship, introduction of entrepreneurship, and a number of things. And it was really interesting seeing the children getting to learn skills that will help them in the future. The first 4 days was just business and entrepreneurship training. The 5th day was a medical sensitization. We came with core members that studied medical related courses, and they had different tests for them. They did blood checking and some of the medical tests, and we donated first aid drugs to them. And the last day, Saturday, was a roundup. We came and we cooked rice, did a party rice, baked cake, took pictures, and we did a sanitation here. So majorly, we didn't get money from our own end. I did an online campaign, social media, on Facebook and on WhatsApp, and I got friends from my network sending in money, and it was really awesome. And for the first aid that we gave out, we went to different pharmaceutical stores and we applied. Some of them gave us sanitizer. I think Cinicop gave us Mary Stopes International gave us 2 pack of sanitizer, and some other pharmacies gave us drugs. Then individuals supported us with money. After that, we wanted to empower them. We just don't want something that we just do like part of the project so that it will be noticed that we came and did a project. So we thought of doing something different. So I went to an NGO called Halima Factor Community Initiative, and they agreed to sponsor 25 of the orphans on an advanced entrepreneurship training, which is coming maybe during their break. So this is part of what we did. They were part of our sponsors and partners. So they are training 25 of the children, 5 from each class that we train. So that was one of the things we did. And we don't just want to train them and just leave them like that. So we decided to source for funds to support them. And just one particular person I talked to donated 50,000 naira just to support the kids. So that was what we did, and we gave 5 orphans 30,000 naira for sort of. So majorly the money we got were from individuals. And some of the provisions, the food items and the drugs and the other things we gave them was from some of the stores and the pharmacy we went to. NYSC is not a race. The scheme is an opportunity that has been given to youth to explore the gift and the potential they have. When I was doing the project, there were times that I would just want to give up and just be relaxed about it. But I keep on asking myself, why am I doing this? Is it because probably I want an award or I want a recognition? But I noticed that what was driving me was that it was a seed inside of me to impact lives, and that opportunity would have not been, or that gift would have not come to manifestation if there was no any scheme or if there was no anything like NYSC. So it's really an awesome one whereby if youth can, core members can get to explore what they have inside of them, they can really do well. It's a great one. We have a lot of things that we can do. We went to school to learn many things, so we are out now trying to impact and give back to our community what we've learned. So it's a good one. I really appreciate the NYSC scheme and the community development service aspect of it.
Paul Bala happened to be a very unique co-member because of his passion on the target group we are working on. He came in and he requested that he want to carry out his CDS here. He said, okay, you're welcome. We thought he was playing. When he went back, then he came back with a proposal that he want to carry out training. And the training was done around August, on the 15th to 20th August this year. So he trained, and the courses trained he trained these children on different skills. And later on, he came back. He came back and he also empowered some of them, some of the participants, some of the children. He empowered them with the sum of 50,000 naira so that to start up. And really, some of the children have started up. We bought some materials for them, particularly those that are in makeup and those that are in photograph. So we bought some equipment for them to start at least. As they are starting in a small way, they will be learning how to grow big in this. So Paul, he was a godsend to this place because he has really put the test of skill in these children. And not only that, he also supplied clothing. He also gave us modern pap. He prepared it and he gave to the children, which had protein and status to the children. We really appreciate what he has done to us. So really, Paul, we really thank him for that.
Co-members have been doing things in this home, but his own very unique one. They took the whole of the 5 days from morning till 2 to 3 p.m. teaching these children different skills. And the children were very excited. That's why whenever he stepped into this house, you will see the children excited because he indeed gave them a lot of knowledge. There are a lot of things that he did that I may not be able to mention one after the other, but majorly these are the things that he did in this home.
I know about Uncle Paul by coming here, teaching us skin work and helping us in this house. And he's good to us and doing many things and helping us in many ways. That is why we are praying for him that may the good luck in heaven open more doors for him so that he will continue doing well in his life. And we pray that God will give him wisdom and understanding in anything that he's doing. And we pray that he will never lack in his life in Jesus' name.
Thank you for coming here to come and bless our life and make our life so blessed so that we'll see many things we can do. We learn handwork and he teaches us many things. He really helps us in many things. And we pray that God will bless him and God will impact his life because of this thing that he did for us. Whatsoever is looking for, may God bless him and God provide it for him in Jesus' name.
Once again, my name is Paul Bala, and I'm also the CDS President of Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, in Gombe State chapter. And the project we executed here was a contribution to the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. The first one was that talks about no poverty. The second one talks about zero hunger, and the last quality education and production and increase in the society. So the project was channeled towards contributing to the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. Thank you very much.
What an incredible initiative by Paul Bala, truly embodying the spirit of service and skill sharing. His dedication to empowering young minds is a perfect example of the transformative impact that the NYSC's SAID program can have on both individuals and communities. The NYSC SAID program is truly a catalyst for change, empowering core members to not only develop valuable skills, but also to give back to their communities in meaningful ways. Thank you for spending your time with us on today's episode of NYSC Half Hour. This is where we draw the curtain. We always love to hear from you. You could write us on the online handles displayed on your screens, and we would write back. You could also catch us on NYSC TV on free-to-air satellite and NYSC Radio 88.3 FM. Remember, the safety of core members in our communities is the responsibility of you and I. Until I see you next time, I am Nkem Agonwa. Stay inspired. You obey the crown on call. Let us lift our nation.
get that party where they get your back anytime or day. He go carry a matter for head like say na your own. Now so GoTV tanda for your side as your party for correct enjoyment. We not a tear pocket. For this GoTV Super Plus Golden Window, you fit touchlight all the 380 Premier League games, correct local shows, and better film. We day for you. Make your sharply upgrade or recharge your GoTV on top Super Plus to enjoy every today. The Super Plus Golden Window don't come out money now. Not do yourself, oh. GoTV. Love it.
From dusk to dawn, 24 hours a day, NTA International is with you. In your living room, office, and everywhere, anywhere. We provide the company you desire in terms of balanced and up-to-date news, programs, and the best of entertainment. Tune in to DSTV channel 251, GoTV channel. And to watch NTA International in the USA, Canada, and Mexico, use the following satellite parameters. You can also see us on Facebook and YouTube for quality content on the go. NTA International, Africa's window to the world.
This is the network service of the NTA.
Imagine lovely meals you can cook with these ingredients. You spend heavily, but no guarantee of a tasty meal. Not making a right choice of seasoning cube can ruin your meal, money, and confidence. For a tasty meal, do not compromise. Choose Gold.
Use Terra Gold for the rich, consistent taste your loved ones crave for. Good for soups, stews, and jollof. Terra Gold. 1 cube, endless possibilities.
Wow promo! Feel the moment of joy from 1xBet. Cash prizes, iPhone 14 Pro, 100 bonus points. To participate, you can register on 1xBet. Confirm your participation. You can place bets on sports, receive promotional tickets, take part in prize drawings. You can use promo code to get welcome bonus. Wow.
What?
Sonia tomato mix, stand up, pouch. Sonia tomato mix, stand up, pouch. Is it to open? Is it to squeeze? Is it to scoop and is it to stir? Dishes come alive with so much taste. Stand up, pouch. Sonia tomato mix, of course. Sonia tomato mix, yes sir. Sonia tomato mix, stand up, pouch.
I'm in love. No, but with you, of course, my darling.
Sonia tomato mix in a new stand-up pouch.
The world needs mums. With a splash of golden Terra oil, a mom can transform a frown into a smile. Change no thanks into yes please. Resolve family feuds without blowing a whistle. Providing tasty family meals is all that matters. Where there are moms, there is love. Golden Terra oil, or pure love.
No buy am. But why? No see say this big bull bag of rice no get the new big bull holographic seal. Not true.
Introducing the Big Bull holographic seal tape, your favorite authentic Big Bull rice, 50 kg and 25 kg. Now with holographic seal tape. This is to ensure you get the premium product from Big Bull rice. Do not buy if the holographic seal tape is not on the bag or is broken. Big Bull rice. Tasty rice nourished you.
Unwrap joy, unleash taste.
At Home Options, you're welcome to a world of elegance, where every corner whispers sophistication. Step into our showroom and indulge your senses with our timeless designs and craftsmanship, from plush sofas to magnificent dining tables that host lifetime celebrations. Our collections, the hallmark of luxury. Create your haven with exclusive bedroom selections and turn your sanctuary into a realm of refined tranquility. When it comes to bathroom solutions, our stylish fixtures, lavish tubs and showers are crafted for your well-being, transforming your daily routine into a ritual of indulgence. At Home Options, we provide lifestyle solutions. So, visit our showrooms in Lagos and Port Harcourt, because your space deserves to mirror your impeccable taste. Home Options. Live well.
Good evening, and thanks for keeping a date with us on the program Transforming Agriculture in Nigeria.
I'm your regular anchor, Gabriel Ojile. At a time when the focus of government is to increase the production of agricultural crops, the role of research institutes in Nigeria in aiding this process cannot be ignored. They have made major breakthroughs in the areas of crop through the development of improved varieties that will not only boost yield but are also pest resistant alongside other advantages. In this episode of the program, we shall focus on the Institute of Agricultural Research, IAR, Zaria, the Nigeria Root Crops Research Institute, Umudike, and the National Cereals Research Institute, Badegi, to see some of the breakthroughs and innovations they have developed to improve agricultural production and practice. Join me after the break for details.
Every part of Nigeria has something to offer.
Transforming agriculture in Nigeria begins with news from the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security. In our lineup, World Bank collaborates with Agric Ministry to scale up rural routes. Also, Agric Ministry inaugurates local organizing committee for World Food Day celebration. Please stay tuned for the details of these and other stories coming up next. The World Bank is working with the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security to scale up the Rural Access Mobility Project in Nigeria. The project objectives include to improve the livelihoods of rural people, encourage agricultural production, and connect the rural communities to the city centers. This was discussed during a meeting in Abuja between officials of the World Bank and the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security.
We've been working on scaling up of the institutional impact.
Speaking during the meeting, the Vice President of the World Bank, Guanze Chen, appreciated the leadership of the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security for sensitizing state governments about the project. The Vice President added that the next phase of the project intends to provide financial assistance and also build institutions that would ensure the maintenance and sustainability of the projects in Nigeria.
As part of our evolution under these programs, and as we're talking about the scaling up of the program, it's not just about scaling up of financing, because your access gap is still very large. We do want to expand our finance. But at the same time, I think we've been working on scaling up of the institutional impact of the programs.
I'm profoundly proud of our relationship, just like you have mentioned.
In his response, the Minister of Agriculture and Food Security, Senator Abubakar Kyari, appreciated the Vice President of the World Bank and his team for the visit, as well as the impact the World Bank has made over the years in enhancing agricultural productivity and rural routes in Nigeria. The minister further stated that the ministry has encouraged the state governments to establish rural access road authorities, saying that 14 out of the 19 states that participated in the previous phase of the project have passed the bill into law, while the other 4 states are at advanced stages of passing the bill.
For project sustainability and reform, we have encouraged the states to create Rural Access Road Authority, RARA, and State Road Fund, SRF, in their respective states by passing an executive bill through the state houses of assemblies in the various states. Currently, the project implementation is done by the participating states. The need has been identified for the ministry, the executing agency through RAMP and the Field Project Monitoring Unit to create and implement the federal component. The objective of the federal component is to complement, where necessary, the efforts of the ministry in attainment of food security and other sister projects under the ministry. We have forwarded letters of request for project restructuring and the expression of interest from the states to Federal Ministry of Finance for onward transmission to the World Bank. We have also forwarded a letter requesting for additional financing to augment the shortfall arising from the high cost of construction materials in the present participating states, and a letter of admission of new states. that express interest.
These events that are currently happening.
Also speaking at the meeting, the Minister of State, Federal Minister of Agriculture and Food Security, Senator Ali Sabi Abdullahi, stated the need to upgrade the quality of rural access mobility projects to incorporate good drainage system in the project in order to prevent flooding of farms and ensure durability of the roads.
With the rate of flooding now, it is also becoming very obvious that we need to protect these farms from flooding, which means we must even begin to take a look at not just the roads, but maybe let me put it this way, roads for water. Because you are not providing the channels through which drain is taking place, and the farms, when there is overflowing, all your investment in farming suddenly disappears. So,
The Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security has inaugurated a local organizing committee, LOC, to ensure proper planning for the celebration of the 2024 World Food Day, which comes up on 16th October 2024. The committee was inaugurated in the ministry in Abuja by the Permanent Secretary, Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security, Temitope Peter Fashedemi. Speaking during the inauguration, the Permanent Secretary highlighted the activities lined up for this year's celebration of the World Food Day and urged members to work towards the success of the programs and the day.
And the mandate of this committee is to plan and ensure successful conduct of this year's World Food Day celebration by focusing on the following carefully selected activities. 1, there will be a ministerial press briefing, which will be anchored by the Honorable Minister of Agriculture and Food Security, FAO, and other stakeholders. 2, there will be a work and sensitization effort so that people around will know and be aware that such a day is being celebrated and what it connotes. 3, there will be a media live conferencing, which will also provide another opportunity to elaborate the day and what it stands for. 4, provision of farm inputs to cluster farms, secondary schools, and internally displaced persons.
Ibrahim Tanimu, Director of Planning and Policy Coordination, was appointed Chairman of the LOC. Other members include directors in the ministry, representatives of agencies under the ministry, and development partners.
Event that will have impact on the farmers and productivity.
Speaking during the inauguration, the chairman of the committee, Ibrahim Tanimu, urged members to work harmoniously to ensure that they deliver on the mandate given to them.
It's coming at a time when Nigeria is facing much challenges in the sector. So much is expected from us to ensure that we plan well and have a successful event. Event that will have impact on the farmers and productivity. On this note, I will urge my colleagues to give their maximum cooperation and support so that we deliver to the management and to the nation.
Following the federal government official flag-off of sales of subsidized milled rice, citizens have turned out in large numbers to buy the commodity at designated points. Speaking in an interview with our correspondent at the warehouse and point of sales in the central area of Abuja, a buyer, Joseph Olubenga, appreciated the federal government, saying he picked up his own 50 kg bag of rice.
First and foremost, we have to thank Mr. President for the Renew Hope agenda, for giving us the opportunity to get a bag of rice. At least I find you happy. We are so grateful for that. But the process, I paid for my a bag of rice yesterday in our ministry, in our conference room, room B. The process was so the crowd was much because everybody is clamoring to get a bag of rice because government is selling it in a subsidized way, you know, in the market. I think it's about 80 something or whatever. We are paying a token of 40,000 naira to get a bag of rice. So in that regard, people are, you know, making effort to get. In that process, the crowd was a bit, you know, But we thank God we succeeded in getting the rice yesterday. Paying for the rice yesterday. But the second day, which is today, we are here to pick a bag of rice. Thank God I picked my own.
Others expressed satisfaction with the process, the price, as well as the impact the subsidy would have on their families.
First of all, I want to appreciate the federal government for this initiative. At least they have helped us, the citizens of the country, to at least purchase this rice. Initially, we were purchasing this rice at 90,000 per bag, but the federal government has subsidized this for us for 40,000 naira, and I appreciate them. And the processes in which we got the rice is very okay, and there is no stress at all.
The Minister of Agriculture and Food Security, Senator Abubakar Kyari, on Thursday, 5th September, officially flagged off the sale of 30,000 metric tons of rice to Nigerians at subsidized rate of 40,000 naira per bag. The Institute for Agricultural Research, Zaria, the Nigerian Root Crops Research Institute, Umudike, and the National Cereals Research Institute, Badegi, have been saddled with a mandate of researching into different agricultural crops. These research institutes have over the years developed, tested, and trusted technologies to advance agricultural production and practice in Nigeria. What are these technologies developed by the research institutes, and what impact are they making? What should stakeholders do to popularize these technologies in the nation's quest to increase food production as well as food security? These and more will be the focus of our next segment. Keep watching.
The Institute for Agricultural Research, IAR, Zaria, has recorded research breakthroughs in crops such as maize, sorghum, beans, groundnut, and soybeans. The Institute has developed different varieties that are much better than the unimproved ones in terms of yields and early maturity.
We have varieties that have been developed specifically to be drought tolerance. We have varieties that are tolerant to diseases and pests. We have varieties that are high yielding compared to what farmers are used to planting. So these are tremendous advantages over what farmers are used to.
Cowpea, also known as beans, is one of the leguminous crops. The IAR has researched and produced 20 varieties. The varieties are high-yielding and resistant to pests and diseases. One of the cowpea varieties developed by IAR is Sampi 20. This variety is a major breakthrough not only for Nigeria but also one of its kinds in the whole of the African continent.
This particular variety is improved, genetically modified, such that instead of the normal spray regime of 7, in some cases some farmers can spray up to 10 times for them to get their cowpea. In this case, the maximum that we have recorded is not more than 2 spray regimes, and you have your cowpea. So this is not only an achievement for the Institute, not only an achievement for the country, but I can say for the entire West African region.
Understanding the agronomical practices of leguminous crops that can boost productivity is another area of research undertaken by IAR. According to the researchers, fertilizer is better applied during the vegetative stage of the crop, especially within 2 weeks after planting.
There is also the placement method. How do you place it? Farmers around here, we see them, because of saving time, I don't know, maybe saving time is one of them, and saving costs maybe another one. You see the farmers spreading the fertilizers, like spreading it on the field. If it's a rice field or so, they're spreading it. And even when the crop is even like 2 weeks, they don't even do it. They just spread it. So, but in our own case, we advise farmers, we have developed technologies to place the fertilizer by the side of the crop, which has been adopted. And then when you are also putting the fertilizer on the surface, there is high risk of volatilization. Volatilization is the fertilizer will become like gas and move, the fertilizer nutrient, half of it can be lost.
Preservation methods of storing leguminous crops is also important for farmers to understand in the value chain. Researchers recommend the safest way of storing the crop.
For cowpeas specifically, we have a triple bagging technology, whereby a single bag has 2 layers of polythene, and then when it is sealed, it's completely absent. There's absence of oxygen in the container, in the bag, and then it protects the crop without using a single chemical to do it.
Cereal crops include maize, sorghum, rice, millet, and wheat. The Institute for Agricultural Research, IAR, has developed over 60 varieties of maize and over 50 varieties of sorghum, among others.
We have released both the nutritionally enhanced and environmentally resilient 69 varieties of maize. For sorghum, there are about 47 varieties of sorghum. Groundnut, we have 29 varieties of groundnut. Cotton, I think there are about 15 varieties. And then for sunflower, we have 4 varieties. In addition to that, we also have the mechanization program. In our mechanization program, we focus on developing machines that reduce drudgery in both production and post-harvest operations.
Aside high-yielding varieties of maize, sorghum, as well as other cereal crops, the Institute has also undertaken lots of problem-solving researches that increase the vitamin content of these crops. IAI varieties of cereal crops are also resistant to striga weed. Striga weed is a parasitic weed that is very devastating to soil, which attach itself to cereal crops and absorb the nutrient and causes poor yields.
And some of them are resistant to some major pests and diseases, like striga-resistant varieties. We have, among those ones that we have, some of them are striga-resistant. So if you are in an ecological zone that striga virus is endemic, you go for that. We have striga resistant, and we know striga is a major problem of cereals production worldwide, not only in Nigeria. So those resistant varieties to striga have helped in increasing the yield from such heavily infested fields. And so in that way, we are helping in reducing the problems our farmers face.
The Institute has also proved that a planting system called double density, which requires a farmer planting 2 rows of a crop on the same ridge, is a system that boosts production of maize and other crops.
I will make an example where you are expecting 100,000 stands per hectare. This is just an example. When you are expecting 100,000 stands per hectare of maize in 1 hectare, when you adopt the double row or double density, it means you're going to have double the number of stands, the population of the maize per hectare. That means you have 200,000 stands per hectare. What that means is that the farmer who does this is going to see a difference in the yield. This has been subjected to research, and the difference between 100,000 plants and 200,000 plants is very significant. Significant for the farmer because it means he's going to have a higher income from his farming activity for that year.
Another research institute that has made breakthroughs in research is the National Root Crops Research Institute, UMUDIKE. Its outstation, which is the Potato Research Institute Kuru in Plateau State, was established in 1976. The potato program at the institute focuses on developing improved seedlings, research into the best agronomic practices to increase yield.
We have developed new varieties of potato, and those varieties has to do with disease resistance and high yielding. And also, if there are a kind of importation of potato seed or clones, we need to evaluate them for local diseases that are coming in. And some of our research focus too centers on cleaning disease seeds on the plateau. And it might not really plateau alone, any place that potato is being produced.
Potato is a perishable crop. As such, besides ensuring the production of potato, the Institute has also made a breakthrough in the area of prevention of post-harvest losses.
We have developed a lot of technologies that will help the farmers in potato production. Some of those technologies include diffuse light store, where you store your potato after harvest. We also develop a positive selection for diseases. We also develop roguing. We also develop stem cutting technology that's under tissue culture. And we also developed potato seed multiplication.
Research institute like the National Cereals Research Institute, NCRI, Badegi, has also developed different varieties of its mandate crops. The institute over the years has developed improved seeds of soybeans, rice and other mandate crops.
The institute has developed and released 69 varieties, which has covered all the ecology of Nigeria, ranging from lowland, upland, mangrove, swamp, and even the flooded areas is not exempted. The institute developed varieties that will take care of all their problems. The rice varieties also has almost all of them, because about 90 to 95% of them are high yielding. Before now, what we developed and released were giving us up between 4.5 to 5 tons per hectare. But presently, the recent ones we release are giving us up to 8.5, between 8 and 8.5 tons per hectare.
The outcome of agricultural research is better appreciated when you hear testimonies of those that have applied it for the betterment of their farming activities. In our next segment, Farmers Speak, we shall hear from farmers who have been using technologies developed by IAR and the Potato Research Institute.
Clear difference, because they brought, I can remember it was some 14. Is that, Assistant Secretary? Some 14. We started with it. They brought it here and we tested the seed. We have seen the differences. We can't compare it with our own. So that is why now if you follow all this town and around, you can't get another seed apart from the one from IR, isn't it? Because of the, advantage and good result we are having from farming.
Before I made the Root Crops Research Institute in 2019, I couldn't break even. I think it was a complete failure because it just wasn't the right seedlings. But after I met them, the seedlings I got, I was able to multiply it and get even more. Yes, I haven't harvested, but this clearly is a significant improvement on what we were doing before. The seedlings is the right one. The farming practices is okay. You can see we've been able to control weed. We applied fertilizer and every other inputs at the right time, of course, with their technical support. And I've seen a lot of changes. There's a clear word of difference between what we have now and what we had last year.
A lot of research breakthroughs have been made by these research institutes, and it is imperative for the private sector and the government at all levels to work with them to ensure that farmers have access to these technologies and adopt them for better production. Join us again, same time, same station, for another interesting episode of the program. Do have a great night rest, and bye for now.
This is the network service of the NTA.
Hello viewer, I welcome you to the Power Circuit. The transmission company of Nigeria, TCN, continuously ensures that you don't miss a bit of this program every week. We also appreciate you, our ardent follower, as you keep yourself updated about milestones in the power sector. I, Amara Agogesi, will be taking you on the news round, and here are the headlines. Minister of Power Chief Adebayo Adelabu upbeat about Nigeria's universal energy access by 2060. At Risk Management Workshop, TCN strategizes on improving operational excellence. Rules Working Group finalizes market procedure for efficiency in Nigerian electricity markets. Also coming your way is a searchlight on the menace of vandalism and the recent Ahuada 132 kilovolts transmission line disruption. You will get to see the extent of damage on this critical line that transmits bulk electricity to Bayelsa State. Let's get started. As part of the highlight of activities of the visit of the Minister of Power, Chief Adebayo Adelabu, to China in the entourage of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu this month, the minister believes Nigeria will attain universal energy access status by the year 2060. Chief Adelabu confidently expressed this optimism when he addressed dignitaries at a meeting with Chinese investors at the Nigeria-China Forum.
The Minister of Power, Chief Adebayo Adelabu, said Nigeria is committed towards achieving universal energy access by the year 2060 and is working with relevant stakeholders across board to realize this objective.
I'm pleased to speak to you today at this forum, focused on exploring the further areas of collaboration between the Federal and the People's Republic of China, energy access by year 2060.
At the meeting, which also had in attendance Nigeria's Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Mr. Wale Edun, the Power Minister revealed the short-term target of Nigeria.
With a short-term target under our vision 30-30-30 to attain 30 gigawatts of grid energy supply with a 30% renewable energy mix by year 2030.
According to the minister, these targets present an opportunity for further partnership between the Chinese investment community and the Federal Republic of Nigeria to increase cleaner and more sustainable energy solutions penetration as Nigeria strives to achieve energy security and meet the demands of the growing economy.
In a strategic move to fortify its operational resilience, the Transmission Company of Nigeria, TCN, convened a two-day risk management workshop. The gathering, which took place at the TCN corporate headquarters in Abuja, had the objective of empowering staff members with cutting-edge strategies for managing potential risk.
The improvement of operational performance is always a continuous activity in organizations. The management of Transmission Company of Nigeria, TCN, is fully aware of this and graciously approved the risk management workshop to drive home this objective. Present at the meeting was the Executive Director, Transmission Service Provider at TCN, Engineer Oluwagbenga Ajiboye. Declaring the workshop open, the Executive Director, Human Resources and Corporate Services, Mrs. Abiodun Afolabi, emphasized the importance of risk management in achieving operational excellence.
Our purpose here today is to chart a positive course for the future of our esteemed company by implementing an enterprise risk management policy framework for TCN. We employ all departments and regions to work together for the cause of this program. Risk management department is a very important department in TCN.
Also speaking, the Executive Director, Finance and Accounts, Mr. Chukwuka Ochije, spoke about making plans to handle issues of emergency, which can also affect the operation of TCN, advising participants to study all aspects of these risks in the power sector.
Almost 80% of what we do is based on emergency because electricity industry is factored to be so. Because you might be planning one thing and discover that another thing will happen. And what do? We intend to be on fire brigade approach. We have been hearing a lot like emergency firewall, emergency erosion control. So that's why we were looking at internal control and communication measures. How do we now face this emergency? At the time, we discovered that there are some issues with God bonds and transformers to God bonds. All of them has to do with what? Emergency situation. Then at times you hear about erosion control. Our towers are being threatened, and it has to do with what? Emergency, and we are under crisis situation.
The Assistant General Manager, Risk Management, Engineer Afam Agui, in a presentation, elaborated on the department's primary objectives. Engineer Agui, who is the pioneer head of the department, highlighted the department's achievements, including the formulation of a risk identification module, production of risk management reports, and analysis of the vulnerability of TCN installations nationwide.
Following the creation of the department, we have been able to coordinate the risk management process in consonance with the ISO 31000 risk management guidelines. This is the international standard for risk management across all the regions, TSP and ISO, corporate headquarters and the PIUs, while also developing and managing an organization-wide risk register. We have actively evolved dynamic risk management strategy for the management through insights derived from the risk assessment activities of the department.
The participants went through an interactive session where they got to increase their knowledge about managing risks in the peculiar case of bulk electricity transmission.
The Power Circuit continues right after this break.
Did you know that our high-tension transmission cables are built to withstand high temperatures, except artificially induced ones such as fire? Did you know that burning bush or refuse dumped by TCN's transmission tower base or along the transmission line's right-of-way is an offence? Did you know that the fire can cause high-tension transmission lines to snap and fall to the ground, electrocuting living things within the line radius? Did you know that extreme fire can cause the legs of transmission towers to buckle, and that buckling of the main frame of a tower will lead to its collapse, and may even pull down other towers along that transmission line's route, causing untold damage to the line? Now that you know, TCN is calling all citizens of Nigeria to please desist from destroying our collective national investment. Be careful. Do not set fire on trash or burn bush beside transmission towers or under electricity lines nationwide. Help us preserve the transmission grid and save the nation from blackout.
TCN, transmitting bulk electricity in the most efficient and effective manner.
Just as there is the domestic petroleum market in Nigeria, there is also the Nigerian electricity market, NEM. This market facilitates the trading of electricity among key players in the power sector value chain, starting from the generation companies through transmission company and finally to distribution companies, which deliver electricity to the end consumers. To enhance the efficiency of these markets, there is a rules working group, RWG, that makes the market rules. This group has finalized the review of the market rules procedure in the Nigerian electricity market as approved by the initial stakeholders advisory panel and the Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission, NEC.
The Rules Working Group held its periodic meeting in Port Harcourt, Rivers State capital, where the members harmonized and finalized the market rules procedure. The essence of this documented market rules procedure is to improve efficiency and implementation in the Nigerian electricity market, said the then head of the group and market operator, Ali Ahmed Bukar.
Rules Working Group is along other working groups enshrined in the market rules, section 11.1, 11.2, 11.3 of the market rules. They are supposed to be a standing working group that helps the market operator to review on a lighter note the provisions of the market rules and market procedure, and also to work hand in hand with stakeholder advisory panel. In fact, on this hand, we'll be advising the market operator, interpreting on his behalf, reviewing the market rules constantly every day, even if there are no requests from the participants in the electricity market. And on the other hand, we also have to report to the stakeholder advisory panel for anything we do in terms of amendment of the market rules.
The group's meeting came at the priority period when there is an urgent need to review and align the market rules with the Electricity Act 2023 to ensure that clear rules govern the Nigerian electricity supply industry.
This time around, we have to review the market rules to conformity with the Electricity Act 2023, and that is just what we have done. Secondly, the second strategy, which also has been provided for in the market rules, is actually the composition of the rules working group, because it's drawn from generation, hydro, from thermal generation, from discourse, from market operator, system operator, and the TSP. So everybody is represented in Rules Working Group.
Also at the meeting, the chairman of the Rules Working Group, Mr. Ali Bukar, handed over to the new head of the group, Professor Steve Ogaji.
The key objectives of the Rule Working Group is to actually support the Stakeholders Advisory Panel, or the ISAP as it's called at the moment, in reviewing the market rules and looking at the dynamics and things that change, and ensure that it is reflected properly in the market rules to guide the operations of the NEM, as it's called. So that's our goal. And there is so much that the current Rule Working Group has already achieved. However, there are still some areas that we need to look at, including reflecting changes that have come about as a result of the Electricity Act. That opens a very wide window of activities that need to be well reflected on and reported through the ISAP to the Commission.
Professor Ogaji further highlighted the impact the Rules Working Group has created in the Nigerian electricity market.
The group has actually met quite a lot of obligations, starting from the review of the guidelines for the for the group. Review, we have also almost completed the review of the procedure, market procedures, and also we are also looking at a review of the market rules. Holistically working with documents that have been provided by another group or committee set up by the regulator, and we're going to look at all those and be able to submit. So I would say the group has actually achieved a lot within the short time that we have been able to meet.
Assistant General Manager, Market Competitions and Rates at the Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission, Mrs. Chigozie Azikiwe, was an observer of the proceedings for the Rules Working Group meeting in Port Harcourt. Hear her speak.
I'm really glad that I attended this meeting. As an observer, I was sent by the stakeholders advisory panel to watch what the group is doing. As the chairman has said earlier, the Rules Working Group is supposed to support the ISAP in reviewing of the market rules. And the group has done so much work since they started work about 2 or 3 years ago. So being here has exposed me to the tedious job that it requires for them to actually have that particular task implemented.
Vandalism is a menace in society and must be condemned on all fronts. Experts explain this act as the destruction of critical infrastructure for the purpose of self-profiteering or for mere sabotage that affects the general public. The Transmission Company of Nigeria, TCN, has 8 substations and transmission lines spread across states in Nigeria to deliver bulk electricity, which is then supplied to consumers from the distribution companies. This noble objective of TCN is often challenged when vandals destroy these lines at different points. In this edition, we have a searchlight on the recent vandalism of 13 transmission towers along the Ahada to Yenegua 132 kV double circuit transmission line. This is between Bayelsa State and Rivers State.
The incident, which completely took off bulk electricity to Bayelsa State, was first reported by the youth president of the Ukbeli community in Rivers State on August 12, 2024. It is important to note that the Ahoda to Yenegua 132 kV double circuit transmission line is crucial for evacuating power from the Ahoda transmission substation to the Yenegua substation, which supplies electricity to the entire Bayelsa State. Mobilizing his team, the General Manager, Transmission at the Port Harcourt region of TCN, Engineer Emmanuel Akpa, promptly visited the site near the TCN's Ahoda transmission substation to assess the situation. The team confirmed that 13 towers from T52 to T64 were affected by vandalism. Of these, 9 towers have collapsed completely, while 4 were almost collapsing.
This is one of the greatest challenge we have in Port Harcourt region. Virtually everywhere, you see all the towers, all the members of the tower, they remove all these boards, removing all the lower side of. As we are coming on the road, almost virtually all the towers, they have removed all the lower members.
The 13 vandalized towers are located in several communities, including Okobe in Ahoda East, Emezi 1 in Ahoda West, and Mpiama in Ahoda West local government areas of Rivers State, as well as the Bugene community in Bayelsa State. TCN had recently responded to the vandalism and subsequent collapse of towers 97 to 99 on the same line route on July 29, 2024, with work still ongoing to rebuild the vandalized towers when the latest incident occurred. The company was also reinforcing towers 19 to 31 on the Ahoda-Yenegua line, where tower members had been vandalized and stolen. Given the extent of the destruction of the towers and the ongoing work on previously vandalized transmission towers, the Port Harcourt regional head estimated the line restoration timeline from the initial time the line was vandalized.
We mobilize and look for a competent contractor, because this is beyond our staff handling. So they are going to get a competent contractor who will mobilize, who will be an emergency. It's an emergency to mobilize to come and see what could be done.
Well, you have seen the extent of the line's destruction before the Transmission Company of Nigeria TCN spent huge resources to fix it alongside other sections so it could restore bulk power to Bayelsa State. TCN is appealing to you, security operatives, host communities, traditional rulers, state governments, and all stakeholders to collaborate with TCN in the fight against power installation vandalism. TCN is already recording gains as security operatives are apprehending vandals nationwide, and we want our support to enable them to do more. If you suspect any act of vandalism, kindly report this to the nearest TCN office and the nearest security post. Let's take a recap of the reports. We told you that the Minister of Power, Chief Adebayo Adelabu, is upbeat about Nigeria's universal energy access by 2060. At Risk Management Workshop, TCN strategizes on improving operational excellence. Rules Working Group finalizes market procedure for efficiency in Nigerian electricity markets. We also brought to you a spotlight on the menace of vandalism and the recent Ahada 132 kilovolts transmission line disruption. You saw the extent of damage on the critical line that transmits bulk electricity to Bayelsa State, just as TCN seeks your support to curb this vandal issue. TCN has made this episode and the previous ones available for you on the TCN YouTube channel. Kindly connect with TCN on all its social media platforms by liking the TCN page on Facebook via Transmission Company of Nigeria. Also follow TCN on X, formerly Twitter, by searching for @TCN_Nigeria. Experience TCN and its activities on Instagram as you click TCN_Nigeria. Please send your observations and comments by email to affairs.public@tcn.org.ng. And for more information about TCN, visit the interactive website www.tcn.org.ng. Do you want to get information about TCN on the go? Then www.tcnnews.ng is also another site for you where TCN keeps you updated about power sector activities. Please keep up the good job in protecting power transmission lines, towers and substations in your community. With your support, TCN has heightened collaborations with security operatives, and gains are being recorded in nabbing those perpetuating these acts of vandalism. I am Amara Agogoesi. Have a good time.
embark on a delectable journey of Nigeria, where flavors come to life in Niger's food adventures.
From the savory goodness of akara to the sumptuous puff-puff, Nigerian food is a gastronomic delight.
Stay tuned as we uncover more mouth-watering delight.
Get ready to indulge in the latest fashion trends and styles on Fashion Vibes.
In Africa, our weddings are very much fashion inspired. Do something that's going to be of benefit, of essence to the people who are behind the big industry we know as the African wedding industry.
From bold prints to contemporary twists, Nigerian fashion is the epitome of elegance and creativity.
Wow, look at that. Until recently, I had no idea what a pangolin was. Man, this thing is strong. It's a small mammal covered with scales made of keratin, just like our nails. Strong scales, man. The scales has no medicinal value, yet the demand for the scales and the meat is driving the pangolins to extinction. This one's name is Igai, and it was rescued from illegal bushmeat trade. It's going back into the wild where it belongs to keep the ant population in check. Home sweet home. Please say no to illegal bushmeat and report wildlife crime, because poaching steals from us all.
The mosaic of time in the kaleidoscope of life. Time is a masterpiece. A delicate piece when we wait. A vibrant shard when we're late. A dark fragment when we're sad. A radiant tile when we're happy. An intricate pattern when we're in pain. A long, winding thread when we're bored. But time's mosaic is crafted by our hearts and our minds, not by clocks. So piece together your time wisely.
Cholera is a serious bacterial infection. People become sick when they eat food or drink water contaminated by the bacteria Vibrio cholerae. The symptoms are severe diarrhea, dehydration, and even death if it is not properly treated. Here is how you can keep yourself and your family safe from cholera. Drink only clean, safe water at all times. Maintain excellent hand hygiene by using water and soap to wash your hands at all times, especially before you eat or after you go to the toilet. And if you don't have access to clean water when you need it,
Good evening and welcome to the news.
Wednesday package, as usual, comes with an extra half hour of news, views and interviews. We'll be in different parts of the country, especially areas currently confronted with infrastructural and humanitarian challenges. Getting the true stories behind unfolding events and the Nigerian perspective to global developments. Tonight, a deluge of support to the flood victims in Maiduguri as the city remains knee-deep in the daily challenge of survival. And still in Maiduguri, correspondent wades through the water to find Nigerians with their unique stories of resilience and hope.
When we are talking about the people that are most hit by the flood of September 9 in Maiduguri, the people of 505 Eastern will tell a better story. They have to spend 5 days before they could be rescued. They have been trapped for 5 days while the flood was going on.
On par, the federal government deploys cadre system to tackle national grid collapse. And it's about 72 hours to the Edo State governorship election. Nigerian Air Force commences airlift of election materials for INEC. And we will have a final episode of the candidates face-off from Benin. Musa Abubakar will be minding his business right here, while Badia Deleye will be on the sport for sports. As we see on this debate, the proof of the pudding is in the eating. I'm Ray John, and this is News Extra. Welcome. Let's begin with environmental matters now, as the National Emergency Management Agency, NEMA, has again released fresh update on flood devastation and casualties in states and local government areas across the country. A statement issued on the 18th of September 2024 indicates that 1,092,317 persons have been affected, with 641,798 displaced from their homes, while 99,044 houses have been destroyed, with 285 deaths recorded. It further revealed that 2,504 people sustained injuries and 127,544 hectares of farmlands washed away, with 185 local government areas affected in 31 states. Meanwhile, several communities hard hit by the flood of September 9 in Maiduguri, the Borno state capital, are breathing normally now. Yet, they're looking back to reflect on what just happened to their lives and their city. Hamisu Rogo in Maiduguri reports that there are some communities, though, that still grapple with inundation from the flood waters, and their situation remains chaotic.
Maiduguri, over a week since the flood of September 9 can still be harsh, in some situations dramatic. In overall analogy, they all evoke sympathy. No camera lens can comprehensively capture the extent of damage. No anyone can estimate the quantum of destruction. It is like an apocalypse. Years of adversity from insurgency built a wall of resilience in the spirit of the people of Maiduguri, but this one shook them to the marrow. It comes to them suddenly and at night and sweeps everything at its wake. Mercifully, the water is receding now.
I am in an area, a particular area, what do you call it? Pori. Now, Pori has never been a waterway. True, it has proximity with the waterway, but their distance can be as large as a football field. But look at Pori today. It's a large waterway, and the water has found comfort running through Pori. Look at these places, are people's houses. The houses have come down.
These are some of the occupants of those drowned houses at Grosho. Hajara laments she settled here in her new house only 4 months ago. The flood waters have brought down the house and carried away her 8 goats. The situation now is that the 36 IDP camps around Maiduguri are being disbanded. Returning IDPs are sent home with a bag of rice, a carton of spaghetti, and 10,000 naira. IDPs that do still have their houses and water are advised to stay behind before the water goes away. The people of Sokari, however, will take years to go back to their home. Their houses are along a major river system. When the flood water arrived, it inundated the river and destroyed all their settlements. As we speak, the area is still flooding, and more people of Sokari have found a strange new home along Gamboringala Road in Maiduguri.
Gamboringala Road is an expressway, yes. two lane on either side, but on the sidewalk, situated almost 10 kilometers, yeah. Where people who find refuge on top of it, there they sleep the night, yeah. There they do everything they need about their own lives. Yeah. You can see the kind of tent they put, a blanket with small sticks, yeah. Just to shelter them from the sun, but never to shelter them from the rain. And for the last 2 days, it has been raining heavy around this area.
These people also are not in formal IDP camps, and they are not immediately in the mathematics of government. There are about 6,000 of them living on these pavements.
The Prod Committee visited Halal Dam and saw the level of water. They came back to the town to make announcements that people that have built on the waterway should vacate immediately because the level of water they saw in Halal Dam is beyond human imagination. But people refuse.
The river in Sokari is still angry. It is still flooding extensive spaces proximate to its route.
When we are talking about the people that are most hit by the flood of September 9 in Maiduguri, the people of 505 Estate will tell a better story. They have to spend 5 days because they could be rescued. They have been trapped for 5 days while the flood was going on. And you can see, up to the moment we are, the water is still going into their own houses and still flooding. This is about the only area in Maiduguri that is having the water still flooding into the area.
And then I don't know how we can manage to also stop this particular water that is coming from the river bank.
Okay.
The river bank is just beside this particular building.
And it's polluted.
And it's polluted.
The Maiduguri flood will take a long time in memory, but the big question is, what happens afterwards? In Maiduguri, Borno State, Mohammed Hamis Rogo, NTA.
Hamis Rogo will join us in the course of this bulletin, of course, to give us more update. And still on flood-related matters, more victims of the flood disaster in Maiduguri have received relief materials from the National Emergency Management Agency, NEMA, as part of its intervention measures. Director General of the agency, Zubaida Umar, who personally presented the relief materials, was assisted by Zainab Gimba, member House of Representatives representing Bama, Ngala and Kalabage local government areas. Ilyasu Yakubu reports.
The distribution of relief items was categorized into two. It started with that of the elderly, who apart from receiving 25 kg bag of rice and a carton of spaghetti, they are also given already sewn clothes. This gesture, no doubt, brought smiles on the faces of the victims. NEMA's Director General Zubaida Umar said arrangements have been made to ensure equitable distribution of relief items to every victim. In order to prevent possible outbreak of epidemics owing to the flooded water, NEMA has stationed its water treatment van in strategic locations to provide treated water for the victims. John Deere operates the water purification van.
So it does 3 levels of filtration, which is reverse osmosis, I think is the best presently now for water purification. If we set up in 1 hour, we can pump about 2,000 liters of water to drink.
Borno State Governor Professor Babagana Umar Zulum said all the 36 internally displaced persons camps will be collapsed in the next 2 weeks, believing that before then the flooded water would have completely receded. From Maiduguri, Ilyasu Yakubu, NTA News.
Similarly, House of Representatives members have donated 100 million naira to the Maiduguri flood victims. This was announced by Al-Hassan Ado Dogwa, who led the House delegation to commiserate with the government and people of Borno over the flood disaster that affected over 2 million people in Maiduguri and environs.
The visit was at the instance of the Speaker and the entire membership of the House to sympathize with the government and people of Borno over the disaster that massively disrupted social and economic lives of millions.
We as a House will be poised for accepting any attempt of intervention from the federal government, as the case may be, even if it means coming up with a special intervention that will require appropriation to address this and similar other cases in the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
My sincere gratitude to the Speaker of the House of Representatives and in particular this very important delegation for commiserating with the government and people of Borno State over the recent flooding that has severely affected the social and economic activities of the people of the state.
The House of Representatives delegation also visited the Shehu Borno, Abubakar ibn Umar Garba El Kanemi, on a similar mission, during which they prayed Allah to avert future occurrence. In Maiduguri, Mahmoud Goni, NTA.
Also, Nigeria's First Lady and Chairperson, Renewed Hope Initiative, Senator Oluremi Tinubu, has announced a 500 million naira donation to the government and people of Borno State over the recent flood disaster that led to massive loss of lives and property of about 2 million people. This was made known when the wife of the Vice President, Nana Kashim, led other prominent women to Maiduguri to commiserate with the government and people of Borno over the incident. Mohammed Goni reports.
Wife of the Vice President, Nana Shetima, led other members of the Renewed Hope Initiative high-level delegation, notably wife of the Speaker, House of Representatives, Ms. Fatima Tajuddin Abbas, that of the Deputy Senate President, Hajia Leila Barrow, wives of the Ministers of Agriculture and Food Security, Hajia Belkisu Abubakar Kyari, and that of Works, Rachel Umahi, among others, to convey the sympathy of the First Lady to the government and people of Borno over the disaster. Nigeria's First Lady was represented by Nana Kashim Shetima.
Her Excellency Senator Oluremi Tinubu, CON, she kindly asked me to extend her sympathy and prayers to you and to good people of Borno State.
The representative of the national chairman of the Renewed Hope Initiative assured Governor Zulum of the First Lady's support and prayers. Governor Zulum appreciated the delegation over the visit.
This is a very humongous contribution, and we want to assure you that government of Borno State under my distinguished leadership will ensure effective and judicious utilization of this quantum of money that is being given to us.
They were also at the show of Borno's Palace, Abubakar ibn Umar Garba El Kanemi, where he appreciated them for the show of concern. In Maiduguri, Mahmoud Goni, NTA News.
Meanwhile, the North-East Development Commission has donated 3 billion naira and assorted food items and support services to Borno flood victims and small business owners. This was when the management of the interventionist agency paid a sympathy visit to Governor Babagana Umar Zulum in Maiduguri. Mohammed Goni reports.
It is about 10 days now since a devastating flood came hitting Maiduguri city and Jere in the metropolis, a development that has caused a massive destruction to social and economic life of about 2 million people. Leadership of the agency, led by the chairman General Paul Tarfa and the managing director Mohamed Gone Alkali, said that tragedy was of unimaginable magnitude that requires a coordinated effort to tackle.
I'm very sorry, Your Excellency, and pray that God will continue to give you the wisdom and the strength to face it and to hope that even though this has happened, there will still be lessons for us to take from what has happened.
When you look at the geography of Borno State, most of the people affected are the small businesses or people who depend on self-help.
Borno State Governor Babagana Umar Zulum urged the Commission to reassess and revitalize its humanitarian efforts and policies to effectively address the pressing needs of the state, which has been severely impacted by the Boko Haram insurgency and of recent flood disaster.
Working together, ensuring that this is your own job. If Northeast Development Commission is fully on ground, even when President comes, we can channel all fundings to Northeast Development Commission for all this support.
Earlier, the NEDC delegation visited the Shehu Borno's palace, where they announced a donation of 50 million naira for the renovation of the palace affected by the disaster. In Maiduguri, Mohammed Goni, NTA News.
And in a show of solidarity with the government and people of Borno State, leaders of Southern Borno were at the government house, Maiduguri, where they donated 200 million naira to support the government to tackle the huge disruption to social and economic life brought by the recent flood. Mohammed Goni again reports that the State Deputy Governor, Umar Usman Kadafo, led the delegation among other prominent people of the region.
The visitors from Southern Borno are the latest among the teeming visitors that have been trooping to commiserate with the government and people of the state over the recent flood disaster, considered the worst in living memory.
So we came in under the umbrella of Southern Borno to commiserate with the Borno state government, people of Borno in general, about what happened. And we believe such visit is, can unite a lot of people in the state.
Instead of us doing it haphazardly, under his leadership and with all the stakeholders, we facilitated a process where we contributed money. Even now, contributions are still coming in.
Governor Zulum, who was full of praises on the visit by the higher power delegation, was emphatic that it will encourage him and his cabinet at this trying time to navigate the turbulent period.
The peace that we are getting in Borno State, apart from this incentive, is because of our unity in diversity. Let us maintain this status quo. And while peaceable, let us increase our collaboration. Let us increase our unity.
The delegation was also at the Shehu Borno's palace, where they commiserated with him, having been affected grossly by the flood, and announced a 10 million naira donation to him to cushion the negative effect of the incident. In Maiduguri, Mohammed Goni, NTA News.
Away from the home of peace now, but of course we'll get back to flood-related matters much later in the bulletin. But let's quickly update you on the latest in the heartbeat of the nation, as it's 4 days to the governorship election. Political parties and their candidates are on final preparations to woo voters. Udwakubang Achibong has this.
The Labour Party held a mega rally in Benin City in a final bid to secure voters' confidence. Standard bearer of the party, Olumide Akpata, rolled out programs and policies that he says will provide good governance in the state. On his part, the PDP candidate addressed civil servants with a promise to continue with the reforms in the civil service if given the mandate.
I will continue what he just finished doing. You all here will be a priority. We'll work well together, we'll speak to each other, we'll help each other. 17
political parties are contesting to secure the #1 seat at Osadebe Avenue, Benin City.
I'm sure though people cannot wait. It's actually about 72 hours to the election scheduled for September 21. And campaigns for the governorship seat have been intense. Candidates from 17 political parties are in the contest. Unfolding political intrigues in the state in few days have impacted the tune of campaigns preparatory to the election coming up this weekend, just as incidences of political face-off between big names in Edo politics arising from their positions of support to their choice candidates continues. Now, this no doubt has further streamlined the strengths and weaknesses of each of the candidates, pointing to what chances they have in the election. And of course, I have joining me now for the conversation on what September 21 will look like. Two candidates participating in the Edo election. Live from our Benin Network Center, we have Usain Derek Izedume, candidate of the African Democratic Congress, ADC, and Olumide Akpata, candidate of the Labour Party. Many thanks for joining us on News Extra tonight.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Nigeria. It's a pleasure to be here.
All right, I'd like to begin with the candidate of the African Democratic Congress, Osai Zedume. I'd like to know how optimistic you are, about the election, and do you think that you've crossed all that you need to do, or if you like, dotted the I's, crossed the T's, to make sure that you come out victorious September 21?
We've done all the legwork. We've put in all the efforts we can put in, and we see the current situation of things. The big parties are at each other's throat for sure. It's politics, but for us, we've done our legwork. We've put the necessary things in place. What I mean by that is community organizing, which is the major thrust of our political strategy. The rest is left for us to go there and encourage our base to go out on Saturday and deliver for us. So I'm optimistic that although people are looking forward to fresh faces, fresh ideas, fresh strategy to transform this state and change it from what it has been the last 25 years to what it could be and what it should be as an epicenter for transformation in Nigeria. So we look forward to Saturday, and I'm optimistic that the good people of Edo State will look to new faces. Thank you.
Many thanks, Mr. Izeduwe. Let's get to the candidate of the Labour Party. Now, of course, to lawyers, you may not be strange, but do you think your party has the popularity in your state, and what are your chances of winning the election?
I think my party is extremely popular in Edo State, extremely so. And if you look back to the results of the 2023 elections, you will recall that Labour Party put up an excellent showing in Edo State, and that is about to repeat itself in the upcoming gubernatorial elections on Saturday. This electioneering process has two components. There's the people and there's the process. As far as the people are concerned, as a candidate, I have gone around the state twice. We have met with the people. We go to meet them where they are. We have experienced what they experience. We have seen what they see. We have felt what they feel. And we have been able to get them to believe again, because after the presidential elections, you would understand that our people became despondent. There's a trust deficit as far as the electioneering process is concerned. And so our people were very reluctant to believe that the process will be free and fair. But we've been able to spend time to encourage them to come out, to believe again that we're about to turn the corner and that something new is about to happen. And so they will be coming out in their numbers to vote for the Labour Party. Of this, I am extremely confident. Now, the other part of the equation is the process. That is the one that keeps us awake at night. There's still quite a number of challenges as far as elections are concerned in Nigeria. INEC, the umpire, as far as I'm concerned, is still contending with capacity issues. And then there are the security issues. I'm happy to report that as far as security is concerned, there's going to be a massive deployment of security forces into Edo State. I'm happy because that will encourage the people to come out. That will discourage voter apathy, which is the bane of electioneering in Nigeria. So with that, one is a bit confident. We're happy it's an off-cycle election, so enough attention can be paid on these elections by the regulator, INEC, and by the security agencies. But
of course, talking about capacity and INEC, I'm sure you've heard INEC come out to say, well, they're fully ready to make sure that this election is free and fair, and of course they do their part. So let's get back to Mr. Izeduwe now because of time. What strategies have your party put in action, regarding public enlightenment to avoid voter apathy, which is one of the major factors that could mar the election process?
What we've done is to, as I said earlier, to follow the approach of community organizing, not to deploy large big billboards or loud hailers, but to go door to door. So we formed cells around the 192 wards in the state, and we've had our teams go with those cell structure and talk to people in a very simple language that they would understand and say, look, this is for you, this is for the state. And there is a momentum from what we see that people in the state want change. So it's just to give them the confidence that you need to go out now. You know what it means to if you don't vote, you know the outcome that will happen. So people have been encouraged to go out and deploy their votes without fear or favor and to vote for us. So it's a mix of giving them the issues that we are trying to address, our plans, and also encouraging them to get out and vote. Because as we know, voter apathy is an issue, but we need to talk and encourage them to go out. So that's what we've been doing at the cell level, at the ward level, to encourage people to go out.
Thank you very much, Mr. Izedume. Of course, getting back to Mr. Olumide Akpata now, watching your dance steps, very beautiful. And let me plagiarize on your campaign slogan. Who are your guys in this election? Who do you expect to come out to vote for you come September 21?
It's the people of Edo State. Labour Party, if you look in our logo, you see Papa, Mama, Pikin. We are for the people, we are about the people. The problem with politics in Nigeria is that people have been taken out of the equation. People are totally disregarded in a process that ought to be all about the people. Classic definition of democracy has people mentioned 3 times. It is not by mistake that this is the case. So my guys are the Edo people who we have assured that we are in this for them. We are in this for them to make sure that the resources of Edo State are applied for their benefit. We are in this to ensure that we have roads, we have water, we have power, we have light, we have power, and we have good schools. They are my guys, and they believe. We have their buy-in. I am their guy, and they're ready to come out to the polls to actually vote for Labour Party. The million naira question, however, remains, will the process play out in a free and fair manner? That is what keeps us awake at night. That is what we are focusing on, and I'm very hopeful, I'm optimistic that this issue will be resolved positively by Saturday, and then the will of the people will or shall prevail.
All right, many thanks, Mr. Olumide Akpata, for being our guy on News Extra tonight. Of course, Mr. Izedume, Derek Osain, thank you also for being with us on News Extra tonight. Wishing you all the best on Saturday. All right, so we'll take a break. When we come back, News Extra continues. Stay with us.
Ambition. My G, for our ambition, we go hard.
We go day night till we make it.
We go hard till we find that perfect beat.
The perfect beat, the one the world will put on repeat.
So we chase greatness in every moment, making every naira count.
We put out content after content till it's comment after comment. And with Glow by our side,
we have more to offer.
Because the MyG bundle comes with bonuses, giving you way more data value and way more steez on IG, Snapchat, TikTok, WhatsApp, Glow TV, Audiomack, and Boomplay in one fly package. Dial *312# now and select MyG bundle.
Glow Unlimited. Hello Nigerians, do you know that vaccine-preventable diseases are deadly and have caused a lot of devastation to families and communities? In Nigeria, thousands of children are dying daily from vaccine-preventable diseases. We thank God for giving man the knowledge to produce vaccines, the greatest weapon against vaccine-preventable diseases. We should be determined to protect ourselves, our families, and our communities from these vaccine-preventable diseases. Family and community protection starts with you. Get vaccinated against polio, measles, yellow fever, HPV, and other childhood killer diseases from 5th to 11th October 2024 in the southern states and 26th October to 2nd November in the northern states at any vaccination post or government health center near you. Vaccines are safe, effective, and free. Keep your children's vaccination card safe always. Let's protect our families and our communities from diseases by getting vaccinated now. Remember, prevention is always better than cure. This message is from the National Primary Healthcare Development Agency and partners. For further inquiries, call the following NPHCDA toll-free number 7722.
am pregnant. It is important for me to take care of myself and stay healthy.
To be strong and have a healthy pregnancy, take iron and folic acid tablets every day when you're pregnant. This prevents anemia and helps maintain a healthy pregnancy. Visit your healthcare provider for regular antenatal care. This message is from the ANRIN Project, Federal Ministry of Health.
3 decades ago, a new era was born. The creation of the Nigerian Economic Summit in 1993 set up the trajectory for the growth of the Nigerian economy. The summit, held annually by the Nigerian Economic Summit Group, NYSC, has been a catalyst igniting positive change, creating opportunities, and facilitating partnerships. As we celebrate 30 years of impact, join us at the 30th Nigerian Economic Summit with the theme Collaborative Action for Growth, Stability and Competitiveness. Date 14th to 16th October 2024. Venue Transcorp Hilton Hotel, Abuja. Register now at www.nesgroup.org/30. Follow us at official NYSC to learn more. Be a part of this monumental opportunity to drive and celebrate Nigeria's journey to greatness. NES 30, celebrating 30 years of progress in the national interest.
Leadership of the National Assembly is set to inaugurate the newly appointed Chief Commissioner and other commissioners of the Public Complaints Commission. The inauguration is scheduled to hold on Wednesday, 25th September 2024. Time 2 p.m. prompt. Venue, Conference Room 231, Senate Building. Appointees and their guests are to be seated by 1 p.m. and only 2 guests from each appointee will be admitted into the venue of the inauguration. All appointees are hereby requested to collect their letter of appointment at the office of the clerk to the National Assembly on or before Friday, 20th September 2024. Announcer Ali B. Umoru, PhD, Secretary, Research and Information for Clerk to the National Assembly.
Enjoy the deliciously rich taste of Cremella Crema.
Breakfast, lunch, and dinner, even between meals.
It's hard to resist the deliciously rich taste of Cremella. Cremella, a taste that's hard to resist.
All right, News Extra continues, and in a bid to prevent imminent disaster, the Federal Ministry of Water Resources and Sanitation has launched a vigilant monitoring effort at Tiga Dam, following warnings from the Nigerian Meteorological Agency, NIMET, of impending heavy rainfall and flood threats in parts of Kano State. With the safety of communities downstream a top priority, the ministry's timely intervention aims at averting imminent water spillage from the dam and minimize the risk of flooding. Yahanasu Hassan Barao has details.
The recent devastating floods in Maiduguri have sparked widespread concern and panic among stakeholders, including government officials at all levels and residents living near dams and riverine areas. The Tiga Dam, a vital source of water for industrial, domestic and agricultural purposes, supplies more than 45,000 hectares of farmland under its scheme. In light of the Nigerian Meteorological Agency 2024 rainfall prediction, which forecasts excessive rainfall and flood risk, the Ministry of Water Resources and Sanitation has taken proactive measures to constant water distribution during the dry season to accommodate inflows while monitoring waterways and engaging with communities to prevent illegal diversions. A delegation led by the Managing Director of Hadeja Jama'are River Basin Development Authority and engineers from the ministry visited the dam to ensure safety and apply lessons learned from the recent Maiduguri flood.
To the public, I will urge them to be patient and to be calm. We don't expect the kind of situation that happens like in Maiduguri. We are totally in control here, and Allah is in total control of the whole situation.
Upon inspection, the team expressed satisfaction with the dam's current state, noting that it still allows for water inflow and has not yet reached its maximum capacity. The project manager assured that vigilance will be maintained to prevent any potential occurrences. In Kano, Yahanasa Hassan Barrow, NTA News.
Away from the center of commerce now, but still on the impact of flood, the rainy season is a period of blessing as water sustains all life. The season also has its own negative side, especially if it is accompanied by storms and flooding. This year, floods in Nigeria have been having a negative impact on the social and economic well-being of the people. In this report, Musa Babaliyu takes a look at the impact of the natural disaster on food security.
This is what 1 hectare of land looks like. It is the size of a football pitch. And an average farmer who plants maize on 1 hectare gets at least 27 bags. And if it is rice, he will get at least 30 bags. And this year, more than 127,000 hectares of farmlands were washed away or damaged as a result of flood. This will give you an idea of quantity of food that farmers lost this year.
The time that the maize was about to have to be harvested, then this flood just came. So the water submerged all the palms, which now affected the yield that we are expecting to get from these palms.
In Borno State alone, it has been estimated that more than 5,000 hectares of unharvested farms were washed away by floods. Farmers claim that the destruction will have a negative impact on farmers' output this year. Agriculturists stress the need for farmers to insure their farms against natural disasters such as floods.
Agriculture is very volatile, so we must be able to mitigate against this risk so that our farmers can be well protected against circumstances that are beyond their control.
There's a need for the support of the input from the government and also other organizations so that our farmers can go to the dry season so that we can bridge the gap of what you have lost.
The Nigerian Hydrological Services has again alerted riverine communities about the possible overflow of the River Niger and that of Benue. An investigation reveals that thousands of hectares of rice plantation along the rivers are yet to be harvested. Environmentalists are of the view that the impact of the 2024 flood is higher than what was recorded in 2022. In Abuja, Musa Baba Aliyu, NTA News.
Looking at other issues now, the Vice President Kashim Shettima has urged ministries, departments and agencies of government to actualize the agenda of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu across different sectors by working together. The advice was given after the National Council on Privatization meeting chaired by the Vice President and recommendations ratified at the 2021 and 2022 audit financial reports of the Bureau of Public Enterprises. The Council also approved the progress made so far by the BPE in implementation of its 2024 work plan aimed at strengthening its operations. The Council also directed the BPE to further engage with the relevant parties in the resolution of the dispute in the sale of the Sapele 2 Ogorode Generation Company Limited and the sale of coal blocks belonging to the Nigerian Coal Corporation. The Vice President commended the new management of the BPE for its diligence and renewed vision, urging stakeholders to support the realization of the Bureau's set objectives. He particularly commended the agency for its close supervision and conclusion of the Zungeru hydroelectric power plant concession, as well as efforts to establish an independent system operator. Vice President Shettima further tasked the agency to work with the various committees of the NCP and the Ministry of Justice and come up with a robust roadmap to expedite the completion of outstanding transactions in the interest of the nation. Presenting a progress report on the 2024 work plan of the BPE, the Director General Ayodeji Gbeleyi reported that the Bureau generated the sum of 93.47 billion naira in the first and second quarters of the year 2024 from 3 transactions, representing 35.9% of the expected revenues during the period under review. Meanwhile, the federal government has launched a comprehensive strategy tagged Exploits the $7 trillion global halal market, aimed at positioning the country as a leading player in the halal economy. Vice President Kashim Shettima at an event in Abuja said the project is part of initiatives to diversify the economy with a view to capitalizing on Nigeria's position as the 8th largest domestic halal economy in the world. State House correspondent Abdurrahman Jibrila will feed us.
Nigeria's economic and demographic size gives us a unique advantage in developing a vibrant halal investment sector.
Build a vibrant halal economy. Unlocking Nigeria's potential is the theme of this stakeholders' engagement to build a collaborative framework that will create opportunities for economic diversification, job creation, and export expansion.
For Nigeria to become a hub of opportunities in the global halal economy, we must prioritize our strengths and reassess our weaknesses. Today's engagement provides a platform for us to collaborate with key international organizations. This will allow us to develop a comprehensive halal ecosystem and agree on strategies that will position Nigeria as a top halal exporter, targeting high value markets.
Through partnerships with key stakeholders, both domestic and international, we are determined to position Nigeria as a leader in the halal economy.
The halal sector can also play a crucial role in resolving the farmer hunger crisis by promoting ethical farming practices and ensuring that we use advanced technologies to improve agricultural yields.
Exploring investment opportunities, promoting technology adoption, and expansion of regional trade, taking advantage of the African Continental Free Trade Area. These stakeholders say will ensure Nigeria's competitiveness in regional and global markets.
The agriculture and food industry is a major component of this growth, driven by the high demand for halal certified food products amongst Nigeria's large Muslim population. Solving problems, we need to diversify, leave our comfort zone, look at other opportunities that we can rely on and address our challenges.
By increasing halal exports and focusing on strategic import substitution, Nigeria is projected to have an addition of nearly $1.2 billion to the country's GDP by 2027. From the State House, Abraham Jibrila, NTA News.
The Deputy President of the Senate, Barao Jibrin, says Senate is ready to process the 2025 budget as it expects the document from the executive next month. In an exclusive interview with National Assembly correspondent Lami Ali, Senator Barao says legislators have intensified oversight of the 2024 budget to ensure ministries, departments and agencies comply with provisions.
We are ready to begin the processing of the 2025 appropriation bill because we know that by tradition the budget will probably be presented in the month of October or thereabout. As you speak, senators are moving around doing their oversight functions, trying to look at the performance of the 2024 budget.
He urges support from citizens as government works to improve the economy.
Nigeria is part of what is happening all over the world. It is something that is applicable to all nations in the world. So while we continue to find ways of surmounting these problems, what we need at this time is the support of Nigerians.
Meanwhile, Speaker of the ECOWAS Parliament, Muminatu Ibrahima, while on a visit to the President of the Senate, says the legislative body is strengthening parliaments in the region for growth of democratic governance.
Renforcer la diplomatie parlementaire. Il y a des contacts que nous tenons parce que au niveau des États, la coopération peut être rompue, mais on ne peut jamais séparer les populations. Et les populations vivent toujours ensemble et nous, en tant que représentants des populations, nous faisons en sorte que
Akpapi was represented by his deputy, Senator Barau Jibrin. Now, the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, has denied media reports, though that the former governor of Kogi State, Yahaya Bello, honored its invitation. In a statement in Abuja, the commission pointed out that Bello was not in its custody. The commission declared the former Kogi State Governor, Yahaya Bello, wanted on 18th April 2024 following the failure of the defendant to appear in court for his arraignment and plea. Yahaya Bello is being alleged of 80.2 billion naira money laundering charge before a court of competent jurisdiction. The commission says Yahaya Bello remains wanted with a subsisting warrant for his arrest. Let's look at more cheering news now. President Bola Tinubu celebrates Lagos State Deputy Governor Dr. Kadri Obafemi Hamzat on his 60th birthday, describing him as an esteemed colleague and trusted friend. In a special tribute, President Tinubu says Hamzat's contributions to the development of Lagos State and Nigeria with his innovative problem-solving approach have been remarkable as a public servant in 2005. President Tinubu recognized Dr. Hamzat's exceptional talent and invited him to serve in his cabinet during his tenure as governor of Lagos State. Dr. Hamzat's technical expertise, forward-thinking leadership, and steadfast dedication to public service were evident immediately, making him a key figure in advancing Lagos State's development. He served as Commissioner for Science and Technology under Governor Tinubu and Governor Fashola and has been Deputy Governor of Lagos State since 2019. A praise for Hamzat's continued strength, good health and fulfillment. Minister of Information and National Orientation, Mohammed Idris, is assuring the international community that President Bola Tinubu, as beneficiary of the media, has a strong commitment towards upholding and promoting press freedom under his watch. This was when the government's spokesperson received the ambassador of the United States to Nigeria, Mr. Richard Mills, in Abuja. Salihu Abdullahi Gonara reports.
Outlined in the vision for the Federal Ministry of Information and National Orientation under the leadership of Mohammed Idris is, among others, a commitment to transparency in public communication and to build trust between the government and its citizens. In line with the quest for press freedom by his visitor, the U.S. Ambassador to Nigeria, Richard Mills, the minister assured of an enabling operating environment for the media in Nigeria through favorable policies.
And I wanted to talk more about how we could work together to strengthen freedom of the press here in Africa and around the world. And also how to fight disinformation, which is a problem many countries are facing, especially democracies. And the minister and I shared some thoughts and ideas on that. So that's why I'm here today with my team, and it was a very good discussion with the minister.
We are doing a great work to ensure that Nigerian press is not just free, but becomes one of the freest in the world. I know that there are some challenges here and there, but we are working on those areas to ensure that all of us enjoy what is called press freedom, which, by the way, is an important part of any viable democracy. He talked about misinformation, disinformation, fake news, and all that stuff, and we discussed about that. We all believe collectively that there's no way you can build a better society when you promote fake news and you don't take the issue of misinformation and disinformation seriously. But giving him the Nigerian government's commitment to our commitment to press freedom, and we'll continue to work to ensure that the Nigerian press becomes even freer.
The current administration, he assured, will continue to promote press freedom and responsible journalism to foster unity and promote democracy in the continent. In Abuja, Salihu Abdullahi Gwanara, NTA News.
Dividends of democracy can be reaped when citizens take advantage of policies and interventions designed to improve their livelihoods. The Federal Ministry of Information and National Orientation is bridging the communication gap at the grassroots to mobilize and enlighten residents of Etiosa local government of Lagos State to key into the 8 intervention programs of the government tailored towards addressing their areas of needs. Joel Kukwala takes it up from here.
Taking the Renewed Hope initiative message to people at the grassroots, who are the target groups expected to be at the receiving end of government interventions to cushion the impact of the reforms by the President Bola Tinubu-led administration. The Federal Ministry of Information and National Orientation liaison officer in charge of Lagos, Benedicta Dibe, says it is no longer business as usual, with governance now experiencing a paradigm shift with disbursement of about 3 billion naira to students in the Nigerian Education Loan Fund (NEL Fund), which comes with a monthly upkeep allowance of 27,667 naira to guarantee access to education.
This 8-point agenda is for all of us. I'm asking that they go back and access this website. You don't need to know anybody to access it. You access it. A few months ago, some universities came up and reeled out names of their students that have their fees have been paid.
Been able to know that so many programs has been on and that has been going on from time to time, and people are benefiting.
Rukayat Saliu Issa, Chief Information Officer of the ministry, reeled out step-by-step approach to access these websites, especially the Consumer Credit Corporation and CNG conversion currently gathering momentum. All these initiatives are geared towards poverty alleviation, job creation, and ensuring easy access to credit facilities for MSMEs, culminating into economic growth. In Lagos, Joel Ukbola, NTA News.
Let's move away from Lagos now and head to Akwa Ibom State, where 600 bags of fertilizer to every local government area, 30 schools, 42 roads, 14 ICT centers, and 8 police stations are among the many interventions of the federal government to the state under the leadership of President Bola Tinubu. Senate President Godswill Akpabio stated this at the flag-off of the APC local government election campaign held at the Ikotokpene Township Stadium. Kelvin Samuel reports.
In the past, local government elections across the country were mere formalities that were never taken seriously by opposing political parties. Today, with a single stroke in the right direction, there is a change as the local government financial autonomy has reawakened deep grassroots politics. To these teeming supporters of the All Progressives Congress, APC, they are confident of a favorable outcome in a free, fair, and transparent local government election in Akwa Ibom State.
We will take over, but we are going to show our strength in the oncoming local government elections.
He is ready and poised to take over the various local government areas of Akwa Ibom State.
Leader of the All Progressives Congress, Akwa Ibom State, and President of the Senate, Godswill Akpabio, reassures the federal government's commitment in restoring the glory of the total of government, noting that APC will emerge victorious in the local government elections.
We are going to commission before December 7 town halls for primary health centers in the state. Through my office, we are constructing 14 primary health centers that will be well equipped to bring healthcare delivery to you. For the intensive care hospital, we are doing one that will complement what the state government is doing. Then we have already on ground 25 transformers to take light to most of the villages that do not have light.
Party flags were handed over to the APC candidates ahead of the October 5th local government election. From Ikotokpene local government area of Akwa Ibom State, Kelvin Samuel, NTA News.
Let's pause here. More reports after this break. Stay with us.
The race to qualify for the biggest football competition in Africa is on, the 2025 Africa Cup of Nations. 48 teams in 12 groups, with only the top 2 teams in each group qualifying for the African Cup of Nations in 2025 in Morocco. Don't miss the action, suspense and unrivaled coverage on AfroSport TV and its affiliates partners across Nigeria, starting from September 2024 to November 2024. AfroSport, your freedom of sport.
My morning ritual starts here, surrounded by life-made furniture. From my wardrobe to my bed, life-made furniture's whole house customization designs every piece to perfection. I love that in Lagos, Port Harcourt, Abuja, Ibadan, and Kano, there's life-made furniture.
For a whole house customization and furniture projects, call 081 2000 6000 or visit elifemade.com. LifeMade, your life made forever.
Join the excitement with Betano, the premier sports betting platform in Nigeria and proud official partner of Aston Villa. Enjoy our award-winning experience with fantastic betting options, cash out, and engaging missions. Discover even more exclusive features. Join now and receive a welcome bonus of up to 200,000 naira. Betano. The game starts now.
We're live in the open market for Epic 10X Challenge. My people, today I will show you how the power of new Epic 10X gives your toilet a better cleaning than bleach.
Than bleach?
Yes, so. Impossible. Toilets have stains which bleach cannot clean effectively. But Epic is thicker and sticks better, which gives 10X better cleaning versus bleach and kills germs.
Oh, wow.
You can now see that Epic is better than bleach.
Imagine lovely meals you can cook with these ingredients. You spend heavily, but no guarantee of a tasty meal. Not making a right choice of seasoning cube can ruin your meal, money, and confidence. For a tasty meal, do not compromise. Choose Gold.
Use Terra Gold for the rich, consistent taste your loved ones crave for. Good for soups, stews, and jollof. Terra Gold. 1 cube, endless possibilities.
Dear Nigerians, we need you to join us in sanitizing the Nigerian advertising space. The spate of advertisement on the online media space is not only worrisome, but have negative effects on our health, culture, religion, values, and life as Nigerians. This has been due to unverified claims, misinformation, disinformation, superlative advertisement, etc. Many people have lost their hard-earned income due to fraudulent advertisements. Many are suffering medical and critical health issues. Some advertisements have abused our religion, cultural beliefs, and some have used pornography in advertisements against the Nigerian Code of Advertising, among other challenges. We cannot continue to allow this to impact our lives, values, and our economy negatively. ARCON is the Federal Government Regulatory Council of Nigeria, set up to regulate the Nigerian advertising industry. We need your support to promote responsible and ethical advertising.
The world needs mums. With a splash of golden Terra oil, a mom can transform a frown into a smile. Change no thanks into yes please. Resolve family feuds without blowing a whistle. Providing tasty family meals is all that matters. Where there are moms, there is love. Golden Terra oil, or pure love.
We all get that party where they get your back anytime or day. E go carry a matter for head like say na your own. Now so Go TV tanda for your side as your party for correct enjoyment. We not a tear pocket. For this Go TV Super Plus Golden Window, you fit touchlight all the 380 Premier League games, correct local shows, and better film. We day for you. Make your sharply upgrade or recharge your Go TV on top Super Plus to enjoy every today. The Super Plus Golden Window don't come out money now. No do yourself, oh. Go TV. Love it.
We'll begin this part from the land of beauty, where ensuring religious tolerance through a comprehensive framework on conflict resolution has been described as a panacea for sustainable peace and development. This is one of the issues extensively discussed focused on peace-building processes during an interactive engagement with critical stakeholders organized by Ahmed Galadima Foundation in Yola, the Adamawa state capital. Yusuf Jika has the details.
Here are critical stakeholders from different backgrounds exchanging ideas on conflict resolution for a sustainable peace and development in the society. Convener of the event and founder Ahmed Galadima Foundation, Ambassador Hafsat Ibrahim Modibo says, peace can be sustained through diplomacy and involvement of all stakeholders to provide humanitarian support to the victims of conflict.
Peace can never be imposed, it must be cultivated through diplomacy. The involvement of all stakeholders is needed here. We are routing for peace.
All of us have vital and very important features that can be utilized, put together in order to have peace in our land.
Religious leaders are often seen as custodians of morality. Make them well positioned to advocate for peace and reconciliation.
Women and their children suffer. And without peace, we cannot even achieve the kind of development we need.
The roundtable engagement has at its theme the imperative of peace we need in Adamawa and the Northeast region. In Yola, Yusuf Jika, NTA News.
Let's take a look at the power sector now, as there is end in sight to persistent and reoccurring cases of grid collapse, which often result in nationwide power outage. As the federal government is deploying new technology, otherwise known as supervisory control and data acquisition, SCADA system, to stabilize the grid. Joshua Ojito reports that the Minister of Power, Adebayo Adelabo, led industry players in the sector to witness testing of the technology at a new National Control Center, Gwagwalada, Abuja.
Nigeria over the years witnessed increased cases of grid disturbance and collapse, which industry players attribute to absence of supervisory control and data acquisition SCADA system, among others, to provide operators with real-time data for monitoring and control of power distribution effectively. After several attempts since 1978 to provide SCADA system, federal government, with the support of World Bank in 2022, awarded contract for the design, manufacturing and installation of SCADA system, with the project nearing completion. The project also covers construction of new National Control Center in Gwagwalada and upgrade of National Control Center Oshogbo.
With the progress recorded so far, the project is set to change the landscape of system operation in the NYSC by ensuring using state-of-the-art modern equipment to monitor and control the grid. Global visibility of the transmission network, thereby empowering the operator with the tools to make informed decisions, resulting in improved grid management.
With features such as automated data collection, fault detection, and remote control operations, we are laying the groundwork for a more resilient and responsive power sector.
Expected to be delivered in 2025, the SCADA system project is at 90% completion, and the facility inspection is to test run the system ahead of its inauguration. When completed, the SCADA system will enhance grid stability and minimize grid collapse. Joshua Ojito, NTA News.
The Nigerian Geological Survey Agency has allayed fears over tremors experienced in Pape, Katankwe, Maitama and other areas of the Federal Capital Territory. A statement by the Director General, Professor Olusegun Ige, disclosed that NGSA monitored the tremors and found them to be low and did not pose any threat to the environment. Professor Ige notes that the monitoring station NGSA 5 at Katankwe has been capturing several significant ground motions with high movement magnitudes in the past 5 days, beginning from September 13, 2024 till date, and only one mild event was recorded on September 13th. 6 of these events were captured on the 14th of September, while over 21 events were captured on the 15th with higher intensities. NYSC advises residents of the affected areas to be calm as the situation is being monitored. Now, the rift between man and some animals has existed from time immemorial, and it is also about the battle for territory and the quest for dominion. Hippopotamus, in its natural habitat, land and water, rarely coexist with man. But what happens when the other trespasses? Now, in this next report, Charles Alpha tells us a story about the conflicts that has existed between man and a rare species of the hippopo and the efforts to reconcile them in Gombe State.
Aquatic mammals which live on both land and water, hippopotamus is regarded as one of the biggest threats to farmers and fishermen living in communities along the Dadinkowa Reservoir in Gombe State, before the rift that existed for years was mended. The Dadinkowa Reservoir, an earth dam located about 37 kilometers away from Gombe State in northern Nigeria, does not only serve as a hydropower plant and irrigation, but home to the about 180 Nile species of hippopotamus believed to have migrated from Kiri Dam in Adamawa State. Locals here say the hippos have destroyed at least 157 farmlands in the last 2 rainy seasons.
Sometimes it is a periodic conflict now. When they come out to feed on our farmland, we usually scare them away.
In retaliation, the farmers who believe spent thousands, if not millions, of hard-earned money to cultivate farmlands would retaliate by attacking them too.
Historically, 14 communities along this Dadinkowa Dam in Gombe State have suffered human hippo casualties, and 17 persons have died from these conflicts in the last 25 years. The humans are not just the only people that have recorded casualties. The hippo themselves, 5 of them have been killed in the last 5 years.
In resolving this long-standing conflict between man and hippos in communities along the dam, the agro-climatic resilience in semi-arid landscapes, AGRISO, a project of the Nigerian government, intervened through extensive community sensitization and the procurement of wildlife management tools.
Method of the sensitization they have given is through maybe creation of sound, because hippos, they don't want sound.
There is that need for us to conserve it, to boost tourism potentials of the state, to see how we can also engage the people along the Dadinkowa bank.
Locals here say the initiatives have not only prevented hippo attacks, but have also fostered a sense of unity and empowerment among residents. Charles Alpha, NTA News.
All right, let's take another break. Please remain tuned.
Join the excitement with Betano, the premier sports betting platform in Nigeria and proud official partner of Aston Villa. Enjoy our award-winning experience with fantastic betting options, cash out, and engaging missions. Discover even more exclusive features. Join now and receive a welcome bonus of up to 200,000 naira. Betano. The game starts now.
We are live from the open market for Epic 10X Challenge. My people, today I will show you how the power of new Epic 10X gives your toilet a better cleaning than bleach.
Than bleach?
Yes, so. Impossible. Toilets have stains which bleach cannot clean effectively. But Epic is thicker and sticks better, which gives 10X better cleaning versus bleach and kills germs.
Oh, wow.
You can now see that Epic is better than bleach.
A new edition of TV Guide is out.
This time, we got up close and personal with the transformational legislator, the Deputy President of the Senate, distinguished Senator Barrow Jibrin.
It created a difference in terms of representation through interventions that have brought an unprecedented infrastructural development to my area,
This edition is a compendium of mind-blowing stories for your reading pleasure, ranging from technology, entertainment, economy, media, politics, family, and lots more.
It is indeed a park of excitement as we take you through every aspect of life. Pick up your copy and get abreast with issues and trending features within our space.
TV Guide, very incisive, very educative and compelling. Grab a copy at the vendor near you or any NTA station nationwide. TV Guide, your indispensable companion.
This season of Big Brother Naija is a must follow. Follow every twist and turn with eyes wide open. Because even when the journey begins with chemistry, chaos follows. Strap in for 2 journeys in one house. Big Brother Naija Season 9 premieres Sunday 28 July, 7 p.m. West African time on DSTV 198 and GoTV 49. Gold sponsor, Guinness. Black shines brightest.
The federal government of Nigeria wants vandals of national assets, electricity transmission towers, cables, and other facilities to desist from this act of sabotage. Vandalism is a serious crime punishable under the law. Vandalizing electrical equipment will affect millions of Nigerians, including your loved ones. Remember that national assets belong to all of us, hence the need to protect them. Report all cases of suspicious movement around electrical facilities to security agencies. When you see something, say something. This message is from the Federal Ministry of Information and National Orientation in collaboration with the National Counter-Terrorism Center, NCTC, Office of the National Security Advisor.
Thank you for remaining tuned. Let me ask this quick question. As a Nigerian, what role are you playing towards the development of the country? Now, while you think about that, as tough as the question might seem to many people, stakeholders insist that developing a focus-driven population is necessary to create the Nigeria of our dream. Zenret Digmon, the Patriot, tells us more.
Investing in human capital development, networking, leveraging technology for innovation and nurturing a culture of continuous learning are areas of interest at the 2024 Champions of Talent Development Conference. To this end, Learning Development Network International stretches its arms, seeking collaborators from across sectors to interact, share ideas, and forge a path to drive the desired change. The focus: igniting sustainable national development through learning, resonates as further discussions tilt towards attitudinal change and personal growth.
The more people you put into learning situations, the better it is. And that's why we talk about a learning culture. And a learning culture simply helps in innovation, helps in creativity, helps in productivity, and all of that means an environment that can thrive.
I think the Nigerian system has something in the culture that's very powerful, very similar to a lot of countries in the region, and is that we have a powerful sense of a better tomorrow.
The network is beginning to preach that if we do not learn, we cannot have development. And if we learn a lot, then development will be easy for us.
I'm talking about personalized learning, AI being a game changer for personalized learning. As L&D experts, we are the experts in teaching people or crafting how people learn. How do you craft AI to work with you as a co-pilot to kind of show you how you can get people to basically learn at record speed?
With the right approach, they believe Nigeria's place among the greatest nations of the world is guaranteed. In Abuja, Zenret Digmon, NTA News.
Let's get business update now. Musa Abubakar is standing by. Musa, feed us.
Thank you, Ere. Let's talk about finance and economy. Minister
of Finance meets AFDB delegation minister, a high-level delegation from the African Development Bank led by Dr. Abdul Kamara, Director General for Nigeria at the AFDB. The meeting, which was held today in his office in Abuja, explored a range of potential areas for collaboration between the ministry and the AFDB. Issues discussed at the meeting included initiatives to strengthen food security, the Special Agro-Industrial Processing Zones project, and other strategic engagements aimed at promoting sustainable economic growth and development in Nigeria. Oil prices fell on Wednesday after 2 sessions of gains after an industry report showed increase in U.S. crude and fuel inventories, offsetting rising tension in the Middle East and the potentially bullish impact of a U.S. interest rate cut. Brent crude futures for November were down 67 cents or 0.91% at $73.03 a barrel, while U.S. West Texas Intermediate crude futures for October dropped 72 cents or 1.01% to $70.47, Reuters report. The equities market extend gains to midweek as investors await a decision of Central Bank of Nigeria next week on interest rates. The all-share index advanced by 56% to end session at 98,230.92 points. At the end of today's market activities, a total of 361 million shares in 9,627 deals, corresponding to a market value of 7.6 billion naira, were traded. Today's data shows 23% decline in volume, 19% decline in turnover, and 20% decline in deals. Equity capitalization increased to 56.5 trillion naira. Japan Gold and Ventures recorded the highest volume of 64 million traded shares, followed by FBN Holdings, United Bank for Africa, and UPDC. Now that's a quick look at business news. News Extra continues with Ari.
Well, thanks, Musa, for the update. And, of course, the stock market report. I also have some market update for you. Good news, as farmers in Gombe State begin to harvest their farm produce, prices of perishable goods are significantly dropping at the popular Kwadom vegetable market in Yamoto, Deba local government area of the state. Correspondent Abubakar Lukman reports.
At the Kwadom vegetable market, a basket of tomatoes now sells for 800 naira, down from 1,000 naira. Onion, previously sold for 2,000 naira, is now 1,200 naira. Hot peppers, which sold for 2,300 naira, now cost 2,000 naira. Okra, previously sold for 1,500 naira, now sells for 800 naira. Umar Ibrahim Batari and Awal Hassan Sintel, vendors at the market, attribute the price drop to the harvesting season. They urge the authorities to provide cool store facilities to support perishable item sellers. Anozi Good News and Loki Prince Adeshina, who have been patronizing the market for over 20 years, praise the peaceful and harmonious environment in Gombe State, which keeps them coming back despite the high cost of transportation.
I'm here to buy okra and tomatoes to the east. When I buy it, I send it to the east, Imo State.
I came to buy perishable goods, such as tomato, okra, pepper, tatasi.
Chairman, National Union of Road Transport Workers, J5 Branch Kwadam, Faisal Abdullahi, said despite the removal of fuel subsidy, they have been able to transport goods to eastern Nigeria and neighboring countries like Niger Republic and Cameroon. In Gombe, Abbas Mekano, NTA News.
1:34. All right, so now the chairman, Nigerians in Diaspora Commission, Abike Dabire-Rewa, has commended the contributions of Nigerians in diaspora to both the Nigerian economy and their host communities. He stated this during a presentation at the Africa Diaspora Day on the Hill, held in the U.S. Capitol as part of the Congressional Black Caucus Annual Legislative Conference in Washington, D.C. Dabire-Rewa noted their achievements across various sectors worldwide, emphasizing their role as strategic partners in the nation's growth and efforts of NIDCOM to engage the Nigerian diaspora through National Diaspora Policy, which aims at harnessing resources and capacity of Nigerians abroad for national development. WRL's participation at this high-level event further underscores Nigeria's commitment to deepening engagement with its diaspora community and advancing collaborative efforts with global partners to drive economic growth and development. The event, entitled The Rise of Global Africa, Forging a New U.S. Economic Partnership with Africa and the Caribbean, brought together U.S. Congress members, African leaders and business executives to discuss strategies for fostering stronger economic and political relationships between Africa, the Caribbean and the United States through the global African diaspora. Let's see other news now. Preparations are on for the successful hosting of the 2024 Ogbomoso Cradles Carnival in Ogbomoso. Elizabeth Omori reports that Oba Gandhi Afolabi Olaoye, the son of Ogbomoso land, unveiled the ambassador and logo for the festival in Abuja.
The Ogbomoso Cradles Carnival aims to celebrate the town's culture and history. It will feature cultural displays, food fair, exhibitions, dance, traditional music, and other artistic performances. The paramount ruler, Oba Gandhi, who unveiled the logo for the show, hinted that the carnival is part of the 25-year development plan of the ancient city of Ogbomoso.
We've set up different committees. Committee on Education, on Health, and Carnival, and Tourism, and Hospitality, and all of those things. The things that we are going to own.
Partners of the annual event, including the NTA, assured the organizers of a world-class carnival to drive economic growth of Ogbomoso land.
Ogbomoso, is going global because we've seen people trying to package it for export.
We look forward to the first one we're doing this December.
Ogbomoso has competitive advantage of all of the things we had packaged together to celebrate come December.
Everything that borders on the promotion of the welfare of Nigeria falls within the ambit of the NTA.
Gongwa Sokrona, NICE, is the carnival's ambassador. In Abuja, Elizabeth Omori, NTA News.
The National Youth Games time is ticking to the closing ceremony, and of course, Bade Adleye has all the details on sports updates. Bade.
You're very much right, Yeri. Welcome to Sports Update. Quickly, the National Youth Games, 2024 time is taken to the closing ceremony, and of course, that will be at the Stephen Keshi Stadium, Asaba, on Thursday, with a waiting game for the winner to emerge. Correspondent Austin Edembodo reports that para-athlete 14-year-old Glory Enyoma from Abia State defied the odds to win the girls' 100 meters 24647 event, and also spoke with the Commissioner for Youth and Sports Development in Bayelsa State, Daniel Egali, on the call to revert the age limit of participants from 15 to 17 years.
I hear the minister has made that suggestion, which is commendable, but it's something that will be subjected to the Council of State to deliberate upon. If we're talking about age cheating, whether it's under 17 or under 15, it's still going to happen. Okay. Of course, you know our under 17 football teams and what has happened to us. So until we get to the senior level, you cannot do away with age cheating.
Okay, sports is now set to play a pivotal role in driving business growth in Oyo State after the latest adoption of athletics to drive community integration into key government policies. Tagged Ere Idaraya, the marathon will feature a 42.195-kilometer race as well as 10-kilometer fun race, obviously not for the light minds, with the winners breasting the tape at the Lekon Salami Sports Complex, Ibadan, on November the 2nd.
Plans are in top gear as we prepare to host Nigerian elite athletes, foreign elite athletes from across the globe, and the teaming fun seekers to a beautiful city. The Ibadan Marathon is the maiden edition, for a proposed annual event.
The marathon will highlight the rich cultural heritage of Ibadan, attracting visitors from across the country and beyond. It will foster local businesses, create jobs, and strengthen community spirit.
All right, a quick trip away from Nigeria, and let's talk the UEFA Champions League as Nigeria's Victor Olatunji scored and assisted another on his UEFA Champions League debut for Sparta Prague. And of course, in other results, we could see here Bologna drew goalless with Shakhtar Donetsk. Celtic were 5-1 winners over Slovan. Manchester City were held to a goalless draw by Inter Milan, with Paris Saint-Germain scoring late to get a 1-0 win over Girona. And of course, Club Brugge, they lost heavily at home to their opponents, Borussia Dortmund. That's our take on sports. It's back to Nyere.
Many thanks, Buddy. Now, one big dream of parents is to witness the education and development of their children, from basic to higher institutions, with a view for them to be successful in life. The dream of the parents of Abdulakwem Ishola was, however, cut short following the alleged murder of the Kwara Poly student by a police officer in Ilorin, the Kwara state capital. The deceased father, while speaking with Shola Wahid of NTA Ilorin, expressed hope that justice would be served. And that report would come in our subsequent bulletins. Now, the death has occurred of Malachi Adams. He was aged 74. Late Malachi Adams was a retired assistant chief head postmaster at the Nigerian Postal Service. Burial arrangement signed by Benny Adams on behalf of the family indicates that there will be a vigil mass at the Immaculate Conception Catholic Church, GRA Kaduna, on Thursday, 19 September by 5 p.m. Funeral mass will be at the Immaculate Conception Catholic Church, Suni Kaura, GRA Kaduna, and interment follows at his residence, number 10, AVM Osman Muaz Road, Sabon Tasha, Chikun local government area of Kaduna State. Survived by wife, 4 children, amongst them is Benny Adams of the NTA, and 5 grandchildren. Also, the remains of elder statesman Muhammad Jibo Inua has been laid to rest at Dembo Graveyard in Zaria. Lawal Salal reports that the funeral prayer, which was led by the chief imam of Ahmadu Bello University Zaria, Professor Abubakar Salihu, had in attendance Emir of Zabzal, Malam Ahmed Nuhu Bamali.
Morning, after protracted illness at his residence to Dumwada in Zaria City. An accountant by profession and one of the elder statesmen in Kaduna State, Muhammad Jibo Inua, was during his lifetime served as Bossa at Ahmadu Bello University Zaria and one-time board member of Economic and Financial Crimes Commission (EFCC), among other several positions, including heads of investigation panel of Internal Revenue Kaduna State and visitation panel of University Teaching Hospital Benin. Sympathizers described the late chairman of Tudunwada Elders Committee as an exemplary leader, trustworthy and religious.
Gentle, very honest, very dedicated. A grandfather, an elder brother. He is a mentor.
Was a very honest individual.
Mama Jibo Inua was a father to late Yusuf Jibo, former general manager of NTA Lagos. He is survived by 3 wives, 10 children, 45 grandchildren, and many other relatives. He has since been buried according to Islamic rites. From Zaria, Lawal Sallau Inua, NTA News.
That concludes News Extra tonight. Many thanks for being a part of it. See you again next Wednesday. Have a good night.
Blessed with iconic wildlife, elephants, gorillas, pangolins, and so much more. But these beautiful animals are threatened by illegal logging and poaching. And we will lose our national heritage if we don't stand up for wildlife. So please report wildlife crimes and say no to illegal bushmeat, because protecting nature protects our future.
This is the network service of the NTA.
Nigeria is a country richly blessed in human and natural resources. In all spheres of life, we have it in abundance. And every time I sit here, I say one thing because I see the beauty of Nigeria, that we alone can build this country and make it as great as we want to be. It's on this note of wanting to be great and to remain great that I welcome you to another beautiful time on the award-winning program, Executive Discourse, coming to you on the network service of the NTA. My name is Ololade Adeniji. My guest on the program today, okay, how do I begin to describe him? For starters, he's an African American. I mean, he was born an African American. He is a social activist. Some would want to refer to him as an Islamic scholar. On the other hand also, perhaps he's a man that, maybe because of an ideology or belief, might have been a bit misunderstood. But one thing stands him out for me in particular, and it really gladdens my heart, because he is a man who has been granted residency in Nigeria. So you can say, or I can say categorically, he is my brother. Well, it gives me honor and pleasure to introduce and welcome to Executive Discourse, Sheikh Khalid Yassin.
Thank you very much.
It's good to have you here with us finally.
Thank you, very honored.
Yes. To begin this conversation from your early years, because I find it particularly interesting to note that, okay, you were born a Christian and you were not an orphan. I mean, I want to believe you had your parents, but you were raised in an orphanage. In fact, you grew up in foster homes. And that has set me thinking, how could that have been? So tell me about that.
Thank you very much to give me this opportunity to give you that insight. My mother was a a young mother with, at that time, 7 children. She started having children at 15. She stepped out of the house once or twice because there's times that she has to go out of the house. And my older sister, Barbara, God bless her, would take care of us. And on one or more occasions, a problem happened. The fire department had to come or something because one of my brothers, he was kind of like we call it a firebug. He liked to play around with fire, and the drapes caught on fire. The fire department warned her. It happened the second time. They took the children from her.
Oh, gosh.
So, as a result of that, we were farmed out into the Bureau of Child Welfare. And so from about 5 years old until I was 15, we were in various foster homes. Sometimes a group home, sometimes it was a smaller, just a couple. But we had the complete buffet of Christianity, and we had the full buffet of middle class. So that was the irony. I wasn't raised in a poverty level home. So being born in Harlem, sometimes a misfortune brings about a fortune. So I'm not going to call my being raised in a foster home a fortune exactly, because to be deprived of living with parents in a traditional home. But overall, when I look at other people in that same spectrum, they didn't have the stability. They didn't go to good schools. They didn't have regular meals every day and could have their clothes cleaned. So I was raised in Westchester County, which anybody who knows those demographics, they know that that's like middle class, upper middle class. So I thank God for that, because that gave me an insight and a stability that I would not have normally had I remained in Harlem.
Looking at the kind of childhood you had, you've been taken away from, yourself and your siblings being taken away from your mother. You said you kind of lived, to an extent, perhaps a regimented Christian life. Yet, today, you're a Muslim. At what point did that shift occur?
Although I was a fairly astute, smart guy, I was angry.
Why?
Well, I wasn't living with my mother. I wasn't living with my parents. You know,
you're against the world.
Yeah. So I was classified as being incorrigible. That's the terminology that they call it when they evaluate you. You know. They put me in a school. They call them today. They call them 600 schools. It's a school where they put boys. It's all boys. You can be disciplined. And the whole aim is that if you're in a more regimented environment, you'll learn better, and you know. So I was taking the train from Yonkers, New York, down to Harlem, to the school that I was attending every day. And I was taking the railroad, not the subway. And on the railroad, I used to notice that all the people who lived well, educated people, they were reading either the New York Post or the New York Times.
Yes.
And I liked the New York Times because it was like a big paper. And I used to notice how they folded it, you know. There was a little art of how they could fold it from one page to another. I learned how to do that, right? So one day, I was looking across the aisle, and I saw this article. It was a full-page article. It was like, my letter from Mecca, Malcolm X. I was like, wow. So the guy left it on the seat there, and I picked it up. And I read his letter. That was like, for me, I guess that was my calling. Because Malcolm, this was 1964. Malcolm had just finished his pilgrimage. And he wrote this letter, and that was probably one of the biggest points of news in the world that day. That this guy, Malcolm X, who was like a high school dropout, a criminal, had transformed into this minister for the Nation of Islam. He left them, and then he went to Mecca. And then he wrote this letter, and the New York Times was like, wow, this guy transformed like that. So I read that letter, and in that letter he's had about 5 or 6 words that I had never seen before. Mecca, Prophet Muhammad, Kaaba, the Quran, you know, Hajj. And I'm thinking to myself, why never? And I read. I was in the spelling bee. I came in 3rd in the national spelling bee. So
Yet you had never come across those words.
I had never come across those words. Maybe I had browsed it, but never looked at it. So immediately I circled those little things, and I went home and I read those. So when I read those words, I started to understand that Islam, the prophets, the Quran, the Testament, Muhammad, Jesus, then I saw that Jesus and Muhammad was connected. It wasn't like disconnected, another faith. No, it was all connected from Abraham. So I started to have this transformation because I was well read. I was still probably a bit incorrigible, but but very academically capable. So what happened was, the day I graduated from that school, my mother came to the graduation, and that was the day that they released me from the foster home. And when she took me to her house, like I was like, no,
what's happening? No, I'm not supposed to be here.
So I ran away. Went back to the place where I was, but
you had a better life in the foster home.
I didn't realize that there was no more room for me there. That had been closed out.
Oh gosh.
So anyway, I stayed in the streets for like a year and a half, Harlem, running errands for pimps and whores.
Boy.
Yeah, you know. So anyway, the police found me. When they found me, they brought me back. So I kept back and forth, running away.
They brought you back where?
To my mother.
To your mother.
But I wasn't going to stay. I couldn't make no money. I couldn't live that lifestyle. And so still I'm looking about this Islam stuff. But
Even while
yeah, but I didn't know where to find it. So anyway, the bottom line is what happened was my mother took me to court because I wouldn't go to school. And the judge says to me, young man, you're smart, but you're too smart. You don't want to stay with your mother, so I'm gonna give you a choice. We're gonna convene. We're gonna take a break from the court. You're gonna go around the corner. There's the Air Force, there's the Army, there's the Navy, and the Marines.
Okay.
You got a choice. You're gonna go in one of those. So I went around the corner. I took a test, and I qualified to go into the Air Force.
Oh.
So I went to the Air Force, and within a year, 14 months, I finished my basic training. So in any case, what happened was I decided one day that I didn't want to be in the military anymore because they were shipping me guys over to Vietnam.
Oh.
And so I decided one morning, I'm not coming out. I'm not putting on no clothes. I'm not coming out to what they call it, to be inspected. I'm chilling. So they came and got me and said, what's wrong with you? I said, no, I'm not in this no more. I'm a Muslim. I told them I'm a Muslim. They said, a Muslim?
A Muslim?
I said, yeah, like Muhammad Ali. You know what I mean? I'm not going to Vietnam. I'm not wearing no more uniforms. And he said, the guy tells me, my staff sergeant, he told me, nigga, you are crazy. That's what he told me. He told me, nigga, you are crazy and you're going to jail.
Oh boy.
So they locked me up. They put me in the Bing, they call it the compound or whatever it is. So they sent me down to Texas to be evaluated. When I got down there, my psychiatrist, he was a nice guy. He told me, there's nothing wrong with you. you just kind of, you know, he said, I know what happened.
You just been recalcitrant.
Yeah, he told me, listen, I'm going to recommend honorable discharge for you because you've done nothing dishonorable. And basically say that you're not fit for military service. So you get your honorable discharge and you're going to be out. So he did me a favor. So by early 1965, I was out. February 25th, Malcolm was assassinated. A friend of mine named Zachariah, we used to meet together, listen to jazz and smoke a little weed together. And one day Zachariah, he was already Muslim, he stopped playing his trumpet and he went over to the place. He said, oh, I gotta do something. And he went in the bathroom. And when he came out, he was like all wet. And he went over there and he was bowing down. I was like, I don't know, maybe the guy smoked something. I was thinking if something was going to happen. So when he came back, he just picked up his flute and he just started playing. I said, Zachary, what is that? He said, I had to make my prayer. I said, prayer? Why you was all wet? He told me, oh, that's called voodoo. I said, voodoo? He said, no, voodoo. So I said, what is that? He said, before we pray. Well, while we were talking, the knock came at the door. And when he answered, his sister peeked in. He spoke to her and she left. I said, Zach, who was that? He said, oh, that's my sister. I said, let me meet your sister. He told me, no. No. Islam, we don't do that. I said, come on, you're my man. How you? He said, no. Long story short, I went to see his father. His father sent me to 143 State Street in Brooklyn to see Sheikh Dawood Ahmed Faisal. He's the one that explained Islam to me, traditional Islam, gave me my Shahada. This was October the 5th, 1965, so just maybe 8 months after Malcolm was assassinated. So I became a Muslim that year, and I married Zachariah's sister. Bahia.
Now, I mean, let's look at this. Are you sure it wasn't the sister that actually got you into Islam?
Well, it was part of, she was a catalyst.
Yeah, because you wanted to have the sister.
She was a catalyst, but it was my searching that drove me. She was just a catalyst.
Catalyst, yes. And you have remained true to the Islamic faith.
Fairly much so.
Yes. You're one individual who's been really criticized across state media, across the world and all of that for the kind of beliefs you hold. Now, what exactly do you think has brought about this? Is this really a misconception of who you are, or where did we get it mixed up with, you know, the Islamic ideology?
In many cases, it was quite justifiable because people see things from different perspectives. But the people who said that I had extremist values, because they were homosexuals. And, you know, I said some things about homosexuality. That homosexuality is not organic. Homosexuality is an imbalance. It's a disease. It's just been normalized. They also said that I claimed that AIDS was a conspiracy. Definitely it was a conspiracy. They never said that I gave the statistics about Dr. Gallo. They never said I gave the statistics. And they wasn't my statistics. They were statistics that I did my research, I read. I'm not going to be saying things on the camera in front of the whole world, and it's kind of like just something out of my mind. Okay. But they classified it because they couldn't win in front of the camera. So they had to try to find some way to classify me, like they say, he's a terrorist, he's a heretic, he's a this, he's a that.
But was it just about your beliefs and ideology concerning homosexuality?
No. It was the fact that
because I read somewhere, I don't know how true or otherwise this is, about your beliefs on the Sharia, about, you know, the punishments.
No.
The beheadings.
Yeah, no. I never, they took that in, they went somewhere. They asked me, so what do you think about Sharia? I said, first of all, you want to know about Sharia from the point of the terminology, or do you want to know about Sharia from a constitutional point of view? Do you want to know about it from a religious point of view? What do you want to talk about Sharia? So because I have been articulate, I can defend my positions, and if I'm going to say something in the public, I can give you the page, I can give you the chapter, I can give you the reference, I can give you the things that white people said. So white people don't have no problem about quoting what white people say, but all of a sudden if you quote said God said, or Muhammad said, now they got an issue. Okay, so it came that way. So they asked me, so Sheikh, do you believe that people who are, can be punished about homosexuality? What do you think? I said, well, look, I can't say from a Western point of view. I cannot say because it doesn't apply. So I said, listen, one of the companions of the Prophet, Ali, which was his cousin and the fourth Khalifa, they said, hey, there's some people with the men is having sex with the men, and the women is having sex with the women, and they doing it publicly. So Ali said, really? He said, so the governor said, well, what should we do? Because, you know, we don't know how to punish them, although the punishment in the scripture is death.
Okay.
So Ali said, okay, in the history of the Bible and the scripture, God sent the people of Lot, Sodom and Gomorrah, since they're committing sodomy. He said, okay, what God did to those people after he warned them, he sent an angel to them, and that angel took those people, like we could say 3 million people. He put his wings under the earth, and he took them up inside the sky to, like we could say, maybe like 100,000 feet, and he threw them down. And they was dust before they hit the ground because the velocity of which the angel threw them down. So Ali said, okay, if that's the way God punished them then, he told the governor, take those people who was convicted for doing those crimes to the highest place and throw them down. So then the people, they said, are you saying that the homosexuals should be thrown off bridges? Or I said, I didn't say that. I'm giving you a reference from the scripture. I'm giving you an expression from the Sharia. I'm saying that in a sovereign society where Ali was the commander and there's a governor, this was a ruling that they made, that if people's committing those kinds of crimes, take them to a high place and throw them down. So the press, they took and said, oh, the Sheikh, he said that we should take homosexuals and throw them off a mountain or something. I didn't say that.
All right, looking at Islam, I mean, having been privy to the knowledge of both the Bible and the Quran, how well or otherwise has religion served the world?
Religion has provided a balance, a moral balance for the world, the same way that an anchor provides for a boat. So if a group of people go out on a cruise, they never see the anchor. Oh, they just enjoying themselves on that cruise. But little would they know that if there wasn't an anchor and that boat just cut off all the motors and everybody chilled out, the captain and everybody, where would they wake up at in the morning if they didn't drop anchor? So I'm an Abrahamian, if you want to call it that. But more specifically, I'm a Muslim. So when I'm talking to a Christian, we're already on the same moral page. We might deviate because Muslims is no better than Christians when it comes to morality. We just got a prophet that ended the scripture, and others got a prophet that was the son of Mary. Okay, but we all on the same page about the rules, the drinking, the drugging, the driving, this and that, and so, and marriage and decency, and not stealing, not lying, not cheating, not stealing. Those are the rules of refined society. Anybody don't have those kind of rules, they are barbarians. And the Europeans were barbarians before they came in contact with Islam.
Okay.
And I'm not the person to be like arguing with my mother and sisters and brothers and all them, say y'all pagans and all that. No, they believe in God, we believe in God. They got scripture, we got scripture.
All right. The program is still Executive Discourse, coming to you on the network service of the NTA. And, well, I'm sure that if you were watching about a minute ago, you'll ask, are we having a crusade here? Is there a preaching, going on here? Well, the program is Executive Discourse, and my guest is Sheikh Khalid Yassin. Yes, he is every bit, as far as I'm concerned, a Nigerian. But he is somebody who has propagated, the Islamic faith across the length and breadth of the world. But of course, it's got so many other sides to him. We'll take a break now, and when we come back, the program continues because this man still has so much up his sleeves. We'll be right back.
24 hours a day, 7 days a week. You can watch NTA International live on your TV, computer, iPad, tablet and phone. Log on to visiontv.co.uk and click on Entertainment, then NTAI. You can also download the iOS or Android app on your mobile devices to watch NTA International on the go, anywhere in the world. NTA International, your window to the world.
Glad to know you're still with us. The program is Executive Discourse, and before we went on the break, Sheikh Khalid was on another realm, as I would want to say. Now, for you as an individual, you have at different times been tagged an extremist. Now, I look at what you have said about the Islamic faith and the Christian faith and how we're practicing, the faiths in Africa. I've also sat down with individuals who have told me at one point in time or the other that they believe that it was a misnomer for religion to have been brought down to Africa because we are very traditional people and we do have our traditional beliefs and traditional faiths. So that the Christianity and Islam perhaps came to mess with our traditional faiths. What's your take on this?
Well, this is a miscalculation
Okay.
from a historical point of view, from an ideological point of view, from a cultural point of view. People could have those subjective ideas about something messing something up. But from the Islamic perspective, we have a very clear understanding of this matter. You see, the natural state of people is called fitra in Arabic.
Okay.
Fitra, the way you were born. Before your mother and father influenced you, you have a natural state of disposition. Based upon creation, Adam and Eve, God created Adam and extracted out of Adam Eve, Hawa. They had a culture, they had an awareness. Some people say to themselves, okay, Adam and Eve, they had 2 sons, Cain and Abel. So how did they create a family? Well, God made each son had twin sister. The scripture says that. And
when you say the scripture, are we talking about the Quran or the Bible?
No, both.
Okay.
Both. I mean, because the Quran verifies the Bible. I think that the issue about traditionalism is this. It's called urf in Arabic.
Okay.
Islam or godly religion or divinity never came to bother people's urf. People should live the way they, and urf means what is known to be good. What is known to be good and practical and sound and organic and beneficial for every people. And God gave every people different foods, different dress, different languages, different environment. But what gives the urf balance is not the human faculty, it is scripture. Scripture. The morals have been given to human beings by God. And so why is it that you find human beings are spread all over the world? But do they all agree that stealing is wrong? Where did they get that from? That's not their personal tradition. It's an observation. It's innate. Why do they believe?
But the urf was there before Islam came.
No. Islam is the final outcome of divine revelation. Islam is not a religion. Islam is not something that came by the Arabs. Islam is not something given by Muhammad. The word Islam was only given to the system when it fulfilled itself.
Yes,
Islam.
because what I'm trying to understand, like it or not, people had ways of life
That's
that
correct.
they were living.
That's correct.
Now, we introduce, either overtly or covertly, introduce religion. One way or the other, religion has come. Islam has come. Christianity has come. And now, those ways of life are now being termed illegal, are being termed wrong, unreligious.
No. I don't see it like that. For instance, Today, people are using microwaves and people are using blenders and people are using phones and all that. Is the people who's practicing traditional religion, is they doing that? They using that? They are. The people with traditional religions, where if I go down to the Benin Kingdom, one of the most traditional kingdoms in this part of the world, they're using watches, they're using blenders, they're using microwaves, they're living in nice houses, they're using all the systems. So religion, and what does religion mean? Religion means morality, moral systems that have been determined by God. That's religion. That has nothing to do with traditional whatever. People's traditions are sacred. They should be respected, but not more than God, not what more than God put, because God gave human beings innately systems before he put them on side the earth.
Now, what we term or what we see today and describe as terrorism, as Islamic extremism, is it a function of religion or the tradition of the Arabs?
Well, you know, Sister Lolade, that's such a beautiful name.
You got that right.
Wow, that is such a beautiful name.
Thank you.
Are you married?
Yes, I am.
How unlucky I am.
Okay, there the shit goes.
anyway, Lolade, listen. It's like two words that if you put them together, they don't even belong together.
Okay.
So Islamic terrorism, there's no such thing. They want to defame Islam by calling somebody a terrorist. If a person is a Muslim terrorist, it's the same thing as a Christian terrorist. If a person is a Muslim deviant, it's the same thing as a Christian deviant. But so why, when it comes to the word terrorism, fanaticism, and extremism, they've got to put Muslim, they got to put Islamic?
Maybe because I'm not holding brief for anybody here. I'm not supposed to know. So I'm just standing in gap for my viewers. Maybe because, for instance, what we have in this part of the world, when these acts, these evil acts are perpetrated, you have people shout.
Allahu Akbar.
Yes, those sacred words.
All right.
Allahu Akbar.
Okay, good. Look, King Leopold, this white. If you talking about the incarnate King Leopold,
yes.
This guy massacred 83 million people. But did they call him a Christian terrorist? No. He's still called Leopold, and there's Leopoldville, named after them. They didn't even change the town. They didn't even change the whatever. So,
maybe because he did not say anything that has to do with religion.
Well, Boko Haram was created. Those are some deviant guys just because they was dressed in some gowns and called themselves Muslims. Why you put the word Islamic? They're not Islamic. Islamic, you understand me? To be Islamic, it means to be godly. To be Islamic, it means, you understand me, to be princely, to be refined, to be dignified. You can't say somebody's a PhD stupid. You can't say somebody, you understand me, is refined, you understand me, but they're barbaric. You can't use those two terminologies. It's either one or the other. But the Europeans, the conspirators, the controllers, you understand me, of the
narrative.
The narrative, you understand, they always want to be, you know, they want to glorify themselves, although historically they did more damage than anybody and still doing more damage. But they want to glorify themselves because they are the controllers of the narrative. Others, in order to defame Islam, every time a Palestinian did something, every time, you know, an African did something, every time somebody else did something, and they happen to be Muslims, or they said Allahu Akbar, they say Islamic extremists, Islamic insurgents, because they got control of the narrative. It's got nothing to do with Islam. Oh yeah, by the way, the buildings burnt down, everything melted and disseminated. The fire was so intense and all that. But somehow you guys found a passport of a Saudi citizen, and that means, you know what I mean, that justified you guys saying, well, it was Osama bin Laden. And by the way, at the end of the day, we now know from all the forensic evidence that was an inside job. Everybody knows that. There's no conspiracy. Sheikh Khalid Yassin didn't say that on this program here. This is forensic evidence by more than 173 different independent forensic scientists who now say this was an inside job.
So it wasn't an Osama bin Laden
No, it wasn't.
thinking?
Osama bin Laden might have been engaged in that because he was a CIA agent anyway. He was trained by the CIA. So to end this here conversation, the last thing I want to say to people is this: let's be fair and let's be really just. The Catholic Church is responsible to date for over 175 pedophilia and violation upon young children. The Catholic Church has been convicted for over 175 crimes. Did they call that? Did they attach that to the church? No. Everybody's still kissing everybody's still kissing his ring. He's still giving blessings. He's still wearing white robes. He's still walking around the earth, you know what I mean? People is like bowing down and all that there. If the Muslim clergy had done that for 50,000 or 20,000, would the people be respected? Nobody would be respected. But nobody say nothing. So there's a double standard here. So I say that let's stop using double standards. What the Pope stands for is if he stands for the church, we respect the church. We are 2 billion people in the world. Why should we become responsible for some bad apples in Palestine or some bad apples in over here, some bad apples over there? I mean, we're not talking about bad apples of Christianity. We're talking about some vineyards. Not bad apples, but vineyards of trees. But nobody called them terrorists. Nobody called them fanatics. We got to be fair. As Muslims and Christians, if we want to talk about religion, we need to use the basis of our common morality, our common decency. Second thing, I just want to say something to go back, if you don't mind.
Yes, please.
As an American, I have a particular concern about the way that the northern Muslims perceive the South. I'm not saying the way they talk about it. I'm just talking about the posture.
Perception.
Well, I say that there's a fault on both sides. We're Africans. And since I'm an African American and I now got residency here and I intend to have citizenship here, I'm going to address that issue.
Good.
I'm not going to address it now because I'm not all the way in. I ain't fully dressed yet. But when I get it dressed in, I can address it as an African American and as a social activist, that there needs to be some crossing of the boundaries. There need to be some Muslims that come to the South and hug and embrace and make apologies. And then the North came up and they were also received. In a matter of 10, 15, 20 years or 2 generations, it's over, it's done. I want to be a part of that.
Great, great. I mean, I like that fact because I was just coming to your, residency in Nigeria. What is it about Nigeria for you? Why the interest? There are several other African countries that you could have decided to take up residency. Why Nigeria?
Nigeria is the giant. Nigeria is 3 times the size in land as the United States of America. Nigeria is like 13 million square miles. If anybody want to understand what that means you can take 3 or 4 almost of Americas and put it inside Nigeria. Okay, Nigeria got a longer way to go, but the potential of Nigeria is triple that of what America has produced. America doesn't have the natural resources of Nigeria. You know what I mean? Plus, there's an irony that people don't even know about. The highest level of PhD accomplishment in the United States of America are Nigerians. The accomplishments of Nigeria is unbelievable. Where Nigeria is headed right now is where I want to be. I'm telling you right now, I want to be part of what I see happening in Nigeria. Okay, the corruption is there, but that can be moved because corruption lies with men and women who themselves are greedy, who are selfish, who are exploitive, who are fat-bellied in their minds. That happens all over the world. But the potential of Nigeria is not like India. India cannot do what Nigeria does. India doesn't have what Nigeria does. India got some spices, they got some other kinds of things, and I crossed the whole of India too. But Nigeria is the mother of Africa, if there is a mother. Look, if I become a citizen of Nigeria, I could really talk about a little bit more that if I wanted to bring people from America
because I was going to ask you that. I mean, coming to take up residency in Nigeria and eventually the Nigerian citizenship, what exactly would you be bringing? Yes, okay, you have seen the potential for growth in Nigeria. You see where we're headed as a people and as a nation. What are you going to be bringing? What are you going to be adding? What value are you going to be adding to Nigeria?
That's a very good question. And let me just make it fairly clear and simple. Goods and services. The world runs on goods and services. Goods and services. Mansour Musa, he brought gold, and when he brought gold, he changed the economy of 14 different societies just going to make Hajj. So Sheikh Khalid Yassin is not a Mansour Musa, and I'm not going to change the economies, but I will change the minds of some young people here. I am told that somehow or another my brand, I don't know how it happened, they're telling me that my brand is carried or favored by at least 15 million young people in Nigeria. That's what I'm told.
Okay.
Well, that's fertile soil. That means that if I have an idea, if I have a product, if I got a service, and I bring it to young people, they would at least listen to me. And if they listen to me, I've got a program called Life Plan GPS.
Yes.
It's like a no-brainer. Life Plan GPS. Well, I'm saying to young people and challenging young people in Nigeria and all over the world, if you don't have a life plan, you need to get one. If you got a phone that's got a GPS on it, and you wouldn't want that phone if it didn't have a GPS app on it, then I'm saying, what kind of value do you have if you're a human being and you ain't got no GPS? So I'm bringing first Life Plan GPS. That's the soup, that's the stock. Get that part together, you got balance, you got focus, you know what I mean, you got identity. Next thing is that I'm going to teach through my colleagues and my co-workers, I'm going to teach people how to use that phone that they got where the word unemployment fades away. The UN, the word UN is going to fade away from the word employment so that young people is going to have on, the only shirt they're going to wear and the only identification they're going to make is that, yeah, I am self-employed. So I think that an African American who has the systemic constitutional thinking of the United States of America, who is no longer angry, who is no longer, reactionary, who's thinking about ideas and using the tools and the technology and the services and what America got to offer. We are the products of that. If we go into entertainment, we entertain better than anybody else. If we go into sports, we can jump higher than anybody else. If we go into industry, we become anybody else. And we already see that when Obama and, what's his wife's name?
Michelle.
When Obama and Michelle, they graced the White House. The White House ain't gonna never be the same after Obama. And I'm not saying he's the perfect type guy, but he has style, no scandals, dressed nice, always walking nice, you know what I mean? So African Americans bring style and dynamism to everything they do. This is what we can bring. We can bring Obama-like images to Africa. We can bring Michael Jordan-type images to Africa. We can bring Muhammad Ali. We can bring, what's those two sisters in tennis? We can bring
Serena
that.
and Venus
So I can just go on and on and on that we can bring that part to Africa. But what we need to stand on African soil, we, African Americans. So I have an idea, I have a concept, I have a tool that my friends and we're testing for West Africa, and we're going to use Nigeria as the main test for the whole of West Africa and ECOWAS to address the issue of 41 to 42% unemployment. Can you believe that? 41 of employable young people. Who's addressing that? Whoever can address that straightforward and directly, don't worry about the rest of the stuff they're talking about. If they can't address that, forget the rest of the stuff.
But there's a challenge here. And the challenge is that you're an African American and you're coming back home to invest in the youth.
Yes.
The youth that you're coming back to invest in and to try to empower are in a haste to leave Nigeria.
Not all.
I mean, if you visit the embassies, of major European countries, even Asian countries, you find loads and loads of Nigerians who want to go out of the country.
That's justified. It's justified.
Yes. So now, how do we begin to bridge that gap?
Very good.
How do we begin to get people to listen, people to want to even try it out, and not run away?
So let me just tell your audience how we're going to go about that.
Please do.
Anybody who's living in a house with no running water, Anybody who's living in a house, you know, send me where they can't get no food. Anybody who's living in a house with an open roof, no hot water, no this, no that. Everybody would want to move somewhere else. Anybody would do that. That's just normal. But if you fix the roof, and if you grow a garden, and they growing their own vegetables, because we got stuff now that we can grow food now on the roof. We ain't got to have no farms. We got vertical farming now. If you can bake bread without no microwave, without no oven, you know what I'm saying? If you can show people how they can eat, and you can fix the roof on the people, and you can got running water and put a borehole, who's going to leave a house where there's water running? Who's going to leave a house where they got food in the backyard? Who's going to leave a house, you know, something that's comfortable? Who's going to leave that house? Nobody. So people are leaving Africa because the African governments are not providing their youth with their rights. Now, I'm not going to say the governments is all the government faults. I'm not going to say it's all the private sector faults, because we can't be pointing the finger at people. I'm saying one guy, 77-year-old guy with a young heart, you know what I'm saying, with a wise mind, but a young heart and a feeling for young people. I believe that myself and my constituents and others that I'm partnering with, I think that we have a proposition to make, first to the local government, to the private sector, then to the federal, to the state governments. Then we'll rise ourselves up, because then the federal government is going to see. We ain't got to chase the federal government. We ain't got to ask the federal government for nothing, because they will see what the government
you're able to do.
They will see. So all I need is the opportunity. All I need is the partnership. All I need is the exposure. And Sister Lolade, I'm going to be really grateful to you that you gave me the first maybe media exposure to talk about what I want to do. And I didn't even ask about it. It just came from the grace of God.
Yes.
So I'm never going to forget you. And this will not be the last time that I'm on your program.
Definitely.
Maybe we're going to participate, you know, to reach that goal that Mr. Tinubu said of 1 million young people employed.
Wow, that would be really interesting. On a lighter note, Sheikh Khalid, you're trying to, okay, you have your Nigerian residency, you're awaiting citizenship. Why Kano?
Kano, the first time I visited Kano was like 1970. I was a student in the University of Medina in Saudi Arabia. And when we took our little breaks, we came here, we walked to, Kano was the ancient markets of Kano. You know what I'm saying? It was like you could walk for 22 miles and there was just marketplaces. You know, we were just walking, chewing cola nuts, you know what I'm saying, and buying little trinkets here and there. That was 1917. So now, Kano is the epicenter of the north. Abuja is the capital, but Kano is the epicenter.
Epicenter of the north, okay.
So I'm from New York, which is the epicenter. Kano is the place I should be. However, to partner, to network, Abuja. Otherwise, I wouldn't have met Mrs. Lolade, right?
Exactly.
So I moved to Kano, and I found out also that, ironically, 5 of the most wealthy Africans on the continent also live in Kano. So, I mean, come on, it's like a no-brainer.
No-brainer.
I didn't get a chance to meet them, except I met with, I don't say I'm a friend of, but I say that I can go to the house of Al-Haji Dantata.
Okay.
He's the granddaddy. So that's Kano. Aliko Dangote, I have met him. That's his nephew. Okay, and there's some others. I have met them. So eventually, I'm in a place where I may be able to meet people of influence. So this, to me, is a blessing that God made special for me, to network in Abuja and to live in Kano.
To live in Kano.
As an African American.
Your family, I mean, you're taking up, I just can't help repeating it, you're taking up citizenship of Nigeria, residency in Kano. What happens to your family?
Nothing. I mean, I have a beautiful family. I got 13 children. I got 51 grandchildren.
Oops.
Okay, and you know we got a long, and they already know they know that G-Pops is international. They already understand that. I made a sacrifice of family in order to make an investment for the family. Now they may not have understood it at that time, but they will understand. Eventually, the 39 people in my family who are Muslims, and I'm not talking about my children, And I'm not talking about my grandchildren. I'm talking about, God bless her, my mother, Sophia, who just passed away a year and a half ago. Okay, I'm talking about her oldest daughter, my oldest sister, Barbara. She's Muslim. Her daughter, Muslim. Her 2 daughters, Muslim. Her 2 of her sons, Muslim. So I got 39 people in my family who have embraced Islam along with me, and gradually some of them is going to wind up in Africa, and inevitably some of them are going to wind up here in Nigeria, and that's the way it should be. So I think that my coming to Nigeria and seeking to be a citizen of this country and repatriate it back to the continent, that's the design of God.
There are some members of your family who are not Muslims, as you have just rightly pointed out. How do you see them? Do you see them as infidels?
No, they're my family. We have a beautiful relationship. All my family have embraced the idea of Islam. Not one is against Islam. Not one I'm polarized against him. Not one do I have any issues. And, you know, the thing is, we became Christians by default. And some of us became Muslims by default. And through myself and through my counseling, there's no issues between us.
So not practicing Islam does not make one an infidel?
No, this is some foolishness.
Okay. I just wanted to understand that.
This infidelity, listen, a man or a woman that goes outside of their marital vows is an infidel. That's what the word means.
Yes.
To break the laws of God is to be an infidel. So if some other people came with this idea that whoever's not a Muslim is an infidel, that is just stupid. That's some people came with some indoctrination and kind of stuff like that. That's another thing. My job is to remove misconceptions and distortions about Islam and Muslims, and also to break down, some polarizations and biases between Christians and Muslims. And I'm a humanitarian.
Yes.
I'm not even that, as a guy, I'm not even that religious.
Okay.
Religion is just a consequence.
Yeah.
It's a refinement for me. But I'm just as comfortable in Harlem with my homeboys.
Yeah, and that reminds me, I read somewhere that you were a gangster.
No, they just said that.
Okay. No truth to that.
No, it's just that I can walk like a gangster. I can talk like a gangster because it's part of me. But that's the lower part of me. But if I'm in Harlem, I'm walking in Brooklyn at nighttime, I need to walk like a gangster, okay? Maybe people see some gangster in me. But guess what? That's to my benefit when I'm with young people. Because I like
You're able to fit into...
I'm able to fit in wherever I need to fit in at, okay? So I got to fit and roll with my people the way that they are. And that's why I got an easy relationship with the young people of this country, wherever I go, whether it's Lagos, Adamawa, whether it's Sokoto, wherever I'm going at, and the young people meet with me, they know it's on.
You're on the same
I'm on the same page.
With them. Now, I wouldn't let you go, Sheikh Khalid, without asking about the Purpose for Life Foundation.
Purpose for Life Foundation is a human service NGO. That means that we came about to remove misconceptions and distortions about Islam and Muslims. And in the past 35 years, we were instrumental in about 75 to 85,000 people embracing Islam.
Okay.
Okay, that's one. But we also were instrumental basically in doing what? Partnering with local organizations to feed, to dig wells, to feed people, to deal with home, to do the work of the neighborhoods. One of my heroes is Dr. Abdul Rahman As-Samait Al-Kuwaiti, the most powerful, distinguished humanitarian of the 21st century. That's how he's been described. He was a Kuwaiti, an Arab, but he dedicated his entire life to Africa. I want to be like him. I mean, I want to be like the Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. I want to be like David. I want to be like Solomon. I want to be all like that there. But in the 21st century, I would like to be like Mansa Musa. But in the 21st century, I want to be like Dr. Abdurrahman al-Sumait al-Kuwaiti. He built hospitals, he built schools, he dug roads, he helped people build houses, he built human beings, he dug wells, he built hospitals, schools, clinics. I mean, it's unimaginable what this man did. And in the course of doing so, more than 11 million people embraced Islam. Not because of the doctrine, but because of the service.
Because of the humanity that they saw in him.
The Purpose of Life Foundation has been epitomized by the work of Dr. Abdurrahman al-Sumait. If I can do 10% or 1% or 5% of the work that he did, then I would have met, you know what I mean, the goals and objectives of the Purpose of Life Foundation.
Life Foundation. My final question to you, how do you relax?
Through my work. Work is the work, and the work is the pleasure. And it's as close to paradise as anybody's going to get on earth, is to be doing the work that they love. And relaxing is just taking a break, having a cup of tea, going to make Hajj, going back and visit my family, sitting with the people that I love, you know, eating food in different places, traveling on planes and meeting people. So people be saying sometimes, Sheikh, when do you relax? Do you have a vacation? No. I never had a vacation in my entire life, and I don't need one. When you're doing what you love, what is the whole idea about vacation? Who wants a vacation if the whole life is a vacation? And we always have
looking over your
we always have a longing to be someplace else. And there's no continent in the world that's more beautiful than the United States of America, and that's Africa. And Nigeria is one of the largest countries in Africa, and probably one of the most developed, and soon to be the America of Africa.
I'm proud to be Nigerian. Every bit of me, I am proud to be Nigerian, and I can tell the whole world, I can stand on the highest mountain to say I am Nigerian.
Allahu Akbar.
Allahu Akbar.
Yes.
Indeed, it's been a pleasure spending this time with you, Sheikh.
Thank you so much.
Khalid Yassin.
Thank you so much.
I mean, this is a conversation I've wanted to have for quite a while, and somehow at some point it was beginning to look jinxed. But we broke that jinx today, didn't we?
Thank you. We did.
Thank you so much.
We did.
I have been speaking with Sheikh Khalid Yassin. He is a man who is passionate about humanity. He's a man who is passionate about Islam. He's a man who is very passionate about Nigeria. Hence the decision to take up residency and very soon citizenship of Nigeria to help impact the lives of our young ones. I mean, he is a trailblazer no matter how you look at it. And these are the individuals that we seek to bring to you week in, week out on Executive Discourse. Well, this is the size of our package for today, and I urge you to please join us again same time next week on the network service of the NTA. I am Ololade Adinijadili. Keep believing in Nigeria, and it can only get better from here. Bye for now.
The mosaic of time in the kaleidoscope of life. Time is a masterpiece. A delicate piece when we wait. A vibrant shard when we're late. A dark fragment when we're sad. A radiant tile when we're happy. An intricate pattern when we're in pain. A long, winding thread when we're bored. But time's mosaic is crafted by our hearts and our minds, not by clocks. So piece together your time wisely.
Wow, look at that. Until recently, I had no idea what a pangolin was. But this thing is strong. It's a small mammal covered with scales made of keratin, just like our nails. Strong scales, man. The scales has no medicinal value, yet the demand for the scales and the meat is driving the pangolins to extinction. This one's name is Igai, and it was rescued from illegal bushmeat trade. It's going back into the wild where it belongs to keep the ant population in check. Home sweet home. Please say no to illegal bushmeat and report wildlife crime, because poaching steals from us all.
This is the network service of the NTA.
Welcome to The Edge, the premier hub for exploration and innovation. I am your host, Patience, and today we are highlighting the remarkable tale of innovation and entrepreneurship. Our focal point is the evolution of mobile phone trading in Nigeria, a voyage of expansion and metamorphosis that transformed the sector. I had the honor of engaging in a conversation with Musa Haruna Mamza, the president of the Association of Mobile Phones and Allied Products Traders of Nigeria, who imparted his inspiring journey and valuable insights into the mobile phone trading landscape. Join us as we delve into the captivating narrative of how mobile phone trading has progressed in Nigeria, molding the lives of millions.
Prior to 2002, I was into importation of different kinds of products into the country, ranging from jewelries to wares, and later into pharmaceuticals. But I stopped pharmaceutical because I felt it was not fair to deal on it, since I'm not a professional. Okay. I may import expired drugs without knowing. Definitely. So that was what discouraged me from pharmaceutical product. Okay. But by 2002, after His Excellency President Olusegun Obasanjo gave out licenses for telecommunication companies, such as Econet and MTN, that is when I developed interest in doing phone business. Okay. Way back in 2002, precisely in February.
So when you started, how was the business at that time? Was it lucrative? I mean, that initial time, how was the response to your business?
You know, I am a big risk taker, and that is what pushed me into mobile phone business. Okay. It's something that I have not seen coming. I just decided, not knowing whether it will work or not, because I kept jumping from one place to another, looking on how to get trained and how to learn about the rudimentaries of the business. So I started the business with just a little capital. And at that time, there was not much supplies. Some customers would come, deposit their monies, and wait for days before the phones are given. Unlike today, where the markets are filled with all kinds of brands.
All kinds of phones.
Yes.
That's very, very interesting. What is the scope of this business now? How big is the phone business in Nigeria? How much are they contributing to the Nigerian GDP? How would you say, if you had to describe the phone business in Nigeria, is it medium? Is it small? Is it large?
Globally, as at 2022, over 1.5 billion units of devices were sold, which translated to over $500 billion US dollars in just 1 year. In Nigeria today, I can authoritatively tell you that we import more than 1 million phones every week. Where do they go? So it's a very lucrative business. It is very large. And mobile phone is the leading job creation today in Nigeria. Because currently we have over 3 million youths, able-bodied youths, dealing on mobile phones.
For a young boy or girl, as a matter of fact, who is watching, who is interested, with zero money, with zero, how would they key in? Where can they start? I don't know, there are pockets of activities that happen around the phone business. Please talk to us about that.
Indeed. Business entrepreneurship is easy if someone convinces himself that he wants to do. Our youth today like shortcuts, like quick money. And if you want to really do business, you should remove your mind from making money. Because once you put money first, you've automatically failed. Just take, for instance, now in farming. You have to clear the farm. Yes. You have to plant. You have to weed several times and wait for a long time before you harvest.
Yeah.
So it is the same thing. If you want to do legitimate business, you have to start from scratch. Of course, mobile phone business is capital intensive. You must have to have capital. All right? But you have to convince yourself. Be determined, be courageous to take risk, just as I've taken, like I told you. Once you're ready to take risk, then you will be careful. Now, if you want to do repairs, of course you have to go to training.
Yes.
But if you just want to buy and sell phone, you don't need much training. And so, these are some of the requirements. Be determined, be courageous, and ready to take risk, have your capital, and decide which aspect of the phones business you want to do. Is it selling of accessories? Is it selling of the phone devices? Or is it in the art of repairs? We all have this department. So you have to choose where you want to be. There are those who have combined the three in one place. They do repairs. So it is lucrative, and the business, the industry is large. We are waiting for more youths to come in.
Okay.
What I do know is I am always saying that we don't want to lose one job. Rather, we want to create more.
More jobs.
And that is why we are always talking to government agencies to partner with us in creating jobs.
Welcome back as we continue to unravel the fascinating story of the evolution of mobile phone trading in Nigeria. We take a brief pause in our conversation with Mr. Musa Haruna Mamza to explore this sector further. From pioneering innovative smartphones to providing essential accessories and expert repair services, this dynamic industry is a vital pillar of Nigerians' economy. Join us on this captivating journey as we uncover the secrets of this thriving market through our documentary.
Welcome to Nigeria,
where the mobile phone trading industry is flourishing and positively impacting lives. From selling the latest smartphones to providing essential accessories and repair services, this vibrant sector has become an integral part of daily life. Let's take a closer look at the evolution of mobile phone trading in Nigeria. In the heart of Nigeria's urban centers, phone vendors and merchants play a pivotal role in ensuring that the latest mobile technology is accessible to all.
If you have varieties, customers will definitely come around to buy. That's one. And secondly, let your price be relatively cheaper. If it is 50 naira, 100 naira, at least you have more patronage.
I came into this Nasarawa state as a COP member. Now, as I enter this hard plaza, I see they are selling phones and other these things. So I now find one of my friends inside the plaza. He now directed me how to repair phones. From the repairing phones, I have a table there. So now I see one shop. I entered to the shop. I started selling phone there.
Phone vendors not only supply the most recent devices, but also provide valuable guidance and assistance to their clientele, aiding them in selecting the most suitable phone. In conjunction with phone merchants, the accessories market has thrived, furnishing indispensable items that enhance and safeguard our devices. Accessory shops are hubs for customers looking to personalize their phones and ensure they have the best products to complement their devices.
Accessories are very, very important because once your phone has an issue, you will definitely come and fix it. So we sell all different kinds of screens there.
Despite the advancements in technology, phones are still prone to damage and technical issues. This is where skilled phone repair technicians come in. Repair technicians' expertise and dedication ensure that damaged phones are quickly restored, minimizing downtime for users and extending the lifespan of their devices.
The common issue people bring for their phone mostly is time of changing of battery or changing of screen. These are the common things. Because when somebody is using phone, accidentally the phone will fall down, and at the end of the day, you see the screen will get cracked, and they will come with us to change the screen. Other thing is battery. Mostly people who have the issue of battery is not lasting, and they will come, we will change the battery for them, and it won't become okay. Those are the common things. Or another thing is maybe the phone fell inside water. As a result, it will develop some other problem on the functioning and other things. Then they will come, will do the work, and will make the phone better, bring the phone back to life.
The mobile phone trading industry in Nigeria is a dynamic ecosystem driven by innovation, entrepreneurship, and the relentless spirit of its people. From sellers and dealers to accessory providers and repair technicians, each plays a pivotal role in keeping Nigeria connected. As this industry continues to evolve, one thing remains clear. The mobile phone trading sector stands as a cornerstone of Nigeria's digital future.
And now, after gaining a deeper understanding of the industry through our short documentary, we return to our conversation with Mr. Musa Haruna Mamza, the president of the Association of Mobile Phones and Allied Products Traders of Nigeria. We will build on the knowledge we have gained and explore further the inner workings of the dynamic industry. We would examine the challenges, opportunity, and future prospects of mobile phone trading in Nigeria. Let's rejoin the conversation.
Yes. What are some of your successes? What can you point to? Say, oh, this is what we achieved as a group.
We've been able to create awareness and unite all the mobile phone traders in such a way that my state chairmen do communicate among themselves, sharing ideas. And I have devised means and templates where dispute can be settled. Apart from that, we've been able to collaborate with banks
Okay.
to finance our traders, especially in 2020 when the COVID-19 strike.
Happened, yeah.
So most of our traders, had their capitals shrinked. I ran to Jaiz Bank and to Sterling Bank MDs, talk to them on how to support our members by way of loans. A lot of them access these loans. Jaiz Bank gave us 2 million naira collateral-free loans. In one state alone, over 200 people got it. Then you can imagine how many in other states. Apart from that, most of our traders were renting. If they rent today, they will be removed. Or the price, the shop rents will just be indiscriminately going high.
Yeah.
So I went into, partnership with developers to build market for ourselves. And we've done so in Kano. We've partnered with Kano State Government to, purchase what we call Dangongro Market along Zaria Road. They gave us a particular session to buy for our members. Now, what I thought is, it is not good for a trader to just mop up his capital and buy a property. So why don't we go into, arrangement with the banks to buy? And Sterling Bank and Jaiz Bank supported us, agreed. So there's what they call Ijara in Jaiz Bank, whereby they will buy the shop for you and then spread the money
over time.
Over 3, 4 to 7 years, up to 7 years, depending on what the customer.
Yeah.
And a lot of them have done that. We also have agreed to build in Oyo State, and we've partnered with Bridgeways in Lagos, because the Lagos State government wants to move Ikeja Computer Village to Gatankowa along Abekuta Road. So we are into this.
Okay.
In Borno State, when I visited the governor, he confirmed to me, and everybody has seen, that the post office road has been shifted to Bulunkutu, where over 1,000 of our members are doing their businesses comfortably now. That one was given at a government rate. So we are into how to get properties for our members.
What are you doing as far as quality is concerned?
Of course, we are engaging the manufacturers. All the brands you see in Nigeria have their representative here in Nigeria. Some from China, some from Europe.
Okay.
So we know them. And unlike other products like pharmaceuticals, where somebody can import fake drugs, it is not so in phones. Once a phone is defective, it can be used.
True.
And if you produce phones that are substandard, there will be complaints. One person complains, the other complains, and suddenly no patronage. Okay. So our phones are usually of high quality.
Okay.
Secondly, the NCC do register prototype, and NCC will test these brands to know that they have lived up to the expectation of their met the requirement before they go into the market.
Thank you for staying with us. We will now take another break from our conversation to hear from some esteemed members of the executive team that will share their experiences and offer valuable advice to aspiring entrepreneurs who want to start the phone business. Let's listen to what they have to say. After that, we will continue with our interview with Mr. Musa Haruna Mamza to wrap up our conversation on the evolution and the future of mobile phone trading in Nigeria.
Initially, they don't give warranty in Nigeria. There's no warranty when we first start this business. But now, through the help of Ampat, through the help of a lot of dealers, we bring ourselves together. We make it a must for all brands that are coming into Nigeria to have a warranty for all their products. We have gotten to an extent that even the accessories have warranty now. If you buy any accessories from any AMPAT members and it has an issue, it either is an outright swap. What I mean by outright swap is that bring what you have, then you collect the new one. And if it has any fault, they fix it for you immediately. So we are actually controlling that.
I was one of the first person that started selling phone in Maraba around 2006. So as then, if you are not buying in with me, you have to go to Banex or to Seismic. So that is how we started. As at then, the market was actually very poor. But gradually, people get to know about our market, and they start coming in. And people are now coming from far places, various places. Some of the things that help is the source of my stock. Before I used to get my stock from Lagos, then Kanu, then later as time goes on, some of the leaders have their stores in Abuja town. So we started patronizing them. So we're actually getting stock from good source.
I graduated self-finished, look around there, no work to do. I only put, okay, maybe I work for a month, selling recharge card at Surulere, Lagos. From there, I gained the experience of phone call. Phone call is very common. So around 2001, 2002. I just come down to Ibadan. I didn't even have chairs. One of my uncle, I carry the parlor chair, that iron chair, bam. One of my friend that is any one make company at Lagos, the umbrella they normally give to the marketers. I carry one umbrella, so I hang it at the front of our family house at Wurud over there, making phone calls. So that is how I started. From there, I have, good relationship with those people who are sending recharge card. They are giving me on credit. I sold it. I give them the money. From there, I have money. I acquire one kiosk. I begin sending accessories, sending recharge card, doing phone call together over there. Before I know, I have money to get a rent of a shop, sending phones. So from there today, to God be the glory, Top Success have over 16 branches around Southwest today. We are still going to Abuja and another part of the state. So what I'm trying to tell my young ones over there that is, you can start small. Do it steadily, consistently, with honest and hardworking. You are going to get to the top, steady by steadily.
Okay, thank you so much. We've been so educated. But tell us, DJ, I know you started in Kano, right?
Yes.
What exactly happens in the Kano shop? What do you do in the Kano shop?
Well, we do retail and wholesale. One of the shop is called Exclusive Shop.
Okay.
We only sell techno product there.
Oh.
And we have the SA, that is the sales agents there.
Mm.
And we have the agent of Easy Buy.
Okay.
In case you want to buy a phone and your money is not complete, you can buy the phone with a down payment of 40%, and then the 60% will be spread over time for you to pay.
Okay.
But you are going to give certain details before you are qualified.
Okay. So you collaborate, any foreign collaborations?
Well, I would say, basically, most of our traders now wait for phones to be supplied in Nigeria because we have dealers.
Okay.
All right. We have three categories of traders.
Okay.
We have the dealers or distributors. We have the master dealers. We have the sub dealers. All right. Now, if you want to buy from the master dealers, any person can go and buy. But from the distributor, only the master dealer can buy. And they all have their categories of amount to invest. To be a distributor, you need a minimum of $1 million per month. It's huge,
That's
right?
serious business. That's still where I smiled. That's
Yes.
serious business.
And to be a sub-dealer, you need between maybe a minimum of 50 million or 100 million. But a retailer buys what he can sell.
We can just sell.
10,000, 20, 100,000, 200,000 or so.
What are some of the challenges you've encountered or still encountering as far as this industry is concerned?
There are a lot of challenges.
Okay.
All right. You've mentioned one, a theft of phone. We are handling it. The second biggest challenge is the dollar issue,
Okay.
which is beyond us and beyond the government itself. So the more the foreign exchange or dollar fluctuates, the more we run into trouble. Sometimes you buy the goods at a lower rate, and by the time you go to buy, it has gone higher. And by so, most of our shops have shrunk with goods. Before, somebody that may have 1,000 pieces, you see him managing to get 300 or 400 because of
the current market,
current situation.
Inflation and all. Okay. So when you talk, I've sat with you and heard you from beginning to now, and I'm wondering, does this man ever relax? That's what is playing in my head. I know you have your family life going on, so when do you relax? And if you relax, how do you do it? Is it music? Is it games? What do you do?
Well, when I was in secondary school, I was one of the leaders of table tennis. I played table tennis a lot, badminton a lot. And I like traveling. Yes, I like traveling to explore new environments and so on. So traveling is one of my hobby.
Okay.
And I like quiet time as well. I can stay in a place for 3 days without going out, doing my things in the house. So these are some of my pleasure.
Thank you so much. It's been a pleasure speaking with you. We've learned so much. Thanks for inspiring all of us, all Nigerians. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you for joining us on this insightful journey into the evolution of mobile phone trading in Nigeria. We have learned so much from our guests today about the dynamic world of mobile phone trading, from the visionary leadership of Mr. Musa Haruna Mamza to the valuable experiences shared by the executive team. We hope their stories have inspired you and provided valuable insight into the industry. As always, The Edge is committed to bringing you the latest and the most impactful stories of innovation and entrepreneurship. Until next time, keep pushing the boundaries of exploration and innovation. I am your host, Patience, and it has been The Edge. Thank you for watching, and God bless.
Information is power. Everyone wants power. So feel powerful with the NTA News mobile app, the one-stop information center. Real news at your fingertip. Be the first to report by uploading first-hand information on the U-Report link, and be the first to know by simply clicking on any of the links on the sidebar for headlines, domestic and foreign news, economy, security, politics, sports, and more. Stream live on your smartphone and tablets and stay connected. It's pretty easy. Simply download NTA News app from your Google Play Store and you're good to go. NTA News mobile app, your access to real-time information.
Now breathe in, raise your head up.
Welcome to Health and Wellness Tips, where we prioritize your well-being and happiness.
When the body pressure is greater than usual, one has hypertension and is at risk of organ injury.
A balanced diet is the key to a healthy lifestyle.
Embark on a delectable journey of Nigeria, where flavors come to life in Niger's food adventures.
From the savory goodness of akara to the sumptuous puff-puff, Nigerian food is a gastronomic delight.
Stay tuned as we uncover more mouth-watering delight.
This is the network service of the NTA.
It's a beautiful day on this part of the divide, and I know all over the country and even beyond. It's a great day. So it's a day for us to be happy, a day for us to rejoice. Now, the show is Conversation, and if you joined us last week, you understand that it was quite deep. We talked about femicide, and women were bothered. Women are still bothered, but I know that we're going to actually get changes reflected as the day goes on, as our lives move on. Well, on the table last week at the same time, a lot of things were brought on, and one of them is the reason why this thing is on the increase. And some people say that it's because the negotiating table is having different things on it at the moment. Girls are asking for so much, boys are asking for so much, and at the end of the day, we go into the marriage with the wrong contract minds, and at the end of the day, we also have issues falling out. Today, we want to look at that contractual table. What should we be considering before we say I do to ensure that we have a lovely relationship as the day rolls for us in our marriages, in our relationships? My name again is Elizabeth, and I'm not alone. I'll start from my far right to find out. Hello.
Hi, it's good to be here. My name is Deva Hamati, your mom, and I'm a media consultant.
Hello, my name is Tukumbo Giwamu, and life coach with a time-out technique, and yeah, mom, wife, friend, sister, and relationship talker.
Right, when I'm preparing to rearrange myself on the seat, we'll quickly go to you. My name is
Good job, Panachian. It's good to be here this morning.
And a young man is with us. Okay.
My name is Yagi Benjamin TV. I am the Executive Director of Beyond Development for Africa's Youth Advancement Initiative. And it's good to be single and also...
Mingling.
Yeah.
Ready to mingle.
We're all single.
Okay, you say you're single.
Yes.
Are you ready to mingle?
Ready to mingle?
I'm ready to marry.
I like that. Not just mingling. Yeah. We'll get to find out how ready is ready. But then, let's quickly go out and see. I actually thought maybe we could go out to have a conversation with people on the streets. But hey, I ran into an argument and I had to capture it. Hey, is it ready? Let's see it.
Why they look me? I sabi like your husband.
Who be this? Get out, Jerry, you know rich.
Hey!
How are they? How far? I bring granite. Hey, now don't pay for my last shaving. No, when is the deadline?
Misha, the thing where they shock me say, you guys drop in mind old men, like your father's mates.
Guy! Now soon I say I leave me for relationship.
Calm down.
Guy, she leave me high and dry, guy.
You pay me. Sorry, no bet. Make her ask. What was she supposed to do? Wait for you. Ask. Hey, okay. Like, make I ask you. When we be in day school, you be getting new house. As you did like this for this your life. I will take provide for your family. I will take provide for my fear.
Come of it, all this unnecessary talk about line they providing for the family, or the man must provide for the family. What is the woman doing as a wife? Why can't she provide?
Exactly. Every time they asking for the whole world, what do you bring to the table?
Thank you.
What do you bring to the table?
Thank you.
That's the problem. You see that table? That is the problem. That is the problem. See, the problem is the fact that you people want a woman that will do 50-50. 50-50 responsibility, sharing, do this, you do this, I do this. How? You go wait for that. See that sharing, sharing formula. That is the problem.
Come on, VT. Those things are in the past. We are in a new era.
Bam.
You need to pick up bills.
Exactly.
Bills.
If you don't want to marry a boyfriend that is broke, Auntie, you guys bring something to the table as a wife.
Bring something to the table.
You need to my chest.
How do you chest? You will die now.
It's not.
Die. I beg, give me
Okay. No. Okay. How did they say it again? Be coming down.
Yeah, okay, we are coming down now.
Be coming down. Okay. So while that was going on, the house already had their own. Please, I'm opening it up. I'm not going to talk. What did people argue about 50-50?
Well, I think it's, I don't know, I'm sorry, I always come off as so anti-Western. That's not the case. There are many things about Western culture that I appreciate. The feminist movement is the reason why I'm able to sit here today, wear trousers, talk on TV, and even have an opinion. So it's not like I'm completely anti-Western, but there are many things about Western concepts that I don't agree with, just as there are many things about even my culture that I don't agree with. I'm very opinionated. 50-50 to me is not a good concept for how to run a home. It started in the West, I think, particularly with the American thing. Social media made it go viral, and then we started trying to pull it this way. Women over there, their homes over there are usually run in such a way that one person goes to work and the other person stays home. Because for the most part, the average person cannot afford hired help. Not like we have it here where you have relatives or... So one person has to stay home with the kids. One person has to go out and earn. And for the most part, it is still men that go out and do the earning while the mother stays home with the kids and does the homemaking.
Okay.
Now, it was the women that started pushing for the 50-50 over there because they didn't want men to just go to work and bring home money. They said, when you go home and you bring home money, we still expect you to parent Don't come back and don't come close from work, come home and zone out and pretend as if the children are not yours. Or no, you will still parent. You still help me with one or two other things around the house. That's where that was coming from. But when we brought it this way, we were saying that women should also contribute 50% to the blah, 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 blah in the house. And I'm saying that for me, it doesn't work. Why? The man should bring 100%. The woman should also bring 100%. Okay. Both of you should bring 100% of what you are supposed to be doing in that relationship. So if the woman earns far more than the man, I would expect her to pick the bills.
No way.
No, but where will the man get the money from?
She shouldn't pick the bills per se. Because for me,
I said if she's earning far more than the man.
No, for me, I always say that, you see, when you're looking for love, first of all, I came up with these 3 P's that you should look for. Protection, provision, and productivity. You know,
okay, let me just wrap up my thought. The place where I think the woman should make significant financial contribution is if she's earning way more than the man. Till date, this is a conversation women run away from, but there are women that are breadwinners. True. They pay rent, they take themselves to hospital, they give birth, pay the hospital bill, pay the children's bills, buy clothes, buy food. They are essentially married to themselves, and the man is only there to make them pregnant. This thing is real, and it's a no-no. And that is a no-no. And I'm not saying that it is good, but I'm saying that the only time it is acceptable for the woman to really take on bills is if she's earning far more than the. If the woman is working in Total or NNPC and the man is one civil servant at AMAC, who will pay more of the bills? Or you people will dumb down your lifestyle because it has to be the man that will bring the bills?
Then she will be the man.
The way I'm...
She'll be the man.
But that's exactly what I'm saying.
House husband, right?
And that's not healthy.
Whatever the
marriage
dynamic, the man should bring 100% of everything he's supposed to be in the marriage. The woman should bring 100% of everything she's supposed to be in the marriage. Okay. 100% this way, 100% this way, and then you have a solid marriage.
No way.
All right. So and I'm not talking about money because Joy, you don't seem to get where I'm going. It's not money I'm talking about.
See, we watch now. We're talking about bringing something to the table. Let's assume money and all those things, right? So for me, is that they're talking about looking for who they are going to marry. Not even in the marriage.
Before I do.
You enter marriage, it's a different case.
Yes, before I do.
But before you do, I think the man should be ready to foot everything.
No, I'm talking of inside marriage, not before marriage. So that's where we are different.
We're talking about before the person getting ready to go into this. So you go in with that preparation that for the man is that I'm going to do everything. I'm going to look after you.
Yes.
I'm going to protect you. I'm going to provide for you. And I'm going to let you be you. Do you know? But when he gets into the marriage, and of course, when he's finding his wife, when he's looking for his wife, he will also look for someone that is considerate, who is constructive, who is extremely caring
and productive,
who can actually calm down, listen to him. So these are little things. When she was talking about 100%, that's why I agree with the two different things she said of 100% of who we should be, 100% of who she should be, but not 100% of the provision.
Financial. No, that's not what I'm talking about.
Even though, of course, when you get into marriage, sometimes, like she said, you might be earning a lot more.
Yeah.
So I've never really been one for sharing information of
what you earn,
all of those kind of things.
But your money is your money, right?
Oh yes, my money is my money.
And his money is our money.
His our own money. Yes. However, it doesn't mean that I'm not going to bring money at all.
That's it.
Definitely, because like I told my daughter some time ago, I called her and I said, you know what? Now, there are too many things nowadays, like we're talking about the system now where we're peace. The truth is that there's no 100% life that goes on and on. Even in the Bible that I read, Isaac went, dug a pit, and found. All of a sudden, it dries up. Yes. You go somewhere, it dries up. So sometimes he may not have. Are you going to run because he doesn't have?
Nope.
No, because you're already in the marriage. So when you're not in the marriage, the guy now is one that will be looking, is she going to run when I don't have? So it's up to him to decide, how am I going to learn if she's going to run? When you're inside the marriage, chip in. When you're not inside the marriage, please open your eye. Shine your eye well.
I'm going to talk about before I do.
All right, go ahead.
That's what I'm going to say. Okay. I was brought up in a system that I always use myself as an example all the time, where the man is supposed to pay the bills, because that's what my dad said. And I will never forget before, and he always tell you, like when we're all sitting down and say, you men, he was particular about the men. There are two things, yes, there were two things that you have to do. You have to pay the rent. Either if you have money, you build the house. And school fees. That was what my father was particular about. He says if the man tends to do that, there's a bit of respect. Excuse me, when mothers are paying bills, children are looking at their fathers and saying, excuse me, don't patronize us. Because it's happening. Because they know who is paying the bills. So you can see that foundation already is bad. So for me, before you do, I do. I will sit down. If he wants to run, he can run. But it is better you sit down. Can you foot certain bills? Can you do certain things? There's nothing wrong in the woman not having. Yeah. But the thing here is that if you even have a man who gives you when he has, when he doesn't have, it's easier to chip it. Because a man who does not give me, I will not give him. That's the honest truth. Look, I've been single for a very long time.
Oh, wow.
A very long time.
Oh, wow.
And one thing I always told myself, I'm not going to be desperate about getting married. Why?
Get the right thing.
Never go below your standards.
Yeah.
That thing is very key. A woman can decide that I can follow a man whose standard is high there, because after a while you get up there. But when the man is below and the woman is up there, she now becomes the man. So why do you want to dabble into a relationship where instead of you're supposed to be the man, you now become a woman? So before you do, I do. You shine your eyes and check and see if it's going to work.
Okay, what you're saying now, I just want to ask, does it also apply to if a man is older or a man is younger? I mean, if a man is here by age and I'm here by age, I can marry him. But if a man is here and I'm here, like some women are...
No, with age, I always used to say, a man that was my age is still younger than me. That was my own perception.
Okay.
I used to think that when they're much older, they are more patient. That was my own perception.
It's actually true.
Yeah, that was my own perception about life. But right now in Nigeria, age does not matter again.
Wow.
I don't think age matters. The issue is that can you put food on the table?
All right, that question I think you're asking Benjamin.
Yeah. So I've been patiently and listening carefully, and all I could hear was all the sociocultural issues affecting us in this generation, as well as the pressure that comes with it. So, and it has not been easy with the various dynamics that have been shared. I understand listening to Devan and listening to her also, I got a bit different perspective to what one should do before I say I do. And sincerely speaking, as a young man, all I could hear was, that means you're not ready to marry. That means, yeah, no, certainly that is what it is, because my full thought before now has always been, from my own perspective though, I've always believed in compromise, understanding, empathy. When she made mention of the 3 P's, provision, protection, as well as productivity, that's all what I've always centered into. And there should be understanding, there should be compromise, there should be empathy. Very, very important. Where we, as maybe imagine I'm ready, or I think I'm ready to marry, and I meet someone that tells me that, imagine the pressure, first of all, the social cultural pressure that comes on the traditional right on marriage. Yes. I have to pay millions of naira
For what? Yes. Exactly. All the things you have to carry.
Everything I have, aside from even aside from the bride price. As all the things on the list right now, you know how much a bag of rice costs, yes. You know how much a 20-liter palm oil costs, and where you see telling you bring 20 liters. So imagine
20 all liters of palm oil.
Yes.
It's even small.
I'm waiting for him to land.
Yeah. So imagine all this pressure that comes with that. That is one. And it is expected of me as a man from the cultural perspective. This is my obligation as a man. That is one. And then coming into where the productivity comes in. I want to marry someone that is productive, hardworking, and I don't want to marry a housewife.
Okay.
Not because I want her to share 50-50 with me, no. We've gone past the time where you sit down at home and do what? What are you doing at home? Your mates are first ladies, your mates are
we
sitting in the studio.
don't call them housewife again, we call them domestic engineers.
Oh my God.
Yes. An idle mind is the devil's workshop.
Certainly, I didn't even see that though. But imagine all that comes with it. And as a gentleman that I am, and I'm anticipating to be a governor or president someday, and then, yes.
I like you.
Ambition is important.
Yeah, I go for functions and my wife is at home watching other women speaking. She can't even speak and all that. But the pressure now coming in, where the woman is expecting me to bring in to foot in all the bills, where you are actually working and you are, there's a compromise where I feel we can be able to come in. Where you feel the pressure is much on me, empathize, come in and support me. That's why you're my supporter. Yes. That's why you're there for me. Okay. But where you see it and you feel I am a man, I don't need all the support, that is wrong. I think that's one of the wrong teachings we've been getting these days. Because I'm a gentleman, he should be able to foot every part of your bills. If he's unable to do that, he's not ready to settle with you. For me, I feel it's completely wrong. And it's the wrong teachings that pushes a lot of mental pressure these days. A lot of young men.
Okay, now, beyond this one you're mentioning, what are the other pressures that are making men run away from girls? Run away from ladies who are ready for marriage, physiologically looking, and then you're ready, but you're scared of taking that giant leap, because a lot of men, those days, they used to marry in their 20s, mid-20s, and now I'm getting people in their 40s getting married. What is that problem?
So, as I made mention, empathy, first of all. Most young ladies these days are not emotionally ready for marriage.
Are you sure?
Yes, I am sure. In the sense that, actually my perspective though, but I feel from what we've observed, you check the data on the young divorcees, not even young people that have just gotten married within few months and the marriage has gone apart, you will discover that most of them, very little things that you have to compromise on. But emotionally are not ready. You feel, because of the pressure, this same pressure that we're talking about, your friends are expecting you to meet the standards. You're expected to, yes, your man should buy you this car at this particular point in time. He should take you on shopping. He should be, every day. I saw some videos yesterday on social media where someone was saying she wants to be waking up every day to breakfast in bed, bouquet, flowers, and all that. You know what that means? The pressure.
When he was dating her, was he doing that?
So no, that's the problem. Most of these people are not even. They were not even doing that. They never even got all those things. But because of the pressure receiving from their friends, they are seeing. Imagine I see Devan's husband doing something like that, or Devan will now decide to say, you tell your husband should maybe measure up. He has to keep to standards. Young men these days, this is what they do. You must go for vacation once in a year or twice in a year. You must go for shopping. You must change your wardrobes and all that. Imagine, yeah, quite all right. Maybe let's say I'm working at NNPC or one of those great organizations where they pay well. So imagine all that, and I'm able to meet up. But the pressure will still come down on me. I'm paying the bills. I'm doing all that I'm supposed to do. Imagine if I don't compromise to all her biddings. What happens at the end of the day? These are some of the pressures, not just because people are not ready. People want someone that will be empathic. Yeah. People want someone that will protect them also. The men are not just the ones that has to be protected. Oh, yeah. Yes, we want someone to stand by us at various points in time. Protect me. Where I'm weak, stand by me. Yeah. Not that when it's time for you, you see maybe my salary or I have lost my job or my savings is low, then you start giving me attitude, you start pushing me away and all that comes to it. No.
All right,
it's
so
not worth it.
Before I get to have Devon respond to that, which he wanted to do earlier, I don't know, can we take a break briefly and then return?
From the Atlantic across the savannah to the Sahara, we rise, a land of the free, we know they tire. We dream great, our spirit is undying.
Resilient, rooted like palm tree, we sway in colors, with undying demand. We make solutions, we ignite passion, yeah. Ethnicity is unique, we are more than just a nation.
We are Nigeria, strengthening unity. We know they carry lives. We are Nigeria, together live the dream of a land with great destiny. We are Nigeria.
I am the real Nigerian. Brought to you by the National Orientation Agency, NOA.
All right, if you're just joining us, you've missed the half of it, and this is the second half, if you call it that way, as it's in the football arena. It's conversations, and we're discussing the things to take a look at before I do, and a whole lot has been running around money. We're going to deviate a little bit, move away from money and find out other things. I think that it's important to look at what we call chemistry. If it works, it helps money to also play its own role. And for those of us who are watching from home, I think you should, you can also write in, we'll read out whatever your impressions are about what people should be looking at before saying the I do. You were going to say something?
Yeah, Benjamin spoke brilliantly on behalf of young men who are yet to marry and who I think are anticipating marriage. And there's something I wanted to clear up when you spoke about the bride price and all the obligations that go with it. I don't know what happens in other cultures, but in Tiv culture, that thing is a wish list.
Wish list?
Yes. Yes.
So it's not real?
If you take it literally, that's your business. They are hoping that you even bring half. The list they gave my husband, when they finished, the money they sent me can't pay on top of my head because already my master's degree, they said he should bring 1.5 million.
Because
that was that time. By this time, my parents had both passed on, and so it was my uncles. And I already knew, because my dad and I used to talk a lot, I knew that was not his mindset. I knew if he were alive, he wouldn't be putting that kind of money on my head. And I knew he was always telling his brothers, listen, in the event I pass on and you guys have to play this role on my behalf, I don't want you selling my child off as if she's, you understand? So he was always very firm with that.
So, so in Abriba culture, I think everybody should come in there and look for a wife, because no matter who you are, your bride price is just 7 naira. If you don't go to university,
so what about
it's 6 naira.
Other things besides
Like she said, it's wish lists, and there's really nothing serious in the list. So it's everything that is added to it. It's according to your fancy as a man, according to your love for the girl and the family.
I think
there's a purpose to that, because we say that a girl is not a goat, even though they all have GG. So we're not selling our children. Yeah. And it's as low as that, because if I come into your home as a wife and you mismanage me, the smallest person in the house can always come back and take their sister back home without fear of a huge bride price.
I guess yours is different.
Let me just quickly wrap this up for the benefit of young people who... So, you will see that list. You are meant to buy 50 wrappers for the mother of the bride, 30,000 wrappers for the remaining women in the community, 19,000 sacks of salt. It's a wish list.
Devon.
You do what you can. Hang on, I'm talking of thief culture. I don't know what happens in other cultures.
All right, better.
You will come because they say that you never complete, you never finish paying the bride price. So what you can bring now, they will collect it. They will give you wife. They want to show, they want to see that you are even committed at all. That is why they do so many annoying things. A lot of annoying things are done to you on that day. They want to test your temperament. They want to test your capacity to look after their daughter and everything. But it doesn't follow that if that wish list is up to 5 million, you're going to spend 5 million. You can spend 200,000 and they'll collect
about
it.
What you should look for.
So don't be scared by that.
Other things I would also talk about things like friendship.
Okay.
Can you laugh together? Can you laugh at each other? I think that laughing
at your
at each other,
stupidity.
yes, it's so important. You know, can you laugh with each other? You know, because sometimes you might be laughing at each other, and that person's like, you know, but when you can just laugh together, you know, and then he talks about caring. Can you cry together? You know, can you actually? He talks about can she feel what I'm feeling? Our emotions. Yes, it's that's what I'm saying. It's two ways. What I'm saying is not. It's both of you together.
Okay.
Because when he said, I said, productivity, provision, and protection. For both of you. You know, even as most of the time it hinges on the man for those protection, provision, and productivity. For what I was saying is that, can you help her be more productive? Will she help you be more productive? Because sometimes, you know, some men come up with that. And since I married that woman, my money just finished, or something, things like that. Most of the time, you don't really hear women saying, when I married him, nothing really happened to me or for me. Because most of the times they go into marriage and they don't even do any work anyway. So you have to be friends with who you're getting married to. If you're looking at money, guess what? You will get into that house, you'll be crying every day. Because he will give you the money. But you will not be happy. Yeah. You can't laugh. You can't talk. You can't tell him, oh boy, how far now? That language is not even there. Because he'll probably tell you you are rude.
All right, so it's just like what I watched yesterday. Devon is laughing because we watched that story together. It was actually a pastor, and he gets on my nerves. Like I was telling her yesterday, I cannot attend. I can't bear these kind of pastors or men of God, whatever they find themselves. He was telling somebody that
he was telling the congregation.
Okay. Wow. Okay. I think you should take it off me.
This person was telling his congregation that if your wife...
Can I have a bit of water?
Oh, sorry. Do you need water?
Yes, please. There's a glass there too. There's a glass. Sorry.
No problem.
Okay. All right, go ahead, Devon.
So, he was telling the congregation that if your wife uses certain terms of endearment, like baby, he was specific about baby, that she's suggesting that you are a child and she will treat you as
like
such.
A child.
She will rob you of your authority as a man in the home. So he wasn't talking the way I'm talking right now. He was talking with vehemence, anger, disgust, contempt, and literally ordering the men in the congregation not to take that because this, that, and the next. And the thing is, I saw this on social media. When I went through the comments, many men were saying, no, my wife calls me baby and I like it. So I was glad that there was a bit of pushback, but that was on social media. Yeah. The people that were actually sitting in that congregation,
did they buy that?
Did they counter it in their mind? They will take that and go and apply it at home because it came out of a pastor's mouth. Pastor quote unquote.
He actually said that you should be a lord it on your wife.
Yeah, that you are your wife's lord and master. You are her God. He used that word. You are her God. You are her this. Now, in the Christian context, your husband is your Lord and master. Yeah.
The head.
But he's the head of the home, but he's meant to exercise his authority from a place of deep love. Not from a place of dictatorship. And that's where men begin to struggle. How to convey authority without coming off as cruel. On that same social media, was it last week, there was a video of a man beating his wife for 4 hours.
For 6 hours.
Some say it's 4 hours, some say it's
I
6
watched
hours. I don't
6
know which one
hours.
it was.
It wasn't like you were repeating it.
Whatever the wife did, I don't
And
know
it
what
was a
it was
pastor.
she did. Maybe you came in and met her with another man or something.
Even-
Kick her out.
Yes,
Just tell her
excuse
to
me,
pack her
tell her
load
to
and go.
pack and leave.
Just tell her to leave. Why are you beating anybody for 4 to 6 hours if
Why
it's
you
not
beating
because
her?
you are taking some pleasure in what you are doing?
Clearly.
Anyway, I don't advocate violence, but I know how.
See, before, you see, I don't know, I think we're missing it. The pastors these days are not doing what they sent them to do. So they keep interfering where they are not supposed to interfere. What is his business?
In beating.
No, what is his business in baby? No, hello. So can you imagine the wife in the house?
And he was giving an example with his wife,
That's
how
what I'm
he
saying.
does this, how she starts
and you
it,
see
and
the-
he did
and
it.
you see
You
this
have
is a-
somebody in the congregation.
and
Shebi, you know
yeah,
how
exactly.
to
Yes.
And you know how I handle that.
No,
That's what he said.
No,
I
I
was
mean, in his
talking to
congregation, not
congregation.
some people, and they're very happy listening.
Yeah,
And now-
so you see,
To
this
follow
is,
his-
so this is what I say.
His lead.
What is it you are listening to? Who are your mentors or mentees, or what do you call it? Because I would rather learn from my parents. What is wrong in saying baby? That's why sometimes when I see some women say daddy, daddy for what? He's not a daddy.
It's,
But that's also culture, though. That's different.
That's the thing
culture.
in Nigeria. Culture, where you are from, there are some people, you give them water, you kneel down. You carry the water, you are kneeling down. You are cooking, you give them the food, you are kneeling down.
You're answering their call.
Everything,
You're
you are
kneeling
kneeling
down.
down. And you know, they say is respect. Let me tell you, I can do all that. And
No, exactly.
I mean, I will not respect. It's not
Exactly.
respect. For me,
That's
it's
what
not
I'm saying.
respect.
It's fear.
It's, but you
It's
see,
fear.
the thing here is that is why we're having a lot of problems right now because of broadcast and the social media. Because sometimes I sit down and I'm wondering, as a lady said, if her husband slaps her, that means she misbehaved and it's okay.
Oh dear.
I think we touched on this last
Okay,
week.
so
Yeah.
So that's why I say marry your friend.
marry
If
your
you're going
friend.
to marry your friend, you
So-
know, do you know this?
While you're going to, taking on that, I also wanted to look at something for me. You know, when you are getting married, like you say you're ready, if it's in the Catholic Church and several other churches I know, I don't know what happens in other religion, there is a lot of counseling, you know, and I don't know if you have gone through it, if you have reached that stage anyway. So if you haven't, and you step in there, what are your expectations from such counseling?
Okay, so first of all, I want to speak about marrying your friend. Marrying your friend and respect, as it has been called before now. If I marry my friend, certainly I will respect you and I will ensure that's where protection comes into place. So certainly if I marry my friend, why should I push towards seeing her being battered or maybe even go beyond just beating and all that? And the other component of even pushing him to molestation. Yeah. So I don't see where you marry your friend and then push yourself towards battering and all the rest. And then the other component of it, where you marry your friend, empathy comes into place. Empathy, I don't know if maybe, I think most of the counseling, adding to the question you asked me, counseling should do more of teaching people how to be empathic. Most times you see people, if I have money, whether you're bringing it towards the financial obligation, you're bringing it to my weakness as a man, or you're bringing it to where we have to compromise and understand each other. Understanding, to me, is one of the reasons why you see a lot of marriages are broken today. Most people just choose not to understand themselves. They just choose not to understand themselves. They are just like in relationships. Basic things that you can just sit down and say, please, this is my perspective. Understand me. This is your perspective. I understand you. Where can we come to compromise?
Okay.
People fail to do that. A lot of things that should not even reach to even having issues.
Because many marriages are arranged.
So that is part of it.
There's nothing wrong with
whether
that.
it's arranged,
Whether
it's arranged or not, I think
there are
that
marriages that are working and some based on love that have collapsed.
Okay, so whether it's arranged or not, it's good for you to have that conversations before you say the I do. I mean, for me, the conversation is long, is detailed, and I want to marry. I'm already asking my questions.
It's deep.
One of the questions I'm going to ask, anyway, I'll say all the questions that will be on my mind. One of the questions I will ask will be, are you HIV positive or negative? You'll be alarmed, but it's important.
No, it's not even
I'm not
HIV.
only asking you,
the HIV.
I will ask you HIV, I'll ask you genotype.
It's your genotype
and
that
before
is
HIV matters more because that one is infectious.
Then before when you go to the church, when you go to the church, you should think about asking those questions, and then going beyond asking, run tests. Run fertility tests, and if it's not reversible, know what you're going into.
But some people don't mind.
Run your HIV test. If it's positive, it's your choice if you still want to continue. Run your genotype, so that whatever you're going to do, I'm not saying if it's positive or negative, don't do it. Let it be that you know what you're going into. I ask questions, really. I'm going to ask real deep down to find out if you have money enough to, do a lot of things. I'm going to ask you a relationship with soap and water. Some men don't like to bath. It's true. Some ladies too don't like to wash their hair. So those are tiny things you may not understand.
You don't expect somebody to tell you, I don't like taking your bath. I think this is something that you will observe.
Yes, so
that's what
I do.
Yeah.
Yes.
You will observe.
Listen,
within a week of hanging around somebody, I can tell whether they are clean or dirty.
I'm going to ask you those questions. It may not come out literally the way it is, but I'm going to find out those details. If you're a dirty person and you're a very clean person, you say, okay, the man, I will help him change. It doesn't change.
Liz, but let me tell you, I had an experience where the guy liked to fart.
Oh, my.
And, and I couldn't handle it. Sorry. And he just thought I was such a proud, cocky woman. And I'm like, he says, if you love me,
you take it.
You're supposed to take it because I'm farting. And I just think people are sick.
No, that's so. I think people now, part of what you've just mentioned, people express themselves differently. And
farting.
Yeah, sure. I heard where, in fact, not just heard, we've seen there were trends that you should be, where sometimes, I think 2020, post-COVID, where the issues that came with staying at home. You saw all the battering, all the violence that came to all these issues you've been mentioned with. And where people started expressing themselves saying, if you can't take me like this, at least post-COVID gave us the opportunity to know your partner for who he or she is. So it came up with the fact that you have to understand, you have to stay at home, stay put with that person for the whole of that period. You must know whether you like it or not, whether he likes water or soap.
It's important.
That's the period. Those dirty bad habits, those short-term bad habits that you've not had a very long time to stay with. Most couples, that was the first time they were staying with their partners since they got married. Yeah, and that gave a very beautiful opportunity for us young people also to learn. That's where I came up with the thoughts of, for me, I can't settle with someone that we are not on the same reasoning wavelengths. Which is very important.
You need time to know yourself. That's a very important thing. These are things we were talking about, both of you are talking about marriage counseling. Some people meet themselves, I just see, I know I'm going to marry. And then you start planning
desperation.
Marriage. But sometimes it might just be, they think they fell in love at first sight. It happens. But you give yourself time to know each other. And this marriage counseling thing you said, every religion, I believe, does it. It's so important and so key. Because you hear things, you probably, even if you dated yourself for 5 years, you go into that marriage counseling, they will tell you some things that you think, I can't take this one. But you've dated already. It's so necessary. Can you talk to yourselves? Some people can't talk. Nowadays.
Many women don't know how to.
They talk on phone. But you can't talk in front of each other.
Very important.
In fact, when you made mention of where you have to ask questions. So there's a current trend these days, most especially now. That's where the issue that comes with money in terms of relationship. I will give you two perspectives now. First of all, imagine because I'm comfortable and you feel I'm comfortable and I can provide for you, whatever it is. So now mentally, that's where I started speaking about wavelength, being on the same reasoning wavelength. You now become either a slave to my thoughts, or whatsoever I see remains. So I ask you a question, you say whatever I like, you like. I ask you a question, and at the end of the day, sometimes you just say it's
when
okay
it's not
by
coming
me.
to America.
Yeah.
So
So imagine.
they do that
Actually, that's what.
when they want to get into the house.
So that's the problem now. At the end of the day, you discover this person cannot even reason for herself. Whatever she wants to do, she must.
She can't. She's just looking for something.
She wants to enter.
Yes,
She just want, okay, look, a lot of people are writing in. Let's see the much we can accommodate from our online discussants. It says, I think it is necessary to get the meaning and purpose of marriage before going into it. A lot of marriages crash because people have full orientation. You didn't tell us your name, but all the same, that's a beautiful, write-up. Good morning, and NTA. My name is Ume Ikenna from Ebonyi State. Presenter, what Devon Mom is saying is 100% right. Her thoughts will motivate those that are not yet married. Thanks. Okay, again, okay, you're writing from Ebonyi State. Thank you very much, Ume Ikenna. And this one says, how are you all? Another one says, the problem is most ladies want a ready-made home. They don't want to struggle and build a home with their husband. For the guys, most of them are running away from responsibilities. That's why there are so many unmarried people out there. Well, responsibilities is not a finish. So don't run, face it. Most young people now should understand each other's need and believe in themselves, and knowing well marriage is all about their future well-being. We've seen a situation where the wife is a graduate before getting married to a man who later upgraded himself education, and that's nice, and later became governor. Oh, Augustine from Lagos State. Governor of which state, if I may ask? It's important. All right, good morning, Precious Erubo from Iru Egbede, Edo State. Yes, and for me, one is supposed to get married to their friends. With this, they are able to understand themselves and tolerance come in, and finally, love. Now, my question again is, between love, trust, and understanding, which should be the forefront in marriage? Let me just start with Devon.
I would say love, because if there's genuine love between two of you, it tends to cover the other two as well. Okay. And I'll also use this opportunity to say it's okay to stay single.
Okay.
Marriage is not compulsory. I don't know of other faiths, but in the Christian faith, marriage is not compulsory. If you go to 1 Corinthians chapter 7, where St. Paul really addresses these things, he breaks it down. He keeps saying, I wish more of you could be like me.
Not married.
And not marry. But if you know you will not be able to contain your body, it's best you marry so that you have one partner that you are involved with and doing these things. All of these things are broken down in that chapter 7 of Corinthians. So it is perfectly okay to stay single if you know you will not fall into lustful ways. Because over time, there used to be a time when I would be in shock when somebody genuinely doesn't want to be married. I'd be so stunned. Don't you want your companion for life? But life has taught me that it's not everybody that can handle marriage. In the Catholic tradition, marriage is a sacrament. I think of marriage as a vocation. It requires self-sacrifice on both sides. It requires compromise on both sides for it to be successful. Now, I feel that up to 60% of divorces are the result of at least one person who is not ordinarily ordained for marriage. At the first hint of trouble, that person is ready to leave. It doesn't have to be anything deep or dark. First hint of inconvenience, the person will go out and do something really horrible and bad. First thing, they cannot. There are people who don't even want to have kids, male and female alike. True. They only have children because they see it as an obligation. But the way they treat those children subsequently, you realize that, and sometimes they're the ones that have the most kids. No, seriously, they will either neglect them completely, the emotional care is not there. So I am saying that if in your soul you know you don't have what it takes to accommodate your fellow human being in marriage, don't force yourself.
Okay, so growing up, when I was getting married, that was several years back, my auntie, who is late, told me clearly that I should avoid third party.
True.
You know, if I have issue, I should ensure that it does not, you know, meet the daybreak. You know, I should ensure that the pillowcase and the bed sheets become the judge and the jury between me and my husband. And I should ensure that my room is strictly for a dressing room, while his room is strictly for sleeping, because that way you remove divide between you and your husband. And I think it worked. I don't know. I don't know. And then it went a long way, because I recall when I had a little challenge, and I didn't want to tell anybody. My mom was really wanting to know what's going on. And then at the point when she asked me, I said, "You people told me not to talk to you about my husband. I'm not talking to you." And she felt, "Can't you?" I said, "No, I'm going to tell his mom. Then he cannot tell you." And we swapped it that way, and it kind of worked. What's your take on that, Coach?
Actually,
Yours worked.
So it works for you.
Yes.
Right. It may work for some other people, but I because I say that a lot, especially when you're getting married in church and then marriage services, I don't appreciate it. Not that I don't agree. I just don't appreciate it because too many things are happening. They say a problem shared is a problem half solved. Very important that you're matured and you know who you're talking to. So people have different types of friends. You know the one that you're going to say what you're going to say to. Like you said, what your auntie said. So before I got married, my husband would tell me, if we have a misunderstanding or I am the one that's always getting angry, you just face me. So if you like, don't solve that problem from morning till night. From night till morning, rather. You'll be looking at that same face. Some days, you want to get angry and push him off the bed, but you can't. You'll be there. Face me. So yes, that is good for us to settle our problems. But sometimes, it's eating you up, or there's some things you're going through. You just need somebody. I have a pastor friend, a lady who said to me, I asked her, when you are this is what do you do? Like if you want to, you're going through. She said, I enter my car. I drive very far to my friend's house. We sit down. We just talk about it. Talking is very good. You understand? Say something. Don't die in silence. So I'm sorry, they say that all the time. So just be very careful. Pray about it. There's nothing that prayer cannot solve. Honestly, there's nothing that prayer can lead you to who you talk to, because you might not really get what you want to hear from when you pray. But it can lead you to who you should say what you want to say to, and that will help you heal. So whoever, it might be something that you can just say, and the person will tell you, are you serious? Is that what you did? So what's wrong with you? I mean, I've had friends that told me, Chokuma, really? Even yourself. Why did you do that? Do you understand? So then it solves the problem as opposed to sitting down there in silence, then maybe somebody's knocking your head, or he said, don't eat food today. Or it might be the other way around. Maybe it's the lady that is even being mean to the man.
I don't believe in being quiet. I always used to say that I like referrals. And like we're talking about before I say I do. I hate it when I meet a man that nobody knows anything about. That's already a bad signal for me. There must be somebody that knows this person.
Check.
And I feel that,
check.
like you said, look for some... I don't believe in pastor. I will not go to any pastor. Because, they always sit down there, they are quoting the Bible and all that. No. I'll look for one friend that I have that tells me... You see, the problem with most of us is that we don't like friends who tell us
the truth. Exactly.
We always like the ones that tell you what you want to hear. So look for that friend that will look at you in the face. I'm not married, but most of my friends who are married, they always say experience is the best teacher. But I don't think so anymore. You understand?
Believe that
and they come and meet me and I say, see, I'm outside. I don't want you to come and meet me outside. But you know what? See, you know your husband. This is the way he is. Talk with him.
Okay. All right. So our time is almost not ours, but let me take briefly with you and get to find out your advice to your colleagues Young men who are not married.
Young men and young women.
First of all, the 3 P's, we've already discussed about that, and I will advise reasonable young men and women to be productive. Productivity is key, 1. There's a part where love might not be able to work all the way for you, and there's a part where empathy will come in, as well as where you need to be smart and matured enough to stand in as a man and as a young woman. So importantly, it's also good for us to know ourselves. Very importantly, understand yourselves, understand your values. The values are very important. Most relationship these days ends up in quagmire because of the fact that people are not even interested in learning from each other's values. Are your values aligning with my values? Are your thoughts my thoughts? If they are not, is there a room for compromise? If they are not, you still see fine people who don't measure up with that are still pushing in for marriage. At the end of the day, what happens? So mine is just to advise young gentle men and ladies out there to be proactive.
Okay. So a young girl said, somebody once asked her, what are you bringing to the table in this marriage? And she said, I'm a baby girl. I am the table. I don't bring anything. So on that strength, what's your own advice?
Well, I would say that I still feel that each person in the marriage should bring 100% of their best efforts. Don't do only 60 or 70% because you're waiting for the other person to come and fill this part. You went to work, I was with the children. So now that you are back, I could have bathed them, but I will leave that one for you to come and do. No. That's what I mean. Okay. The part that you're supposed to do it as fully and as completely as you can on both sides. Okay. And there was this thing I stumbled upon somewhere and it made sense to me. While this matters, you cannot always bring 100% of yourself. Okay. At different points in the marriage, one person does more of the heavy lifting than the other. For one reason or another, yes. Right. It changes with the seasons. So just let's learn to empathize with each other.
All right. Okay, final thoughts?
So what I would say is that respect begets respect, right? So if you want a man that is providing, you want to respect him for, he will respect you if you're not providing. What you give, what you get. Do you understand? You give love, you get love. Yes. So all of these things that we're saying, she said 100%. I guess 100%, but it's still 50-50 somewhere. It's halfway through, everybody comes through. For me, I come for you, and then you come talk.
Okay. So, good morning. My name is Folashade Stella from Oyo State. I think every relationship should be based on understanding each other. Also, try to get married to someone that is well matured and a responsible man who can provide for his family. Also, communication attention is very important in every relationship. You are going to say a word?
Yeah. Religion and culture is very important.
Okay.
In marriage.
All right. It's important that whatever you choose to do, whether married or single, do it because that's what you want, not because someone says so. It's your life. Yeah. And I tell you, whichever one you choose is all sweet. And I don't know about 50-50, but do you know this song about not 70-40?
70-40?
Not 60-40. Talk about 50-50 love.
Ain't no 50-50 love.
Ain't no 50-50 love.
Was that a
They scored with their second in the second half.
he's headed just a little bit.
Toby Amazon, look at the clock. I cannot believe it.
For the victory, Marcus standing firm. Turn 9, turn 10, dives up the inside.
Get ready to indulge in the latest fashion trends and styles on Fashion Vibes.
In Africa, our weddings are very much fashion inspired. Do something that's going to be of benefit, of essence to the people who are behind the big industry we know as the African wedding industry.
From bold prints to contemporary twists, Nigerian fashion is the epitome of elegance and creativity.
Wow, look at that. Until recently, I had no idea what a pangolin was. Man, this thing is strong. It's a small mammal covered with scales made of keratin, just like our nails. Strong scales, man. The scales has no medicinal value, yet the demand for the scales and the meat is driving the pangolins to extinction. This one's name is Igai, and he was rescued from illegal bushmeat trade. He's going back into the wild where he belongs to keep the ant population in check.
Welcome to the news on NTA International. I am Mina Daniels. Now the headlines. Federal government to exploit $7 trillion global halal market for the good of Nigerians. EFCC says former Kogi State Governor Yaya Bello is not in its custody. Plus, to evolve cost and power supply, federal government deploys SCADA system to tackle national grid collapse. The federal government has launched a comprehensive strategy tagged Exploit the $7 trillion global halal market, aiming at positioning the country as a leading player in the halal economy. Vice President Kashim Shettima at an event in Abuja said the project is part of initiatives to diversify the economy with a view to capitalizing on Nigeria's position as the 8th largest domestic halal economy in the world. State House correspondent Abdul Rahman Jabrila reports.
Nigeria's economic and demographic size gives us a unique advantage in developing a vibrant halal investment sector.
Build a vibrant halal economy. Unlocking Nigeria's potential is the theme of this stakeholders' engagement to build a collaborative framework that will create opportunities for economic diversification, job creation, and export expansion.
For Nigeria to become a hub of opportunities in the global halal economy, we must prioritize our strengths and reassess our weaknesses. Today's engagement provides a platform for us to collaborate with key international organizations. This will allow us to develop a comprehensive halal ecosystem and agree on strategies that will position Nigeria as a top halal exporter, targeting high value market.
Through partnerships with key stakeholders, both domestic and international,
We are determined to position Nigeria as a leader in the halal economy.
The halal sector can also play a crucial role in resolving the farmer hunger crisis by promoting ethical farming practices and ensuring that we use advanced technologies to improve agricultural yields.
Exploring investment opportunities, promoting technology adoption, and expansion of regional trade, taking advantage of the African Continental Free Trade Area. These stakeholders say will ensure Nigeria's competitiveness in regional and global markets.
The agriculture and food industry is a major component of this growth, driven by the high demand for halal certified food products amongst Nigeria's large Muslim population. Solving problems, we need to diversify, leave our comfort zone, look at other opportunities that we can rely on and address our challenges.
By increasing halal exports and focusing on strategic import substitution, Nigeria is projected to have an addition of nearly $1.2 billion to the country's GDP by 2027. From the State House, Abraham Jibrila, NTA News.
Vice President Kashim Shettima has urged ministries, departments and agencies of government to actualize the agenda of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu across different sectors by working together. The advice was given after National Council on Privatization meeting chaired by the Vice President and recommendations ratified at the 2021 and 2022 audit financial reports of the Bureau of Public Enterprises. The Council also approved the progress made so far by the BPE in the implementation of its 2024 work plan aimed at strengthening its operations. The Council also directed the BPE to further engage with the relevant parties in the resolution of the dispute in the sale of the Sapele to Ogoride Generation Company Limited and the sale of coal blocks belonging to the Nigerian Coal Corporation. The Vice President commended the new management of the BPE for its diligence and renewed vision, urging stakeholders to support realization of the Bureau's set objectives. He particularly commended the agency for its close supervision and conclusion of the Zungeru hydroelectric power plant concession, as well as efforts to establish independent system operator. Vice President Shettima further tasked the agency to work with the various committees of the NCP and the Ministry of Justice and come up with a robust roadmap to expedite the completion of outstanding transactions in the interest of the nation. Presenting a progress report on the 2024 work plan of the BPE, the Director General, Ayodeji Waleyi, reported that the Bureau generated a sum of 93.47 billion naira in the first and second quarters of the year 2024 from 3 transactions representing 35.9% of the expected revenues during the period under review. Minister of Information and National Orientation, Mohammed Idris, is assuring the international community that President Bola Tinubu, as beneficiary of the media, has a strong commitment towards upholding and promoting press freedom under his watch. This was when the government's image maker received the ambassador of the United States to Nigeria, Richard Mills, in Abuja. Salihu Abdullahi Wanara reports.
Outlined in the vision for the Federal Ministry of Information and National Orientation under the leadership of Mohammed Idris is, among others, a commitment to transparency in public communication and to build trust between the government and its citizens. In line with the quest for press freedom by his visitor, the U.S. Ambassador to Nigeria, Richard Mills, the minister assured of an enabling operating environment for the media in Nigeria through favorable policies.
And I wanted to talk more about how we could work together to strengthen freedom of the press here in Africa and around the world. And also how to fight disinformation, which is a problem many countries are facing, especially democracies. And the minister and I shared some thoughts and ideas on that. So that's why I'm here today with my team, and it was a very good discussion with the minister.
We are doing a great work to show that Nigerian press is not just free, but becomes one of the freest in the world. I know that there are some challenges here and there, but we are working on those areas to ensure that all of us enjoy what is called press freedom, which, by the way, is an important part of any viable democracy. He talked about misinformation, disinformation, fake news, and all that stuff, and we discussed about that. We all believe collectively that there's no way you can build a better society when you promote fake news and you don't take the issue of misinformation and disinformation seriously. We're giving him the Nigerian government's commitment to our commitment to press freedom, and will continue to work to ensure that the Nigerian press becomes even freer.
The current administration, he assured, will continue to promote press freedom and responsible journalism to foster unity and promote democracy in the continent. In Abuja, Salihu Abdullahi Gwanara, NTA News.
And China has announced plans to invest $422 million in Morocco following the successful conclusion of the Forum on China-African Cooperation Summit. The investment will revitalize the national textile sector and contribute to the government's strategy to boost employment.
The textile sector is considered a key pillar of Morocco's economy. Authorities in the kingdom said the deal, which was signed at the recent FOCOAC summit in Beijing, will revitalize the national textile sector by raising its performance and output. Morocco is actively encouraging foreign investment while offering incentives to attract investors.
This project will boost the Moroccan economy and allow the transfer of Chinese skills and technology to Morocco. It's part of a win-win policy between the Chinese economic power and its talents on the one hand, and Morocco's talents and technology on the other hand. This investment will deepen cooperation between China and Morocco.
The Chinese-Moroccan project is set to create 11,000 direct jobs in the North African country.
This Chinese investment will create 11,000 direct jobs in 3 years in different regions of Morocco. Huge industrial complexes will be created to accommodate the textile project with an entire modern value chain. Investing in the textile sector will have a positive impact on other Moroccan industries.
Morocco's central bank set a target and approved a series of measures 2 years ago to support the national textile industry. The Apex Bank emphasized the need to have a strong national textile industry as a backbone to stimulate investment.
Morocco's central bank governor said in 2022 that attracting foreign investment in the textile sector was a top priority. Morocco's textile industry's appeal is now attracting a third of the foreign investments to the country. The new Chinese investment will contribute to this achievement.
Experts say the $422 million investment by the Chinese textile giant will contribute to the long-term growth rate of Morocco's textile sector and other businesses.
And in Chile, some women do not want to give up their freedom and well-being to become a mother, and this has led to reduced birth rates. In the past decade, births have fallen by 29% in Chile, and now it is the country with the lowest birth rate in the Americas. The Latin American nation is far from the 2.1 million needed to maintain its population, according to the National Statistics Institute. The women, in their opinion, said being a mother is an absolutely selfless task, as it reduces their freedom of traveling alone and being in charge of feeding and always prioritizing the well-being and care of a child over the years. Declining birth rates are sparking alarm across the globe, especially in developed economies. Even Pope Francis has weighed in, suggesting couples who have pets instead of children are selfish and a threat to humanity. Chile's birth rate is low. Below that of developed economies such as Italy, Japan, and Spain, according to the UN Population Division. Chile's women have gained a greater access to education, especially since universities became free in 2008 and joined the workforce in higher numbers. An escalation of tensions in the Middle East over the detonation of Hezbollah pagers threatened to overshadow U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken's latest regional diplomatic push. He met with Egyptian President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi and senior officials helping to advance efforts to secure a ceasefire in Gaza and improve ties with Cairo. Francis Udojo has details.
As diplomats' visit comes with the region on high alert due to the risk of the Gaza war expanding after militant group Hezbollah promised to retaliate against Israel, accusing it of detonating pagers across Lebanon on Tuesday. Israel has declined to respond to questions about the explosions, with at least 9 people were killed and nearly 3,000 others wounded. However, President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi told Blinken in their meeting that Egypt opposed attempts to escalate the conflict and expand its scope regionally, urging all parties to act responsibly. Blinken later held talks with Egyptian officials, including Foreign Minister Badra Abdelati. In his brief remarks, the U.S. top diplomat did not address events in Lebanon, but praised Egypt as a partner for regional peace, stability and security, including its role in the Gaza ceasefire talks. Francis Udojo, NTA News.
And global police officials have announced a major breakthrough in the fight against organized crime. This is coming after a 32-year-old Australian computer geek was arrested on suspicion of building an encrypted messaging application used by hundreds of criminals worldwide to arrange drug deals and killings. Australian Federal Police said the Ghost app was marketed to underworld figures as unhackable and used by hundreds of unsuspected criminals from Europe, the Middle East, and Asia. Again, Francis Udojo reports.
Unknown to users, global policing authorities had hacked the network and were watching as the criminals discussed illicit drug trafficking, money laundering, homicides, and serious violence. Authorities made the move on Tuesday and Wednesday, arresting criminals from Italy, Ireland, Sweden, Canada, and Australia, including Jae-Young Jung, the alleged mastermind of the application. Authorities of the EU policing agency dismantled an Australian drug laboratory, while weapons, drugs, and more than €1 million in cash was also seized globally. Ghost, a kind of WhatsApp for criminals, was created 9 years ago and could only be accessed via modified smartphones sold for about $2,350 Australian dollars. According to Europol, thousands of people worldwide use Ghost, and around 1,000 messages are exchanged on it on a daily basis. There were 376 phones with the Ghost application installed in Australia alone. Francis Udojo, NTA News.
And on another note, Zimbabwe's government has authorized the killing of 200 elephants to feed drought-stricken communities and manage overpopulation of the jumbos. The slaughtering will take place in 4 districts in different parts of the country. The move follows a similar one last month by Namibia, where over 80 elephants were killed and the meat distributed to people affected by drought.
Zimbabwean authorities are processing permits to allow hunters to track down and cull 200 elephants whose meat will feed communities left vulnerable by the worst drought in 3 decades. However, resource activists have raised objections about the planned killings, which they say could undo decades of progress the nation has made in conservation.
When the government is now seen to be facilitating
the slaughter of elephants. A lot are going to take advantage of that. We fear that it's going to open the floodgates of poaching. We fear that the government is going to start a war which they will not be able to finish.
The Parks and Wildlife Management Authority has defended the cull, the first since 1988, saying it's part of a broader effort to manage an unsustainably high elephant population.
We've far much exceeded our ecological carrying capacity, and obviously something needs to be done. The animals are not only they are now a danger unto themselves because they are destroying their own habitat because of those numbers. 200, it's a drop in the ocean. It's too small a number. It will not be felt. That's the truth of the matter. But at least we are starting something to make sure that at least our communities can also benefit.
According to official figures, Zimbabwe has an estimated elephant population of 84,000, almost double the carrying capacity of 45,000. The overpopulation has led to increased incidences of human-wildlife conflict as the jumbos stray outside national parks into human settlements in search of food and water.
You're watching the news on NTA International. We have more reports after the break.
The federal government of Nigeria warns vandals of national assets, electricity transmission towers, cables and other facilities to desist from this act of sabotage. Vandalism is a serious crime punishable under the law. Vandalizing electrical equipment will affect millions of Nigerians, including your loved ones. Remember that national assets belong to all of us, hence the need to protect them. Report all cases of suspicious movement around electrical facilities to security agencies. When you see something, say something. This message is from the Federal Ministry of Information and National Orientation in collaboration with the National Counter-Terrorism Center, NCTC, Office of the National Security Advisor.
Welcome back. Zimbabwean berries have recently been fetching record high prices as global demand soars due to climate-induced supply delays. A drought during the last farming season has delayed the harvest by a month in most producing countries. Blueberries are one of the high-value crops Zimbabwean projects to lead its horticultural sector towards a $1 billion export value by 2030.
Zimbabwe's ambitious plan to increase horticultural exports by more than 1,000% over the next 5 years will be driven by doubling the hectarage of the key crops. These include citrus, blueberries and avocados. A protocol for the export of the latter to China was announced recently.
It opens up a wonderful opportunity for a diversification of market access. It helps us to maintain market share as well, and to be taken as a serious player.
Zimbabwe is trying to re-establish itself as a trusted and consistent supplier of quality horticultural produce. One of the hurdles it needs to clear is access to appropriate finance.
Avos, citrus and blueberries all require a much more patient capital. It's not a one-year seasonal turnover.
The Horticultural Development Council is engaging banks for funding to cater for established farmers as well as emerging small-scale growers who are seen as an important cog in the industry.
60% of the land in the country is owned by small-scale farmers, so A1 and A2 farmers. It's a significant amount of land that we cannot ignore.
Mwale runs an outgrower scheme supporting more than 2,000 small-scale farmers.
This aggregation center is our own way of trying to help small-scale farmers, or rather resource-constrained farmers. So we then collect from them, we bring the product here, we have the right knowledge and the right facilities to handle, and then we grade and we pack and we export.
It's helping the farmers access markets from which they were previously locked out.
When the produce that's packed here is sold in supermarkets in Europe, it's not only earning an income for the farmer, but also sustaining the livelihoods of the people that work here and helping propel Zimbabwe's export earnings towards the targets.
So we head to Ghana, where the Sagnarigo district was declared the overall best district in the second edition of the Boab District Water, Sanitation and Hygiene Wash Awards 2024. The district was selected out of over 16 other districts for demonstrating strong commitment and investment in the wash service delivery in their communities.
A government vision for the water and sanitation sector is for all persons to have access to sustainable water and sanitation as outlined in the Sustainable Development Goals. Metropolitan, municipal and district assemblies mandated by law to involve citizens in their activities towards ensuring that their communities get their fair share of the national cake. The annual Boabab District Wash Awards was instituted in collaboration with the Ministry of Sanitation and Water Resources and partners to help sustain household motivation in practicing proper hygiene. The awards, which focused on achievement that impacted on the delivery of sustainable wash services, was in 8 categories: leadership and coordination, wash prioritization and financing, regulation and enforcement, performance and national assessment, sustainability, water quality, institutional capacity for wash services delivery, and the overall winner. Sanerigo District was adjudged the overall best district out of 16 other districts. Mion and Karaga District took the first and second runner-up positions respectively.
Congratulations, Karaga.
The Minister for Sanitation and Water Resources, Madam Lydia Seyram Al-Hassan, encouraged the MMDAs to roll out comprehensive and behavioral change programs to promote positive behaviors.
To reaffirm our commitment to making WASH a cornerstone of Ghana's national development. There is no nobler responsibility than this to ensure holistic development of your district, and I expect district to even do more to achieve their various WASH-related targets.
In Ghana, the USAID continued to focus on promoting behavior modification, enhancing infrastructure, and expanding access to basic sanitation facilities.
Together, we have introduced solar-powered boreholes, advanced water purification systems, and we've embarked on behavior change campaigns that shift attitudes towards hygiene. Continued collaboration will allow us to scale our efforts and to reach the most underserved populations, ensuring that every Ghanaian has access to safe wash.
Other awardees include the Wa East District Assembly, Wa Municipal Assembly, Yende Municipal Assembly, East Mamprusi Municipal Assembly, and Mamprogu Municipal Assembly.
And education and sharing of technology drive cooperation in tackling environmental challenges. This is what Chinese universities are doing to foster international talent through collaborations. While Chinese industries are sharing green technologies with African experts, the China-African partnership underscores the cooperation in addressing global environmental challenges.
The United Nations Human Settlements Program, Tongji University, and the Shanghai Environmental Group hosted a gathering that united top environmental advocates. This 2024 China-Africa Environmental Forum was a catalyst for deepening collaborations, showcasing China and Africa's commitment to nurturing international talent and sharing expertise.
Our hope is that this collaboration will trickle at the local level, at the lowest level of the society in Africa. From there, people can benefit from this cooperation. And I think the point you raise is very important. We talk about expansion with this demographic growth we are seeing in Africa. I think there's a potential to establish a win-win collaboration between China and Africa when it comes to sustainable development. I think so we can only commend this collaboration.
As the world grapples with the harsh impacts of climate change and biodiversity loss, many Chinese and African universities have spearheaded innovation and knowledge sharing. Tongji University is dedicated to nurturing a new generation of environmental leaders equipped with the skills and vision to tackle global challenges.
Inside the campus, we call it the Chinese and international student mixed class. So based on this model, the Chinese students and international students, they work together, they study together, they set up very good friendship and partnership.
City planning and the energy issue is the most important. Besides this, as we work in university for China, I think the higher education is very successful. For example, in Tongji University, we have the innovation park around the campus. We can create new technology and transfer to the local community or other city, other industry.
The university's commitment extends beyond its campuses with collaborative research projects on different continents. China and Kenya have forged a unique partnership in biodiversity conservation, exploring new strategies and sharing insights to protect endangered species and ecosystems.
For example, you have the volunteers in every region where this ecosystem that we are talking about, to be able to educate the people and work together, and also having these people understand exactly what are these things that are supposed to be done.
The collaboration extends beyond academia. At the China-Africa Environmental Forum, the Shanghai Environmental Group organized interactive sessions on Shanghai's environmental technologies and practices. Its flagships, Tianma Eco-Base, showcase China's environmental prowess to African experts, highlighting the bond between its zero-waste and circular economy models. The Tianma Eco-Base stands as a testament to China's commitment to sustainability. This environmental complex integrates waste disposal, recycling, and eco-education. It's a model that advances the construction of the zero-waste city and was included in Shanghai's 2022 report on the city's implementation of the UN 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development.
The EcoBase has constructed 5 factories for 5 kinds of waste and the recycling of all kinds of resources. The UN has a platform which provides many policy and platform references for underdeveloped or even developed areas in the world. Tongji University can help us do some preliminary or theoretical research.
The exchange was more than just presentations. It was an opportunity for African delegates to exchange views on and learn from Shanghai's successes and challenges. The shared insights and practical solutions offered a roadmap for tackling environmental issues.
To reverse the trend of medical tourism in Nigeria, key players in the health sector are gathering in Abuja to address the challenges facing the country's healthcare system and showcase services available in the country. Uche Ugochukwu reports that the summit is an instance of AfriHealth Development Foundation.
Inadequate funding, poor infrastructure, and a brain drain of medical professionals have been the challenges of Nigeria's health sector, resulting in a significant number of Nigerians seeking medical attention abroad. This cost the country billions of naira, and the situation is what these stakeholders are set to reverse.
One thing that is very important in unlocking the healthcare value chain is the entrepreneurship aspect. If people are leaving the country to other countries to access healthcare, then we are not getting it.
I believe that there are, as much as we have a lot of challenges, there are a lot of opportunities that we can customize with the challenges that we have.
The summit, therefore, provides a platform for them to showcase their services and discuss strategies for unlocking the healthcare value chain in order to improve quality of care and retain medical professionals in the country.
We need to support our own healthcare system, create awareness, make a propaganda of the beautiful and amazing things happening in the Nigerian healthcare system.
Those who want to start manufacturing in Nigeria can discuss with such companies on a way of either a direct importation or sharing production as has been done in many newly industrialized countries.
Looking at 2030, one of the things that we all recognize that a number of countries are way behind the targets that have been set. And to achieve this, it's important that all come together.
With the theme, Unlocking Healthcare Value Chain to Reverse Medical Tourism in Nigeria, the summit is expected to produce actionable recommendations for all concerned to make healthcare more interesting to the populace. Uche Ugochukwu, NTA News.
And the prevailing food crisis may worsen if stakeholders do not speed up climate change response, especially as it affects agriculture. This was a major highlight of the 2024 NOI polls on climate change and impacts presented to stakeholders in Abuja. Calvin Ehuanaye reports.
Climatic conditions are about the most important element in food production and agriculture generally. with the current flooding and drought impacting the ability of farmers to sustain efficient agricultural activities, the NY Post indicates that government and players in the climate change space need to adopt technology and community-based strategies to mitigate the challenge to lessen the burden on the environment and agriculture. While the Post showed that many Nigerians are aware of climate change impact, they, however, wants to see more action in combating it.
It's this symbiotic relationship between man and environment. So we should have that consciousness in the way we relate with the environment. And also there should be more proactive actions on our land use plan. Areas that have been demarcated as buffer zones for forests, for water bodies, we should keep them so.
The NY Post is a periodic endeavor that targets specific sectors of national life, identify challenges and prefer solutions through surveys and interaction with Nigerians in a bid to assisting policymakers in decision-making. In Abuja, Kelvin Ewunwaye, NTA News.
Nigeria's first and chairperson Renewed Hope Initiative, Senator Oluremi Tinubu, has announced a 500 million naira donation to the government and people of Borno State over the recent flood disaster that led to massive loss of lives and poverty of about 2 million people. This was made known when the wife of Vice President Nana Kashim led other prominent women to Maiduguri to commiserate with the government and people of Borno State over the incident. Mohammed Goni reports.
Wife of the Vice President, Nana Shetima, led other members of the Renewed Hope Initiative high-level delegation, notably wife of the Speaker, House of Representatives, Ms. Fatima Tajuddin Abbas, that of the Deputy Senate President, Hajia Leila Barrow, wives of the Ministers of Agriculture and Food Security, Hajia Belkisu Abubakar Kyari, and that of Works, Rachel Umahi, among others, to convey the sympathy of the First Lady to the government and people of Borno over the disaster. Nigeria's First Lady was represented by Nana Kashim Shetima.
Her Excellency Senator Oluremi Tinubu, CON, she kindly asked me to extend her sympathy and prayers to you and to good people of Borno State.
The representative of the national chairman of the Renewed Hope Initiative assured Governor Zulum of the First Lady's support and prayers. Governor Zulum appreciated the delegation over the visit.
This is a very humongous contribution, and we want to assure you that Government of Borno State, under my distinguished leadership, will ensure effective and judicious utilization of this quantum of money that is being given to us.
They were also at the show of Borno's Palace, Abubakar Ibn Umar Garba El Kanemi, where he appreciated them for the show of concern. In Maiduguri, Mohammed Goni, NTA News.
More victims of the flood disaster in Maiduguri have received relief materials from the National Emergency Management Agency, NEMA, as part of its intervention measures. Director General of the agency, Zubaida Omar, who personally presented the relief materials, was assisted by Zainab Gimba, member House of Representatives, representing Bama, Gala, and Kalabaige. Iliasu Yakubu reports.
The distribution of relief items was categorized into two. It started with that of the elderly, who, apart from receiving 25 kg bag of rice and a carton of spaghetti, they are also given already sewn clothes. This gesture, no doubt, brought smiles on the faces of the victims. They commended the federal government through NEMA for the consistent deployment of food and non-food items for their upkeep. NEMA's Director General Zubaida Umar said arrangements have been made to ensure equitable distribution of relief items to every victim in order to prevent possible outbreak of epidemics owing to the flooded water. NEMA has stationed its water treatment van in strategic locations to provide treated water for the victims. Some of the victims say this initiative is commendable.
Hi, the water is so tasteless, odorless and colorless. It's sweet.
John Deere operates the water purification van.
So it does 3 levels of filtration, which is reverse osmosis, I think is the best presently now for water purification.
So how long does it take to get this kind of finished water?
If we set up in 1 hour, we can pump about 2,000 liters of water to drink.
Borno State Governor Professor Babagana Umar Zulum said all the 36 internally displaced persons camps will be collapsed in the next 2 weeks, believing that before then the flooded water would have completely receded. From Maiduguri, Ilyasu Yakubu, NTA News.
Meanwhile, the National Emergency Management Agency, NEMA, has again released fresh updates on flood devastation and casualties in states and local government areas across the country. A statement issued on 18th of September 2024 indicates that 1,092,317 persons have been affected, with 641,798 displaced from their homes, while 99,046 houses have been destroyed, with 285 deaths recorded. It further reveals that 2,504 injuries were sustained and 127,544 hectares of farmlands washed away, with 185 local government areas affected, while 31 states were also affected. Time now for a second breather. More reports shortly.
Federal government of Nigeria warns vandals of national assets, electricity transmission towers, cables and other facilities to desist from this act of sabotage. Vandalism is a serious crime punishable under the law. Vandalizing electrical equipment will affect millions of Nigerians, including your loved ones. Remember that national assets belong to all of us, hence the need to protect them. Report all cases of suspicious movement around electrical facilities to security agencies. When you see something, say something. This message is from the Federal Ministry of Information and National Orientation in collaboration with the National Counter-Terrorism Center, NCTC, Office of the National Security Advisor.
Welcome back. The rainy season, no doubt, is a period of blessing, bringing down the liquid that sustains all life. The season also has its own negative side, especially if it is accompanied by storms and flooding. This year, floods in Nigeria have been having a negative impact on the social and economic well-being of the people. In this report, Musa Baba Aliyu takes a look at the impact of the natural disaster on food security.
This is what 1 hectare of land looks like. It is the size of a football pitch. And an average farmer who plants maize on 1 hectare gets at least 27 bags. And if it is rice, he will get at least 30 bags. And this year, more than 127,000 hectares of farmlands were washed away or damaged as a result of flood. This will give you an idea of quantity of food that farmers lost this year as a result of flood.
The time that the maize was about to be harvested, then this flood just came. So water submerged all the palms, which now affected the yield that we are expecting to get from these palms.
In Borno State alone, it has been estimated that more than 5,000 hectares of unharvested farms were washed away by floods. Farmers claim that the destruction will have a negative impact on farmers' output this year. Agriculturists stress the need for farmers to insure their farms against natural disasters such as floods.
Agriculture is very volatile, so we must be able to mitigate against this risk so that our farmers can be well protected against circumstances that are beyond their control, which are the natural factors that affect their production and across the value chain.
The Nigerian Hydrological Services has again alerted riverine communities about the possible overflow of the River Niger and that of Benue. An investigation reveals that thousands of hectares of rice plantation along the rivers are yet to be harvested. Environmentalists are of the view that the impact of the 2024 flood is higher than what was recorded in 2022. In Abuja, Musa Baba Aliyu, NTA News.
In a bid to prevent potential disaster, the Federal Minister of Water Resources and Sanitation has launched a vigilant monitoring effort at Tiga Dam, following warnings from the Nigerian Meteorological Agency (NAMET) of impending heavy rainfall and flood threats in parts of Kano State. The minister's timely intervention aims to avert potential water spillage from the dam and minimize the risk of flooding. Yahanasu Hassan Brau reports.
The recent devastating floods in Maiduguri have sparked widespread concern and panic among stakeholders, including government officials at all levels and residents living near dams and riverine areas. The Tiga Dam, a vital source of water for industrial, domestic and agricultural purposes, supplies more than 45,000 hectares of farmland under its scheme. In light of the Nigerian Meteorological Agency 2024 rainfall prediction, which forecasts excessive rainfall and flood risk, the Ministry of Water Resources and Sanitation has taken proactive measures to constant water distribution during the dry season to accommodate inflows while monitoring waterways and engaging with communities to prevent illegal diversions.
We have seen the dam crest, the dam embankment. They are in a very good and healthy position as far as the intake of the rainfall is concerned. We expect to have a mild flow maybe at the end of this month, but it's not expected to significantly alter the situation at the downstream.
A delegation led by the Managing Director of Hadija Jama'are River Basin Development Authority and engineers from the ministry visited the dam to ensure safety and apply lessons learned from the recent Maiduguri flood.
To the public, I will urge them to be patient and to be calm. We don't expect the kind of situation that happens like in Maiduguri. We are totally in control here, and Allah is in total control of the whole situation.
Upon inspection, the team expressed satisfaction with the dam's current state, noting that it still allows for water inflow and has not yet reached its maximum capacity. The project manager assured that vigilance will be maintained to prevent any potential occurrences. In Kano, Yahanasa Hassan Barrow, NTA News.
And away from floods now, the federal government has initiated an investigation into the root causes of the recent earth tremors that rattled the Mpape area in Abuja. The tremors, which began on the 9th of September 16, 2024, alarmed residents with reports of 6 to 8 seismic events being recorded. First dictated at about 11 p.m., the tremors led to widespread concern due to loud noises and ground shaking in the vicinity. Minister of Innovation, Science and Technology, Uche Naji, during a press briefing, assured the public that a team of experts from the Center for Geodesy and Geodynamics, an arm of the National Space Research and Development Agency, NASDRA, is actively analyzing the tremors using sophisticated earthquake analysis software. The significant geological disturbance, experts believe, may be attributed to the reactivation of faults within the Mpape locality, a region that has experienced similar tremors in the past, notably between September 5 and 7, 2018. In addition to the tremors, the minister warned of imminent flood risks to the southern region due to overflow from the Lagdo Dam in Cameroon. The overflow, which had already affected 18,733 hectares of land by mid-September, poses significant threats to communities. He said the government is working closely with international agencies to monitor the situation and issue timely warnings. Meanwhile, the Nigerian Geological Survey Agency, NGSA, has allayed fears over the earth tremors experienced in Mpape, Katampe, Maitama, and other areas of the Federal Capital Territory. A statement by Director General Professor Lucien Guige disclosed that NGSA monitored the tremors and found them to be low and did not pose any threat to the environment. The statement notes that the monitoring station NGSA 5 at Katangbe has been capturing several significant ground motions with high moment magnitudes in the past 5 days, beginning from September 13, 2024 to date, and only one mild event was recorded on September 13. 6 of these events were captured on the 14th of September, while over 21 events were captured on the 15th with higher intensities. NGSA advises residents of the affected areas to calm down as the situation is being monitored. The rift between man and some animals has existed from time immemorial, and it is all about the battle for territory and quest for dominion. Hippopotamus, in its natural habitat, land and water, rarely coexist with man. But what happens when the other trespasses? In this next report, Charles Alpha tells us a story about the conflict that has existed between man and a rare species of hippo and the efforts to reconcile them in Gombe State.
In its natural order, hippopotamus rank next as the largest land mammal after elephants and rhinos. The semi-aquatic mammals, which live on both land and water, was regarded as one of the biggest threats to farmers and fishermen living in communities along the Dadinkowa Reservoir in Gombe State, before the rift that existed for years was mended. The Dadinkowa Reservoir, an earth dam located about 37 kilometers away from Gombe State in northern Nigeria, does not only serve as a hydropower plant and irrigation, but home to the about 180 Nile species of hippopotamus believed to have migrated from Kirit Dam in Adamawa State. Why then the long-standing conflict between these animals and their host communities? The hippopotamus, called hippo for short, terrorizing these communities, were said to attack crops mostly at night, but remained submerged during the day. Locals here say the hippos have destroyed at least 157 farmlands in the last 2 rainy seasons.
Largely, they affect farmlands, crops on the farms.
Sometimes it is a periodic conflict now. When they come out to feed on our farmland, we usually scare them away and chase them. In the process, that we use some methods. Sometimes we use light, we use sound to chase them away.
In retaliation, the farmers, who believe spend thousands, if not millions, of hard-earned money to cultivate farmlands, would retaliate by attacking them too.
Historically, 14 communities along this Dadinkowa Dam in Gombe State have suffered human hippo casualties, and 17 persons have died from these conflicts in the last 25 years. The humans are not just the only people that have recorded casualties. The hippo themselves, 5 of them have been killed in the last 5 years.
In resolving this long-standing conflict between man and hippos in communities along the dam, the agroclimatic resilience in semi-arid landscapes, AgriSO, a project of the Nigerian government, intervened through extensive community sensitization and the procurement of wildlife management tools such as the speedboat, guns, cameras, binoculars, motorcycles, and personal protective equipment to scare the hippos off rather than attack them when they come out.
AgriSO have sensitized the community of how to scare away the hippos. Method of the sensitization they have given is through maybe creation of sound, because hippos, they don't want sound.
But we used to go to the farms and then do like night shift, so that we can protect the farms from being destroyed by the hippos.
I feel there is that need for us to conserve it,
to boost tourism potentials of the state, to see how we can also engage the people along the Dadinkowa bank, educate them to create that symbiotic relationship, allow the hippo to enjoy the abundance of water as its own habitat, regenerate.
This has improved their capacity to monitor and control the movement of hippos. Locals here say the initiatives have not only prevented hippo attacks, but have also fostered a sense of unity and empowerment among residents when going about their daily and farming activities in the area. The number of hippos attacks, they say, has significantly decreased in the last 14 months. Charles Alpha, NTA News.
Deputy President of the Senate, Barrow Jibrin, says the Senate is ready to process the 2025 budget as it expects a document from the executive next month. In an exclusive interview with National Assembly correspondent Lamiali, Senator Barrow says legislators have intensified oversight of the 2024 budget to ensure MDAs comply with provisions.
We are ready to begin the processing of the 2025 appropriation bill because we know that by tradition the budget will probably be presented in the month of October or thereabout. As you speak, senators are moving around doing their oversight functions, trying to look at the performance of the 2024 budget.
He urges support from citizens as the government works to improve the economy.
It's part of what is happening all over the world. It is something that is applicable to all nations in the world. So while we continue to find ways of surmounting these problems, what we need at this time is the support of Nigerians.
Meanwhile, Speaker of ECOWAS Parliament, Memunatu Ibrahima, while on a visit to the President of the Senate, says the legislative body is strengthening parliaments in the region for the growth of democratic governance.
Renforcer la diplomatie parlementaire. Il y a des contacts que nous tenons parce que au niveau des États, la coopération peut être rompue, mais on ne peut jamais séparer les populations. Et les populations vivent toujours ensemble et nous, en tant que représentants des populations, nous faisons en sorte que et ce vivre ensemble soit toujours réel et soit toujours meilleur.
Mambila was represented by his deputy Senator Barrow Jibrin at the engagement held behind closed doors. A controversial matter now trending between the Dangote Refinery Limited, DRL, and the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, NNPCL, over operational costs and product pricing is not healthy for the country. The National Civil Society Council of Nigeria, led by its executive director, Blessing Akinlosotu, said it was shocking to read the allegations and counter-allegations coming from both the DRL and NNPCL over operational costs and pricing of products, and started feeling uncomfortable and sensing danger ahead when Dangote Refinery management accused the regulatory body of compromise in allowing low-quality products to be imported into the country to be sold at cheaper rates, while the regulator in turn accused Dangote Refinery of producing substandard products. The executive director says with NNPCL releasing the price of fuel as obtained from DRL, it demands DRL to refute all allegations and come out to Nigerians and the entire world and tell them how much PMS has been released to NNPCL, at what price and how much it intends to sell PMS based on processing economic realities, since PMS is a global product and cost of producing a liter is known and in public domain, among other questions that are begging for answers.
Limited, waiting for a deal with another competitor, NPCL Limited, to fix price of its PMS in a deregulated regime. Why are other petroleum product marketing companies in Nigeria shying away from buying from Dangote Refinery Limited, but prefer buying from NPCL?
For NPCL to come in between to supply is that government has taken away subsidy. But will the people allowed to buy fuel at 1,003 in their own country, a product that they have? That is where NNPC need to step in as a supplier of last resort and say that would it.
There are some privileges in this business that Dangote is enjoying, and those privileges are also not for fun. They are for mutual benefit. The public should know that Dangote is operating at tax-free regime at this point.
Let's now take a peep into the weather prospect for Thursday for Nigeria and the world cities. And this is where we end the news. Thank you for watching.
To done 24 hours a day. NTA International is with you. In your living room, office, and everywhere, anywhere. We provide a company you desire in terms of balanced and up-to-date news, programs, and the best of entertainment.
This is the network service of the NTA.
Hello and thank you for joining us on the program from the National Assembly. I'm Lami Ali. The Nigeria Police Force may be removed from the Contributory Pension Scheme, that is PENCOM. This is because a bill to that effect has passed second reading at the Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. The legal framework is also proposing the establishment of a police pensions board. Now, this is what we have for you on the program today. Leading the debate as plenary sponsor of the bill, Senator Binus Yaro pointed out that though the Nigeria Police is the principal law enforcement agency, it is the only security agency left in the contributory pension, which under the current arrangements, a deputy superintendent of police receives a pension gratuity of 2.5 million naira. That is 19.5% of the 12.8 million naira a DSP's equivalent in the Army, Navy and Air Force receives.
The establishment of the Police Pension Board, SB 294. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, this bill has been listed a number of times, and the bill has actually been circulated before. Permit me, therefore, to lead the debate on this very important bill, which seeks to establish the Nigerian Police Force Pensions Board to be called Police Pension Board, PPB, and other related matters. The bill was read the first time in these hallowed chambers on Tuesday, 19th March 2024. The Nigerian Police Force is the principal law enforcement and lead security agency in Nigeria, designated by the 1999 Constitution as the National Police of Nigeria. The NPF has jurisdiction throughout the country. A pension is a fund into which a sum of money is added during an employee's employment years and from which payments are drawn to support the person's retirement from work in the form of periodic payments. The current pension arrangement of the Nigerian Police is under the Pension Commission by virtue of Section 5, subsection 1 of the Pension Reform Act of 2014. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, I wish to clearly state that the Nigerian Police, even though it is the principal and premier law enforcement and security agency in Nigeria, it is left under the contributory pension scheme managed by the Pension Commission, unlike her counterparts in the Army, Navy, Air Force, Department of State Securities, Defense Intelligence Agency, and the National Intelligence Agency, who have exited out of PENCOM by law to establish their own pension boards. The resultant inclusion and continuous stay of NPF in PENCOM has placed them on the wrong end of the post-service emolument life, even though the Nigerian Police is saddled with the responsibility of not only protecting the lives and property of the citizenry, but also detecting crimes, preventing crimes, investigating crimes, and prosecuting offenses. A cursory look at the difference between the pension and gratuity benefits of the Nigerian Police and our counterparts in the military shows, for example, the benefit of a Deputy Superintendent of Police, DSP, under the current pension scheme is 2.5 million naira, and that of the Assistant Superintendent of Police, ASP, is 1.5 million naira, while the equivalent of DSP in the Army, that is Captain, Navy, Lieutenant, Air Force Flight Lieutenant, and the DSS Captain are paid 12.8 million naira and 10.3 million naira respectively. This means, Your Excellency and distinguished colleagues, the Nigerian Police Force is receiving the equivalent of 19.5% pension benefit of their colleagues in the sister agencies. The broad objective of this bill is to bring equality, equity, and justice in the payment of pension between the police and our sister agencies, while boosting the morale of the serving personnel and equally to enhance the standard of living of the retired personnel of the Nigerian Police Force. In line with Order 76, subsection 3 of the Senate Standing Order 2022 as amended, the financial implication of the bill is hereby attached. This bill will cover land acquisition, construction, and a befitting pension office, equipment and software development for the Police Pension Board. Therefore, Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, it is my prayer and ardent call that you consider the plight of the police, Nigerian police, who are desirous of living a quality life after serving the country through enhanced post-service emoluments by supporting this bill. I hereby, therefore, move for the second reading of the bill. I so move. Thank you.
That the Nigerian police plays in the performance of the primary duty of government, that is the protection of life and property of individuals. That is the primary responsibility of the Nigerian police, while the military is that of defending the territorial integrity of this country. So having regard to the role that is played by the Nigerian police and what other security arms like the military and the state security services are enjoying in terms of pension. I think mutatis mutandis, it should apply to the Nigerian police, because what is good for the goose is equally good for the gender. The disparity between what the Nigerian police earns as a pension and other sister organizations earn is quite wide. And therefore, what this bill seeks to do is to bring them at par with what other sister organizations are earning. And as I said earlier on, in view of the very primary role that they play, and which is the primary responsibility of government, I think they should equally enjoy what other sister organizations are doing. And I urge my colleagues to support the second reading of this bill. Thank you.
Second time. Those in favor, please say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Establish Police Pension Board to handle pensions matters for personnel of the force and for connected purposes. 2024 second reading taken. I commend Senator Bino Sierra for bringing forward this bill. It's quite very important. The police is our number one law enforcement entity in this country, and so we need to do all that is needed to take care of them in respect to their pension. They live their lives, while we're asleep, they are awake trying to protect us and our properties. So there's a need that we give our best in terms of their pension. It's quite good, as suggested, that their pension should be in line with what is applicable to other sister agencies. What is good for the goose should also be good for the gander. I also thank and commend Senator Mongono that contributed to this debate on the second reading of this very important bill. The bill is referred to the Committee on Police Affairs and to report back within 4 weeks.
The objective of the bill is for equality, equity and justice in the payments of pensions. Senate also passed at second reading a bill to amend the Nigerian Railway Corporation Act, sponsored by Senator Solomon Olamilekon.
Mr. President, distinguished colleague, permit me to lead the debate on this important bill for the amendment of the Nigerian Railway Corporation Act Cap 129 LFN 2004 SB09. The bill was read for the first time on Thursday, July 28, 2023. This bill seeks to amend the Nigerian Railway Corporation Act to include insurance fee, thereby providing adequate insurance cover for passengers and goods against any damage that may occur while transiting or transacting with the Railway Corporation and for other related matters. In recent time, there has been a resurgence in the railway transportation in Nigeria with the modernization of the rail system across the country, from Abuja to Kaduna, Lagos to Ibadan, and more recently, Port Harcourt to Aba. Passenger board train as an alternative to other mode of transportation. Goods in bulk are also now being transported by trains on our rail tracks. However, a critical gap exists in the current system, a lack of comprehensive insurance coverage for passengers and goods using the services of the Nigerian Railway Corporation. On March 28, 2022, the Daredevil bandits attacked a train service from Abuja to Kaduna at Katari in Kaduna State. The train derailed, and beyond the damage to the rail track, coaches and trauma of eventual kidnap of some passengers, about 8 persons lost their lives, including a young medical doctor, Chineno Megafu, 2 lawyers, Barrister Tibile Mogusu and Barrister Musa Lawa Ozigi, the Secretary General of the Trade Union Congress, the TUC. There was no insurance cover of any kind for these passengers, as the Nigerian Railway Corporation Act does not provide for such. Mr. President, distinguished colleague, navigating the transportation landscape in Nigeria involves an inherent level of trust. Passengers place their safety and belongings in the hands of various transportation providers. It is worthy of note that most sectors of the transportation system offer some form of insurance protection. On Nigerian roads, most commercial vehicles, like the buses and taxis, are required by law to carry passengers' liability insurance. This insurance offers financial compensation to passengers in case of accident, injuries, or eventual death. Similarly, air travels in Nigeria is backed by a robust insurance policy. Mandatory railway passengers and goods insurance will be a game changer. Imagine boarding a train knowing you are finally protected in case of any accident, injuries, or even death. Insurance could also cover loss or damage of goods, providing peace of mind for businesses and individuals. Moreover, the benefit extends beyond immediate financial protection. A robust insurance scheme will incentive the NRC to prioritize safety measures. Knowing passengers and cargo are insured could lead to improved service delivery. This, in turn, could boost confidence in the railway system, potentially attracting more passengers and cargo volume for the Nigerian Railway Corporation. Mr. President, distinguished colleague, there will be the issues of cost of insurance in terms of premium. The amendment process shall explore ways to make insurance affordable to everyone. Graduated premiums based on travel distance, class of service, or declared value of goods will be factored into the calculations and charged accordingly. Additionally, the cost of insurance premium can be factored into the ticket and freight pricing structure to minimize financial stress on the Nigerian Railway Corporation. Ultimately, implementing a mandatory railway passengers and goods insurance is an investment in a safer, more reliable Nigerian railway system. By providing financial security for passengers and shippers, the Nigerian Railway Corporation can inspire greater confidence, attract new customers, and contribute to more robust and efficient transportation sector for the nation. This lack of insurance discourages some potential passengers from choosing train travels. The absence of financial protection can be deterrent, and especially for those with limited resources. A comprehensive insurance scheme could significantly improve public confidence in Nigerian Railway Corporation, potentially leading to increased patronage and a more vibrant railway sector in Nigeria. Mr. President, distinguished colleague, I humbly urge you to support the second reading of the bill. Thank you, and God bless you. Thank you, Mr. President.
We have insurance cover for those plying our railway. Just like the air travel, you have insurance cover. You can't travel through our airways, through our airports, through using our airways, airport, using flights without being covered by insurance. So it's very straightforward, but if anybody wants to say something, Senator Abdullahi.
When we were doing the amendment to this Railway Act, I think in the 9th and 8th Senate, this is one dimension that escaped our minds. And I think it's very, very astute, that distinguished Senator Olamileko, find it appropriate, to bring this issue back to our attention. Okay. I am sure distinguished Senator Buhari, who was the chairman of the Railway Committee, of the Land Transport Committee in the last Senate, will have a lot to add, and he thinks he knows this more than I knew. But I was also a member of the Land Transport Committee in the 8th Senate. So this is one area I think that is quite appropriate for this legislation to go through. The only downside is that there is going to be an increased cost in both freight and passenger traffic. But I think this, the bill and the importance of the bill far outweigh, whatever increases, are going to come as a result of this amendment. Therefore, I write to second the motion.
Last dispensation, I was the chairman of transportation, and this issue came up. We find out that the freight and the goods were being insured, but passengers were not insured. So we called for a memoranda from a lot of people to find out how we can bring in insurance. Mr. President, look at it. Since March 28, 2022, that we had that unfortunate incident along Kaduna Road, no single person was paid a farthing because there's no insurance, and you cannot ask railway corporation to come and start paying people. But little amount that if it's added to the ticket, the way it's done all over the world, you are protecting yourself. In fact, if you are traveling to any part of the country, outside the country, and you don't have insurance, they don't allow you to come. So they can put a little bit amount on the ticket for insurance in case of anything happen to the people. Look at the people that lost their life on that unfortunate incident. Those were the things we were thinking at that time, that look, let's do it this way so that in case anything happens, it can cushion the effect for the family. But unfortunately, at that time, people were lamenting about the cost of the ticket is even high enough. But with the situation we find ourselves now, I think it is very important we put insurance on the way we put it on the goods and then the freight. We should put it on the passenger in case of incasity. Thank you, Mr. President.
Just want to bring to the fore of what travelers from Bayelsa and Delta State suffers before getting to Abuja. And it's in line with what has been presented here, and that is why I'm bringing it up. What we experience is not very palatable. Travelers using the train from Delta State have to move from Delta to Kogi State, somewhere near Kogi State, and that is where the train terminates, or that is where travelers have to terminate. And we have to be taken with buses. After you have used train, they have to bring you to Abuja with buses. And I don't know the workings that have led to that. I just want to bring it to your knowledge so that those who are concerned will be able to do justice to the work that will connect travelers from Bayelsa and Delta straight and straightly to Abuja. Thank you very much, Mr.
To have passengers traveling from one point to another within our territory, and not having them have insured, is in itself a risk. As one of our colleagues said before, given this kidnapping and bandits attacking trains, we hope it doesn't happen again, and then having lives lost or some kidnapped and all that. These are the things that insurance envisaged and also cover. It's not just the coverage of property, but also of persons. And so it is a bill that is well thought out, and I urge our colleagues as well to fully support this bill. Thank you, Mr. President.
Say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Act Cap 1 N129 laws of the Federation of Nigeria 2004 and other related matters 2024 second reading thinking. The bill is referred to Committee on Land Transport and to report back within 2 weeks. Let me commend the sponsor of the bill and Senator Lame Lekon for bringing forward this bill. It was a big omission, but it's good now that it has been brought forward, and I'm sure by the grace of God, Mr. President will assent to it because it's in line with international best practice. There's no way you can travel in other climes without having insurance. It's not possible, whether by rail, whether water transportation, land transport, everyone. You must be insured. And going by the fear people have on a rail system because of what the bandits did some years ago, I'm sure this will boost confidence. People now like to travel. Having been shot, they will feel that even if there's something if something happens, at least they have somewhere to fall back on. So I think we commend you very well, and we commend all those that contributed.
Meanwhile, Senate has resolved to investigate transactions from 1999 to date on the stalled Mambila power project, following a motion from Senator Manu Haruna and 29 other senators.
My motion is on the urgent need to address the challenges of commencing the Mambila hydropower project. The Senate notes that the federal government, through the Federal Ministry of Power, signed a contract with a consortium of Chinese contractors comprising CGGC, SHC, CGOC in 2017 to construct a 3,050 megawatt hydroelectric power project known as the Mambila Hydropower Project in Taraba State at the sum of $5,792 million. Also note that the Federal Executive Council of the Buhari administration approved the said contract with an agreed JV funding structure of 85% from the Chinese consortium, CGGC 45%, SHC 35%, and CGOC 20%, and the 15% from the federal government of Nigeria as counterpart funding for the entire project, with a 72-month construction period on a site area over 146 square kilometers in Kurmi and Sardauna local government areas of Taraba State. Further notes that because of the priority placed on power in the renewed hope agenda of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, particularly to electricity generation for capacity expansion, the Mambila hydroelectric power project, with its capacity to generate 3,050 megawatts and reposition the Ajakotu Steel Complex with $1.7 billion, makes it a priority project of national importance. Aware that the project has great benefit for local content in the area of human capital development, including the creation of over 55,000 jobs, construction of resettlement homes for over 100,000 people, hauling and supplying of over 2.7 million tons of steel, production and supply of over 76 million tons of carry stone, the opportunity for Ashaka and Benue Cement to produce and supply cement, and for Steyr Nigeria Limited, Dipan Limited, and Innocent Vehicle Manufacturing Company Limited to manufacture trucks and participate in over 12,000 trips of haulage and transportation logistics from Lagos and Calabar ports to the host community. Also aware that decades of effort toward the take-up of this national economic assets have been ongoing, including that from the Northeast governors to place the project in implementation mode, the appointment of Hypertech Nigeria by the Chinese consortium as the local content consultant, the creation of Presidential Interministerial Committee comprising 4 relevant stakeholders, the Federal Ministry of Power, Federal Ministry of Water Resources and Sanitation, Federal Ministry of Finance, Budget and Planning, Federal Ministry of Justice in 1999 by the Buhari-led government to effectively coordinate the implementation of the project. Further aware that a schedule of pre-commencement activities by the government on resettlement, access road, security and airfield has been provided, and 27 MDAs and over 500 companies have already been identified toward the actualization of the 15% local content. The project is to be carried out based on Presidential Executive Order 5, which has been issued to provide the platform for the framework of the local content, especially as it relates to preference, accreditation, capacity development, and contract awards. Worried that the volume of contradictory information about the project might hinder the actualization of the good objectives and the benefits it brings to the good people of Nigeria. Also worried that the agreement between a Russian firm and the Republic of Niger to construct the Kandaji hydropower project, located about 180 kilometers northwest of the capital, Niamey, along the Niger River, will reduce the volume of water supply to and hamper the capacity of Kainji Dam to generate electricity for Nigeria. Encouraged by the proactive steps taken by His Excellency, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, in attending and taking action at COP28 Climate Summit in Dubai, United Arab Emirates, UAE, in December 2023, to improve Nigeria's electricity supply through the renewable energy. Resolve, urge the Senate Committee on Finance, in collaboration with the Federal Ministry of Finance, to include the Mambila hydroelectric project funding as part of the legacy project, and the 15% counterpart funding, which is 868,800,000 USD, to be funded from the Renewed Hope Infrastructural Development Funds. I so move, Mr. President. Thank you very much. Amendment which I have just read, that's the prayers of this motion. I so move, Mr. President. Thank you.
Mr. President and distinguished colleagues, I want to first of all commend the mover of this very, very important motion. This motion is not only important to the people of Northeast, but to the country in general. And the sponsor of the motion have captured it all. The issue of power is something that is very, very important. In fact, even if it is the only thing that this government at the end of it will be proud of, I think it's worth doing. You can see that we have been witnessing system collapse here and there, and this is because there is no coordinated generating capabilities all over. And having this in the Northeast, and also knowing fully that the Northeast, out of all the zones in terms of this infrastructural development, is behind. And the issue of Mambila is of concern to all, because it's linked to power, and power is very, very important and critical at this time in the country. And I'm happy that the sponsor have amended the prayers to be very specific. The issue of, and just as a matter of emphasis, that the issue of Mambila should be included as part of the legacy project, because all these things that we are doing, if the power matter is not addressed, it will be just like dancing in one place. So I want distinguished colleagues to support, as I can see the anxiety of this very important motion, so that the government, I'm very sure it's a listening government, will definitely do something about the issue of the Mambila project, which should take off. There is a small item in the budget, but that is not enough. It should be out of it, and special funding should be done for it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President, I stand to give my full support to this very important motion that is meant to change the economic and industrial landscape of Nigeria. This single project, as already said by the mover, will generate 3,050 megawatts of electricity. Bear in mind that the present generation for the whole country, with all the dams, with all the power plants, with all the 10 projects of NIPP, the generation is not more than always hovering around 3,500, 4,000 to 5,000 megawatts. So if we can get one source that will just bring in 3,000, you can imagine the positive change that will happen to the country. But unfortunately, despite the glaring and obvious importance of this project has suffered so many setbacks. I remember way back in 1999 when President Obasanjo came into office and I was the Minister of State for Power and Steel. This project came up and there were people ready, particularly the Chinese, ready. They came with their proposal to inject $4 billion for a take-off of this project. But somehow, always, one reason or another will come up to prevent the implementation of this project. At that time, it was the issue of trying to sort out the environmental impact assessment of the project, the legal framework, and so many other things that delayed the takeoff of the project. Later on, in 2006, when President Obasanjo also came up with the idea of setting up 10 NIPP projects, that is National Independent Power Project, that will involve joint funding between the local government, the state government, and the federal government, to a tune of $5.3 billion at that time. 10 projects were slated for takeoff, and all those 10 projects were gas-powered projects. Some of us came up with the issue of Mambila. We said, all right, in addition to these 10 projects, why don't you also embark on Mambila? The argument given to us at that time was that Obasanjo wanted to have a project that will be completed within a shortest possible time, within less than 3 years. And the argument then was this project will take more than 7 years to complete. Therefore, we cannot treat it as emergency, and therefore, it was stepped down. Unfortunately for us, even the 10 NIPP projects, out of these 10, very few up to now, those that were meant to be completed in 3 years, up to now, most of them have not taken off. And there is one of the principal reasons, problem of gas supply. You see? But this one will not require any gas supply. Is there water? Everything is there. The setting up is there. Everything is there. Just to take off. So it was killed for that reason. Unfortunately for us, just last month or 2 months back, as a member of the Power Committee, we went on an oversight visit to the Ministry of Power. And the issue was raised, this issue was raised on Mambila project. The same reason that they gave us 2006, the same reason. The minister asked the director of power to give us the reason why Mambila hasn't taken off. He said, no, they are giving priority to project that will be completed in 2-3 years. This one will take 7 years. I told the minister, I said, look, the same reason was given to us in 2006. We are still relying on the same reason. What I'm saying is history. But I'm saying this to ensure, to draw the attention of the Senate that for one reason or another, this project is always frustrated. I just hope this time around, sorry for taking a lot of your time, but I think some of these things need to be known, need to be Nigerian. I'm saying we hope President Bola Ahmed Tinubu will bring these jinx by ensuring that the reason they are given now, in addition to the 7 years, is the other reason which I thought the promotion move on motion will raise the issue now. Is the issue of there are some legal issues. Somebody, someone along the line, took the federal government to court, claiming that he has been given the contract. Not these 3 companies that have been mentioned. Somebody is claiming to be the owner of the contract, and I second the federal government to court, and they're in court. So that issue has to be resolved, and we hope, Mr. President.
I think it has been resolved. I think.
Oh, that's good. Since it has been resolved, the next thing is to fund the project.
Thank you. Thank you.
So I assure myself, and I believe, and I hope that Mr. President, who is having some legacy projects, should include this one as one of his major legacy projects. Thank you for taking a lot of your time, but I think this project is too important for Nigeria to ignore. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
This is a national asset. It's not a northeastern or Taraba asset. Mr. President, I want to mention here that I intervened on the Mambila issue in the last assembly. And I think the contradiction is, it's not about even the funds. The issue is the legal hurdles that have been created have not been settled, as far as I know. Because I had so much engagements with the former Attorney General of the Federation, Barrister Malami. And in fact, I asked for all the legal documents with respect to Mambila, and I was given. And Sunrise, one company that Senator Gojo was referring to, took the federal government to court, arbitration, and asked for billions. Eventually, some people negotiated $200 million for Sunrise to allow the project to take off. It's like it was going to work, then something happened again. And went back to square one. There were funds from Nigerian Sovereign Investment Authority, $200 million for this project. But NSIA, that was supposed to provide the $200 million, refused that it was not going to give the $200 million until the Chinese, those companies, start the project. And of course, the companies or the Chinese, when they noticed that there were so many legal entanglements, they decided not to show any more serious interest. And Mr. President, this project was reviewed from 3,050 megawatts to half. That's the truth. So this project, if it must ever be executed, it has to have the special blessing and commitment of Mr. President himself. Because we have to untangle all these legal issues before we can make any serious progress. Not even an inch of the road that will take you to the Mambila has been constructed. Am I right? Not even an inch. There is nothing there. So, Mr. President, we are begging you, our presiding officers, our leaders, that the resolutions here must be treated specially. It's not about just putting it in the budget. Yes, it should be in the budget, but immediate action to determine the status of this project is necessary. Is it 3,050 megawatts or half of that? It's supposed to be full-blown, the 3,000. We shouldn't go for half of it if we have the environment to have the 3,000. Because this is not about Northeast, this is about Nigeria. We need power to make progress in this country. And therefore, Mr. President, I believe that everything is at stake here. It's not Northeast. It only happens to be there. We're getting power from somewhere, even though we are not producing in the Northeast. So what goes in Mambila is going to the national grid and will not be simply providing power in the Northeast. So this is a serious national failure of implementing projects because we have allowed this. In fact, I had cause to look for the chairman of Subsidized, and he then promised at that time that if I intervene, he will withdraw his arbitration. And I said, I didn't believe in you because you promised so many times and you never stood by what you said. He said, okay. But at the end of the day, Mr. President, we are still entangled by these legal issues. And the Chinese are so discouraged, and in fact, they are not showing any more serious interest. But we have to bring them back because they are our best bet. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Let me join my colleagues in commending my brother, Senator Haruna Manu, and co-sponsors of this motion for this very, very laudable initiative. Mr. President, let me pay tribute to our leaders that influenced the plebiscite of 1961, which made Sardauna province to be carved out of Cameroon and for it to be part of Nigeria. And Sardauna province is where the proposed site for Mambila hydropower project is domiciled. Otherwise, we will not be talking about it today. Mr. President, if and when you visit Mambila, and I think it's only then that we will understand and appreciate what, as a country, we are losing. Beyond the 3,050 megawatts, even the nature in Mambila, the tourism that it will attract to Mambila, the agricultural opportunities in Mambila are beyond anybody's imagination. For any government to have priority in Nigeria, I believe that Mambila Hydro project should be that #1 priority in terms of infrastructural development. Not roads, not railway. Because if you have power, 3,000 megawatts, 100 megawatts are more than enough to virtually each and every state in Nigeria. And in one place, you can mobilize and generate 3,000 megawatts, and yet over the years, we've been playing politics with this. Mr. President, something is wrong with us. I had the opportunity, when I was Deputy Chief Whip of the House of Representatives, to chair the Committee on Power, when the committee ran into trouble while investigating the NIPP projects. And we reviewed Mambila Hydro project. Mr. President, Sunrise is only laying claims. They lack the capacity, they lack the competence to execute that project. The proposed CGGC had the capacity. They were the ones that actually constructed the 3 Gorges Dam in China that give China 22,500 megawatts of electricity, the biggest and largest in the world. And these were the people that were being considered for this project. I appeal to President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, if he must have a legacy project, let it be Mambila as number one, because it will have multiplier effect, it will have triple effect on the economy, on the infrastructural development of Nigeria, beyond anybody's imagination. 3,000 megawatts, sir. I believe that every one of us should support this motion, and I appeal once again that Mr. President should see it as a priority project. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, thank you very much for recognizing me to speak on this very national project. The Mambila hydroelectric power project is one, like my brother said last, should be a national priority. Power is very critical in our industrial development. Nigeria is not making any move towards having effective industrial revolution program because of lack of power. We can't even power our homes. How much more thinking about setting up mega projects? Time is running out on us. That's what I stood up to say. Because from this motion, it has been revealed the Kadanji power project in Niger Republic is being processed. And our Kainji Dam hydroelectric power station that we have been relying on over the years, once that dam is built, it will slow down the efficiency of the Kainji Dam. So the alternative we have today is that Mambila hydroelectric power that is far away from the other side. We have no competition there with anybody. So government should scale up its priority in these legacy projects we are hearing about. Roads are very important, but we do some and take this Mambila hydroelectric power project as very critical and place it very high in the list. If you look at the motion, you see that joint venture with Chinese companies have not worked for Nigeria. I make bold to say that because you know that the Port Harcourt, Aba, Enugu, Makurdi, Maiduguri Railway project, the joint venture was signed with a Chinese company. On these terms, again, 85%, 15%. They've not done anything there. If they don't have funds, why should we continue to sign this agreement with companies that will sign? This one was signed in 2017, 7 years ago. For 7 years ago, for 6 years construction period, 72 months. And we are still talking about how to start it. We have lost the time allotted in the joint venture program. It would have been completed by 2023. We are in 2024, we have not started. So we need to get serious and find companies that can do it. There was a company Senator Tambuwal spoke about that have been doing effectively. We can search around. The problem is funding. So if you don't get a good funding program, no matter how you conceive a project, now no matter how beneficial it will be, it will not survive. So I want to support this motion moved by my brother Manu, Senator Manu, to say that government should put this one on top of the priorities because we need power to drive our industrial revolution program. Thank you very much.
Let's thank distinguished Senator Manu for bringing this motion. It's timely, and I believe every one of us here is in support of that motion. This project was initiated as far back when the first agreement was signed in 2007 to produce 3,050 megawatts of electricity to add to the national grid we have at the rate of $5.7 billion. of which the Chinese company that initiated it, CGGC, will bring a counterpart funding from Chinese government to the tune of about 85%. And then Nigeria will give a counterpart of 15%. Agreement was signed, everything was reached before a legal issue came up, which His Excellency was referring to with Sunrise. But in order to cut the story short, when this administration came into, they looked at the issue, when they are looking at the issue of power, they also considered Mambila. And the Chinese company, CGGC, of which they even paid a courtesy call of our Senate President here, wrote, and they wrote also to the Minister of Finance, because they have submitted then to the former Minister of Mines, Power, Housing and Works, that's Fashola, they have submitted the bank guarantee for the counterpart of the 15% that we were to give. They've already submitted that bank guarantee from 2 banks in China. So the legal tussle came up with Sunrise. But the position I know today, Sunrise have met with the leadership of the country and they have agreed. He's a Nigerian. Should go and withdraw the arbitration he has outside our shore, which he has agreed to withdraw that. And I knew that he has done it in writing. I have seen it in writing. So the position as it is today, NSIA was given the mandate to source for more funding for Mambila. But with the coming of this administration again, they have been advised to transfer everything back to Greener Hope Infrastructural Fund, which will be faster in terms of delivery. And the CGGC have also come up with a review of the price of the project to about 7.5 billion now, due to changes in prices. So, and they will complete in 72 months. So what I know is that Sunrise is going to be part of the components of local content, which local content constitutes a lot in the project. That's why the fact that 85% of the funding is coming. And that 85% funding is available. It is now for us, using this bill now, using this motion now, for us to accelerate it. The legal encumbrance we have, Attorney General and Sunrise, I am sure by now they have reached a compromise. Because I'm aware that the managing director of Sunrise have been able to meet even with Mr. President, invited him in order to find a lasting solution to this. So Mambila is already now moved to Greener Hope Infrastructural Development Funds projects to be funded by that fund. And Murphy have been charged to make sure that this 15% counterpart funding is sourced. And I know they are working on it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Well, thank you very much. He has given us a very big hope. The legal encumbrance that has to do with the part that Sunrise is playing in the whole arrangement. So the matter has been solved. So I think we just need little. Is there anything that somebody would want to add? Having heard that the entire quagmire has been resolved, you want to say something, add more? Okay, let's hear your perspective, the woman perspective, the whole thing, having gotten the news that everything has been solved.
Thank you, the distinguished Senator Manu for bringing this to the fore. I'm going to support this on two plunges, on two major concerns. The first is that injecting 3,000 megawatts of electricity into our national grid will greatly boost the epileptic power supply. And secondly, considering the fact that we should begin to look at a better energy mix, hydroelectric power supply falls under the clean energy that the whole world is actually trying to promote. Especially yesterday, we actually raised concerns on the adulterated diesel that is being imported. So if we actually are concerned about climate change and about our environment, then we all need to support this motion in consideration of the fact that we need to look at a healthier means of energy supply. But I would also appreciate if Senator Manu incorporates his earlier prayer, which is to establish the ad hoc committee, which will look into investigating the litigations, or should I say the legalities around the contracts that had taken place since the year 1999. Because if you listen to the previous speakers, you can see that there are actually some concerns that have been raised by whether it's the previous or current contract owners. As the chair committee on local content, I would say that I have received quite a few petitions with regards to the ownership or the legal tussles around the Mambila project. So as we are asking on the president to consider this as one of the key projects of his administration, it is also important that we tidy all ends. Contracts that are non-binding should be laid to rest. Any arbitration that is ongoing must be looked into. And we should be very mindful not to pacify people, people or companies that do not have capacity, but to pacify them and incorporate them into local content. We should be very careful of that, sir. If we must have this project up and running in the specified lead time, then we should base our selection or selection of the contractors on merit. Those that have the financial capacity must be prioritized. The companies or the experts that have the technical expertise must also be prioritized. No sentimental consideration, please. So we need to look into the qualifications of Sunrise. If they have been given the chance over the past years and they have failed to comply with it, then we need to look into the bigger players in the industry. We are suffering electricity-wise. Our businesses are actually suffering. Our homes are relying on the diesel that are actually poisoning us because they are adulterated and many others. So I rest my case on the fact that while we are pushing for this project to be considered by the president as one of the key projects of his administration, we should also open up an ad hoc investigation into the legalities of all the contracts. Thank you.
A lot of our senators, Goje, former Senate President, and all those former senators who have enlightened us about the history of this project. Some of us have read about this Mambila thing on the page of newspapers, but today we realize that in these chambers we have in-house expertise and sufficient knowledge that has to do with this project, including the very enlightening additional information by Senator Sani Musa. Mr. President, sir, this issue has nothing to do with any part of Nigeria. Whether north, east, northwest, it's about Nigeria. And the word is unanimous that there are two key drivers in modern society. First, skilling your people through appropriate education. The other is power. Every time we have had debate in these chambers, we speak to the use of technology. These technologies are power-driven. And I think the more we diversify the source of power, the better for Nigeria. And so for me, I agree with all of those who have said this should be seen as a national challenge. And it's consistent with the renewed hope agenda. In this context, my understanding of renewed hope is that all of those things that have been abandoned, the hope of Nigeria dashed, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has promised to renew our hope
and to revigorate and revive those things that have been forgotten. I am satisfied, sir, that nobody, no nation has all the resources it needs to do what it has to do. What gets done is a reflection of the priorities of those who are responsible for leadership. The other thing arising from all the narration, for which I'm extremely grateful, former Senate President, Governor Goje, Sani, and others, is that, Mr. President, I think it is within the competence of the Senate, arising from these experiences, where people who have nothing other than a briefcase, they go into collusion with elements in the Ministry of Justice. They wrap up an agreement which is meant to favor them, even as they show no competence, no evidence of competence that they can get the job done. And when they can't do the job, you ask them to leave. We are asked to pay some money to allow those who have the competence to do it. That is my summary of all that has happened. And typically, why I say it is within our power, Mr. President, shall we, on another occasion, enact a law that says a dispute arising from commercial transaction in Nigeria, the arbitration, where necessary, must be on the soil of Nigeria and not in a foreign country? We are a sovereign nation. And I can see that it is Nigerian lawyers and government officials in the Ministry of Justice over the years, they always enter into an agreement that disfavors the country to the benefit of private investors who pay a peanut for agreement to be worded in a way that Nigeria is in trouble. Now our enthusiasm, all the effort has now been delayed and almost compromised by legal issues, as if it's a foreign territory. So I support this motion, and I want all of us to see it as for what it is. It's a huge national asset. There are other secondary benefits arising from bringing this into fruition. We will never have all the money. If there are people who are ready to invest in it, I think we should find the courage to deal with it. And then make a law that arbitration shall be only in Nigeria if it arises from a transaction between Nigeria institution and any corporate citizen, whether it's a Nigerian citizen or a foreign corporate citizen. Mr. President, I thank you for allowing me to say something because I came late, and I was very anxious to contribute to this because without power, there can be no jobs.
Let me especially thank the mover of this motion, because the last information about this project that we had was during the last administration, when the 5 legacy projects of the past government, Mambila Power Project is one of the cardinal projects which the administration of President Muhammadu Buhari has set as a target. But due to all of these issues that have arisen along the way, there's not so much that we can do. Because I was informed, then serving as the chairman Senate Committee on Finance, that project has been moved to Nigerian Sovereign Investment Authority to source for fund. But along the line, Lagos-Ibadan Expressway was ongoing, the Kaduna Abuja Road is ongoing, the East-South-West is not going, is ongoing, Enugu is ongoing, including the second Niger Bridge and the Mambila Power Project. Now there are no issues again. No money has been paid. Sunrise has the right as a local content to contest and to bid for such projects. Now that the present administration has also taken this as one of its legacy projects, we commend the administration of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu to have taken this bold initiative. And he has taken this project away from the NSIA and give it to the Green Infrastructural Fund. And they are ready to fund. But also, sir, I want to let us adhere strictly to the prayer of this motion. Let us have an ad hoc committee in place, not only to carry out this investigative hearing, but also to follow through with whatever is happening in this particular area, so that Nigeria, for once, if this additional 3,050 megawatts will come into our system, it will go a long way to help businesses, create more employment, and also move this country forward. So it's a good motion, it is timely, and it's something that we, as a Senate, must take with all seriousness to see that this project comes to pass. I so submit, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. We go to the prayer. The Federal Ministry of Finance to include the Mambila hydroelectric power project funding as part of the legacy projects of the and the 15% counterpart funding, that is $8 million to be funded from the Renewed Hope Infrastructural Development Funds. I think there's a need to include Appropriations Committee and Power Committee. Well, not investigation, to facilitate, to follow up, right? Well, somebody should move for the amendment so that to include Appropriations Committee and Power Committee. Finance is here already. He talked about finance, but to include appropriations and Committee on Power. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. President. Appropriation and power to join up with finance to facilitate the inclusion of this project in the appropriation and in the legacy, in the funding, in facilitating the funding of this project.
Those in favor of the adoption of the as amended by Senator Goji and seconded by Senator Yarrow, please say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Thank you very much, Senator Manu. Additional prayer?
In reviving the project, the original idea of 3,000 should be maintained.
Thank you very much, Senator Manu Haruna, for bringing forward this motion and all those who contributed. This is a very important motion because power is sine qua non for an industrial nation. Any nations that wants to get it right in terms of industrialization, power is sine qua non. You can't do without it. And the issue of Mambila has been around for the past 25 years. When I was in the House of Representatives, it was there, we were part of it, but it couldn't be actualized. And now we have come to going by the revelation by Senator Sani Musa, we can say that the project is good to go. So thank you very much, Senator Manu, and all those who contributed.
Permit me to lead the debate on the bill for an act to amend the Federal Medical Center Act 2022 to provide for the establishment of the federal medical centers across some parts of the country. Please see the attached bills. For the avoidance of doubt, Mr. President, the cited bills are contained in the second schedule to the Principal Act, which is proposed to be amended by inserting new bills at Federal Medical Center Rano, Federal Medical Center Okigwe, Federal Medical Center of Wian, Federal Medical Center Apugo, Federal Medical Center Igbora, Federal Medical Center Ogoja, Federal Medical Center Ngala, Federal Medical Center Guso, Federal Medical Center Ole, Federal Medical Center Untagora, Federal Medical Center Zuru, Federal Medical Center Potiskum, Federal Medical Center Deba, Federal Medical Center Uli, Federal Medical Center Bori, Federal Medical Center Ofa, Federal Medical Center Hadija, Federal Medical Center Dekina, Federal Medical Center Onitsha, and Federal Medical Center Kafanchan. The bills for the establishment of the federal medical centers across the country is informed by the need to bridge the existing gap between primary, secondary healthcare and tertiary healthcare delivery in Nigeria. The gap between primary, secondary, and specialist healthcare in Nigeria is widening. There is no seamless transition from one to the other due to a number of factors. The factors include accessibility to medical facilities, affordability of Medicare, as well as inadequate medical personnel at primary and secondary healthcare levels. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, Communicable diseases have continued to ravage many Nigerian communities due to the distance between the communities and tertiary healthcare institutions. Patients cannot access specialist hospitals where their ailments can be properly diagnosed and adequate treatment given. This unfortunate situation has also compounded the challenge of maternal and infant mortality. Densely populated urban and rural communities are worst hit. Their poor economic situation makes resort to patronizing private hospitals near impossible. The federal medical centers are envisioned as multidisciplinary space for treatment, research, harnessing science, and developing innovative means of tackling the numerous health challenges bedeviling the nation. Additionally, when established, the centers will perform the following functions: to equip, maintain, and operate the center so as to provide facilities for diagnosis, preventive, curative, and rehabilitative service in medical treatment, to support and provide enabling environment for medical training of personnel as the board may consider necessary, to run an effective and cost-effective medical services to Nigerians, and to review and update medical findings and research from time to time. Federal medical centers established by this bill, Mr. President and distinguished colleagues, will provide services in specialized areas like neurosurgery, cardiology, urology, orthopedics, pediatrics, internal medicine, radiotherapy, ear, nose, and throat treatment, gynecology, psychiatry, nuclear medicine, and other fields of medicine that may be required by Nigerians. I therefore urge Mr. President and my fellow distinguished colleagues to take a giant step in the right direction by supporting this bill for second reading. I thank you, Mr. President and distinguished colleagues.
I believe that as it is today, the medical centers are virtually located at the state headquarters. Decentralizing or spreading the medical centers to the various locations here stated will bring the medical centers closer to the people. I want to give you an example. One of the proposed medical centers is supposed to be located in Dekina, local government area of Kogi State. We have a medical center at Lokoja. From Dekina to Lokoja is about 4 hours. So if there is an issue that requires attention of the medical centers, within 4 hours, from Dekina to Lokoja, which is about 4 hours, is enough for the person to pass on. Okay? So I believe that the spread of these medical centers to these various locations in these various states stated here will help a lot in terms of bringing medical facilities nearer to the people. I also believe that the government, under this renewed hope agenda of the Mr. President, should be able to carry out the execution of all this, of the spread of all these medical centers to the various locations so stated here, so that at the end of the tenure of his tenure, this will count a lot in terms of his achievement. Health, they say, is wealth. It is on this note that I support the second reading of this bill. I so second.
Aimed at decentralizing the existing federal medical centers, which are presently located only majorly in state capitals. The need for that decentralization and for federal medical services to be taken further down to meet our people where majority of them reside cannot be overstated. I don't think there's anyone here, and I too am not rising up to speak against this bill or even the attempted consolidation of the several bills that are pending. The only problem, Mr. President, is that, and my plea is that there are a couple of bills that are being filed, including mine for the establishment of a federal medical center, my senatorial district far from Yenagoa, the state capital, which is undergoing various processes in the registry. And with this consolidation, if we pass it now, it may pose some challenges in terms of procedure. I'm therefore requesting, Mr. President, that with the permission of colleagues, and I believe that we'll have the understanding of the leader who has done the right thing by consolidating all these bills, so that we can step it down for now, for a week or two, so that we'll have an opportunity to have all those bills. Because if we are consolidating, anyone that is not mentioned as stated in the schedule will be excluded inadvertently. I know it's not done on purpose. So I just want to bring that to the attention of Mr. President to step down this, the consideration of this bill, which is a consolidation bill. It's a consolidation bill, very well thought of by the leader. This is the right thing to do. But let us step it down today so that in a week or two or three, when the registry would have taken the orders that are pending, so that we will now capture all, so that medical center decentralization will be for all across the country. I so move. Thank you.
A bill like this bill deserves close attention and support. Whatever can broaden our access to health should be encouraged. It is well said that health is wealth. So every measure, every bill that will broaden access to health care is a welcome intervention in our part. Much as I see strong merits in this bill, I support a type of opinion that the intervention should be broadened. I come from a state where we have 7 million Nigerians. We are 7 million in Akwa Ibom State. Some might not be aware of this statistic. And there's pressure in my state in respect of health facility. It would be a very welcome addition if this type of bill reflects the dynamics in Ikoregbene or Eket. We were in Ikoregbene to watch the wonderful infrastructure in Ikoregbene. Nigeria will be very happy to find a federal medical center in Ikoregbene. We would also be very, very relieved if one is cited in Eket. Eket is a major contributor to our economy. There are lots of Nigerians there, and there's real pressure on our health care facility in that place. So I am of the opinion that this bill, as commendable as it is, should reflect the dynamics that have arisen. There should be a center in Akwa Ibom State or born in Akwa Ibom State, one in Ikoregbene, one in Eket. I thank you.
My senatorial district, which you alluded to, I gave you a governor for 8 years, and I was surprised that I entered Eket and I did not see a single major legacy project to show that you had a governor for 8 years that ended in 2023. I'm not criticizing the governor, but probably he put them in Oyo senatorial district because he did nothing in my own senatorial district. So if God gives you the opportunity to be in the Senate, sponsor a bill to establish a medical center in Eket, and please also add Ikoregbene. But if you don't sponsor it, it cannot come to this stage.
We presented same bills severally, all of us, particularly from my own senatorial at that particular time. And both houses passed the bill. We sent it for assent. Unfortunately, it was not assented to. That is the reason why we are bringing back the bill now into the consultation that the leader I sponsored. Mr. President, if you look at the third paragraph of leader leading debate, and I read, the distance between the communities and tertiary healthcare institution, patients cannot access specialist hospital where their ailment can be properly diagnosed and adequately treated. It's one of the reasons why medical center was set up. And even in the act, it was put there that at least one must be in each state. Mr. President, in Oyo State, we don't even have any. I can even see my colleague now asking for the second time for Kogi. For the second one for Kogi, we don't even have any, Mr. President. And we are appealing that by the time the president is signing, he will be able to give us one in Oyo State. And
you
don't
have one in your place?
Come again, we don't have any.
Is it part of this list?
Yeah, it's part of it, sir.
It's part of this list?
It's part of this list,
but you are going to have one now.
Let me emphasize what Senator Issa Jibrin said about health. Health is wealth. We need, of course, to emphasize our will to make sure that we have the necessary healthcare entities in this country that will give that environment of good health to our people. Now, as we speak, every day, day in, day out, people travel out of this country for medical tourism, spending so much money, hard-earned foreign exchange, to go out there, outside the shores of this country, to seek medical attention. But when we have these number of, have several health centers as, being put forward in this bill, this will really help to bring specialist health institution closer to the people. As said by one of our colleagues, the distance between a local government, one local government, to a medical center that's available in the state takes 4 hours. So you can imagine if there's an emergency that requires specialist attention of medical practitioners, you could see that there will be a disaster. It's disastrous, to have that kind of situation, because one may even die before getting to where you currently have, you presently have a medical health center, especially health center. And I'm highly delighted that Reno is also part of where one of these medical centers will be situated. Reno is a center, is the headquarters of Kano's South Senatorial District, a district that has 16 local governments, more than some states, but does not have a medical center. So when you have this medical center, it will really help, saving the lives of so many people. So I commend Senator Kao Sumela for bringing this bill forward, for the sake of his people. I'm in tune. I'm also on the same wavelength on his desire to make sure that we have medical health center situated there, because Kano South is like a state, even more than some states. 16 local governments, and no specialist health institution in that area. So you can see that something is missing. There's a gap there. Please, my colleagues, please give your full support, and we call on Mr. President, once this gets to his table, please assent to it. Because when you do that, you are helping millions of people. People that have to travel, somewhere in Take local government, somewhere in Sumaila.
By the submissions before us, that some states are going to have 2, and therefore it's a contravention of the Act. My opinion will be that so that we don't do something that will go there and not receive assent. It will be good to step it down and take it one by one, so that we look at the most, I don't want to say most important, the most needy, like the kind of thing you are mentioning, and I think Senator Buhari mentioned another one, Senator Mangunu mentioned one, so let us take it one after the other. If it goes like this as a single bill, and one single one is questioned, are you with me? It dies in the life of this Senate.
I most respectfully rise to move that further consideration of this bill be stepped down. Thank you.
That it will be looked at on the basis of need analysis and in line with the existing Act of Parliament. Those in support that these bills be stepped down for further consideration, say aye. And those against say nay. The ayes have it.
And that's the size of our package on the program today. We thank you for watching. Do stay tuned for another episode, same time next week. I'm Lami Ali saying bye for now.
Red Bull Musa! But they scored with their second in the second half.
And that's where he's headed, just a little bit.
Toby Amazon, look at the clock. I cannot believe it. For the victory, Marcus standing firm. Turn 9, turn 10, dives on the inside.
Get ready to indulge in the latest fashion trends and styles on Fashion Vibes.
In Africa, our weddings are very much fashion inspired. Do something that's going to be of benefit, of essence to the people who are behind the big industry we know as the African wedding industry.
From bold prints to contemporary twists, Nigerian fashion is the epitome of elegance and creativity.
This is the network service of the NTA.
Since the early 20th century,
In reaction to rapid changes in farming practices, certified organic agriculture accounts for 7 million hectares globally, with over half of that figure in developed countries, and these are accounted for by various organizations. In the wake of agricultural chemicals, industrialization in food sector is constantly changing and seems very helpful to society and to the food companies, while in the long run is actually causing more harm than good.
Agriculture is supposed to feed us as a people. That is the way God made it. And that is where our livelihood should come from. In the olden days, our foreparents had been able to feed themselves, lived very long, and enjoyed life. But as time goes on, we are made to understand that the rate of population growth is becoming alarming. And that practice will not be able to sustain us again to produce the required quantity of food for us to live and become happy. Then, some certain things were introduced to us. These things we are made to understand will be able to solve food problems. Things like fertilizer, insecticides, pesticides, herbicides, even heavy equipment. In the developed countries, they have carried out different activities that have literally destroyed the environment. And it is having effects on them and us, because what we know as environmental degradation does not respect boundaries. So because of that, there's a need to change the way of doing things. We have seen it, that these practices is very, very detrimental, not just to the environment, but to ourselves.
Research has proven that some of the chemicals used to improve farm input and increase food production, such as fertilizers and pesticides, are producing hormones and antibiotics, which have helped to promote speedy growth of plants and animals. And by way of consuming these foods, one is said to be taking genetically modified organisms, GMOs, which are unsafe to human health.
We have three understandable methods of production in agriculture. We have the one we call conventional, we have the one we call natural, and we have the one we call organic. The conventional practice is the normal practice that we go on with without considering its effect on the environment. It even includes improved seeds. As a matter of fact, the worst of them all is the use of GMO materials. The use of these chemicals did not give us the result we wanted. So the next thing that happened was to going to claim more land from the forest. And we know the importance of forests. Apart from managing the environment, it creates the dynamics between the living organisms. So going to the forest to claim more lands disturbs the biodiversity. That means that even the animals that live in those environments will lose their environment, and some of them are dying, and some of them are coming to join us in our own ecosystem. That is the implication of intensification and all these efforts trying to improve or increase food production. And the consequence is the transfer or eruption of some of the diseases that were previously restricted to the forest. Things like Ebola. The most recent we have been confronted with now is COVID. Because of this interaction between human beings and the environment, these diseases have visited us and introducing new dynamics in our livelihood, and we are losing livelihood, we are losing longevity, we are losing condition of health, we are even dying more.
One sure way to eat and live healthy is through organic agriculture. It is rooted, grows and develops in 4 principles of health: ecology, fairness, and care.
Organic agriculture is the production system that excludes the synthetic practice or everything that was done in conventional agriculture. Organic agriculture is a production system not only that excludes those ones, but conforms to a particular production system. And that production system, we refer it to as a standard. Some of the practices in organic agriculture, they are outcome of scientific research. Organic agriculture combines tradition and science.
These principles express the contributions and the vision it presents to humanity for achieving safe and egalitarian global society.
The scientific processes includes trying to extract some materials. For instance, if it is in crop protection, you have to go through the process of extracting certain things that can be used as insecticide. Instead of chemicals, you use natural materials. It is important to know that, for instance, if you are using something like neem or moringa as forms of protection, that neem and moringa must conform to the standard of organic.
This is achievable as the system can be said to be thriving in Akwa Ibom State, Nigeria.
For over 4 decades, Nigeria's economy has heavily depended on crude oil exports. The oil boom of the 1970s led Nigeria to neglect its agricultural and light manufacturing industries. In 2002, oil and gas export account for more than 98% of export earnings and about 83% of government revenue.
The most significant difference between the conventional and organic agriculture is in the practice. For instance, in organic agriculture, the farmer tries as much as possible to mimic natural environment, where you have your crops, different type of crops, even the things that you don't need as crops, they are allowed to stand in the farm in such a way. Some of the insect pests that would have attacked your plants if their ecosystem was not there will remain in their ecosystem, dealing with the materials that are not plants while your plants are blossoming. So for you to practice organic agriculture, one of the important things is that you must sustain rotation, dynamic of normal environmental ecosystem, and you must sustain mixed cropping. That organic agriculture does not to a large extent encourage sow cropping, because sow cropping is part of the reasons why production is low. It is part of the reason why attack of pests and insects is predominant. But once you practice multiple cropping, once you practice crop rotation, the incidences of pests and diseases are reduced.
The system adopts various types and steps of organic soil fertility management.
This is the practical demonstration of the preparation of organic pesticide. We pick some quantity of those leaves that we have collected. For example, this independent leaf, 2 kg of this leaf into 20 liters of water is enough to make the juice, and we scatter it, soak it inside the water, pick the same 2 kg of moringa leaf, we squeeze it, also put it inside the water, and we allow it to soak. You do the same with bitter leaf, same 2 kg, you can squeeze it and also put it. But the only difference is with the vinegar, because it is very high in acetic acid. You use half kg per 20 liters of water. We have to take note, half kg per 20 liters of water. You also soak it. Then for the potassium, you use the same 2 kg and also squeeze it, soak it inside the water. The lemongrass, you may choose to use 1 kg because you are only extracting the properties that are inside. It doesn't need to be so much, and you use 1 kg and also put it. Then as for the scent leaf, you can also collect 2 kg for 20 liters of water and also mixed it. All of these leaves are being mixed together and soaked inside the water for 2 weeks. So when you keep it, when you stir it, then cover it, keep it for 2 weeks. Then after 2 weeks, you bring out the mixture, then titrate it or filter it, and then you filter out the sediment, use the liquid or the water that makes up the mixture. Then you can now measure it 16 liters of what you filter into this knapsack, which is 16 liters container. You mix it and then spray. Then while spraying, you need to do it early in the morning or late in the evening. It will not be very well if the sun is too high, because these fumes will be evaporating and you will not have effective spray on your crop, and the crop will not be able to absorb very well in the hot weather since it will be escaping. So the best time to do it is in the morning and late in the evening.
As you can see here, these poultry droppings have been kept here for about 2 weeks now. But we still have about 6 weeks before it can be ready for pouring it on our crops. So for you to be able to have your organic farm effectively coming out well, you have to make sure you cure this manure before using it. So these are the certain materials you use in curing it. You need to apply your charcoal, broadcast it. The manure you see here is about 100 kg. So you will broadcast 5 kg of the wood ash, broadcast it effectively, and turn. Mix it properly with the leaves. Those are the fresh leaves, and you have to make sure that the leaves you use in mixing your organic manure are the young succulent ones that does not have seeds. When you cut those ones that have seeds already, it will help to multiply the weeds in your farm. So you have to make sure that the leaves you're using are young and succulent. It does not have seeds, so as not to multiply weeds in your farm. So you mix it effectively. You could still sprinkle water so as to help it decay fast. The turning can be done every 2 days, and as you're turning, you could still add more leaves. After mixing effectively, you can now use your plantain leaves to cover it. Even if it rains and enters it, there is no problem. It helps to make it decay faster. But you have to make sure that you'll be opening it, checking on it, when you open the leaves, and be turning it from time to time until good 8 weeks. Then you'll be sure that your poultry droppings has been effectively cured. You can now distribute it in your farm.
Farmers progress. Farmers progress. We need farmers. We need farmers in our country, Nigeria. When united, we stand very strong. No one can separate us. Effort of farmers, yeah, yeah, yeah. Effort of progress, yeah, yeah, yeah. We need farmers.
For over 4 decades, Nigeria's economy has heavily depended on crude oil exports. The oil boom of the 1970s led Nigeria to neglect its agricultural and light manufacturing industries. In 2002, oil and gas export account for more than 98% of export earnings and about 83% of government revenue.
This umbrella Association of Organic Agriculture Practitioners of Nigeria has taken it upon itself to propagate the practice of organic agriculture, and it is doing it in different ways, including advocacy. Now, membership of the association is state-based. So we establish it in states gradually. When we introduce an individual to the practice in a state, we support the person with advocacy to have other members. So it is not only in Akwa Ibom State that the association exists. The association is widespread in most southern states and even in the northern states.
No doubt it is confronted by some challenges.
One of the major problems of organic agriculture is government policy and support. We know that government provide all that is needed for people to practice conventional agriculture. They will support them in land, they will support them in inputs, they even subsidize their fertilizer. But they are not even interested in organic agriculture, and we see, give us 1 or 10% of what you are giving to conventional agriculture, you see that the dynamics will change, because most importantly, livelihood of human beings will change. We have the record that organic agriculture is the only entrepreneurial system that can bring more people out of poverty than any other practice system. But it is not happening. Another challenge of organic agriculture, which is what we are researching on, is these insecticides and pesticides. We will not pretend that it is not there, but with our ingenuity, with scientific research, and with new things we are coming up with, we can see that it is working. For instance, if you look around this farm, you see that the farm is doing well. It is not dominated by insect pests, but if you spray insecticide on your crops and if there is no sign of insect attack there, who tells us that that crop is equally good for our consumption? Because if other animals can eat those plants, it then means that it is good for us. But if it has been produced in such a way that no other animal can eat it, what made us think that it is safe for us? Simply because it is not killing us immediately because of their size. It is killing us gradually. And when it gets to the high peak, that is when we just slop and die like that without showing any sign of ailment. Another one is, we must fight the people that are bringing in all these chemicals. We are asking for support. We are asking for policies. We are asking for the kind of thing that we are giving conventional system so that it can thrive, and the benefit of organic agriculture will be reaped by us, this generation and generation to come.
Beyond all these, there are lots of benefits to be derived from organic farming.
Everywhere I go, both within and outside the country, all contacts I made, I ask this same question. If you are giving an agricultural produce that comes from the practice of conventional, you use insecticide, pesticide, and fertilizer, and giving another one that was produced using organic, which one will you choose? 100% of the people I have encountered preferred organic. Why? They know the benefit.
I have been patronizing these organic farmers for 4 years now, and I have seen the benefit and the importance of organic crops. I come here to buy and give to my customers. My customers do not complain. Sometimes when they buy in the market, they will tell me that they got rot vegetables and crops like that. But here, I will buy, go and sell to them. Sometimes it will stay longer. I want to encourage other farmers to learn how to produce organic crops and to also encourage consumers to buy from organic producers so that they will have good health.
Even the vegetables we produce now, pumpkin for instance, they do cook it and enjoy it in every way they prepare it. But that they use fertilizer and all other products to produce are not nourishing. And even from the taste they eat, it's not palatable.
We don't induce our honey and we don't feed our bees. We allow them to go out, look for nectars and bring it to the hive. That is why what we get from the hive, from the comb, it's natural, pure organic. My honey is always recommended by even doctors and pharmacists because they trust what they will get.
I was fortunate to join the ranks of organic farmers in the year 2017. Somebody recommended me as they went for organic meeting at Abuja. So since 2017, I have been into the organic business. This has led me to several trainings, attending their workshops, summits, and what have you. Over time, I have been able to expand my farm the organic way to meet up the organic standards. I have not regretted at any level because apart from eating organic foods, I have been able to sell out organic produce to all my customers. Is it plantain? Is it vegetable? Is it cassava? And all these other our local crops. I have customers from Uyu, I have from Aba, I have from interior villages. One thing they like about my vegetable is that even if you cannot sell all that you bought and take to market, you are sure that in the following day, they will not sour. You will still be having them at a good standard where you can sell. And those people that are operating eating houses, they are also saying that people enjoy their soup and food because of it being organic. So, organic farming to me is very, very beneficial. It has become so benefited that even in 2020, when we were having the National Organic Summit, I was picked as the best farmer for the year. So I have seen the business as a good business. I am recommending it to anybody that would want to do it.
For over 4 decades, Nigeria's economy has heavily depended on crude oil exports. The oil boom of the 1970s led Nigeria to neglect its agricultural and light manufacturing industries. In 2002, oil and gas exports account for more than 98% of export earnings and about 83% of government revenue.
Therefore, it has become very important for us as a nation to go organic in order to protect our environment and our body from illness and diseases, as consumption of organic food is safe and healthy.
Wow, look at that. Until recently, I had no idea what a pangolin was. Man, this thing is strong. It's a small mammal covered with scales made of keratin, just like our nails. Strong scales, man. The scales has no medicinal value, yet the demand for the scales and the meat is driving the pangolins to extinction. This one's name is Igai, and it was rescued from illegal bushmeat trade. It's going back into the wild where it belongs to keep the ant population in check. Home sweet home. Please say no to illegal bushmeat and report wildlife crime, because poaching steals from us all.
The mosaic of time in the kaleidoscope of life. Time is a masterpiece. A delicate piece when we wait. A vibrant shard when we're late. A dark fragment when we're sad. A radiant tile when we're happy. An intricate pattern when we're in pain. A long, winding thread when we're bored. But time's mosaic is crafted by our hearts and our minds, not by clocks. So piece together.
Welcome to the news on NTA International. I am Mina Daniels. Now the headlines. Federal government to exploit $7 trillion global halal market for the good of Nigerians. EFCC says former Kogi State Governor Yahaya Bello is not in its custody. To evolve cost and power supply, federal government deploys SCADA system to tackle national grid collapse. The federal government has launched a comprehensive strategy tagged Exploit the $7 trillion global halal market, aiming at positioning the country as a leading player in the halal economy. Vice President Kashim Shettima at an event in Abuja said the project is part of initiatives to diversify the economy with a view to capitalizing on Nigeria's position as the 8th largest domestic halal economy in the world. State House correspondent Abdulrahman Jibrila reports.
Nigeria's economic and demographic size gives us a unique advantage in developing a vibrant halal investment sector.
Build a vibrant halal economy. Unlocking Nigeria's potential is the theme of this stakeholders' engagement to build a collaborative framework that will create opportunities for economic diversification, job creation, and export expansion.
For Nigeria to become a hub of opportunities in the global halal economy, we must prioritize our strengths and reassess our weaknesses. Today's engagement provides a platform for us to collaborate with key international organizations. This will allow us to develop a comprehensive halal ecosystem and agree on strategies that will position Nigeria as a top halal exporter, targeting high value market.
Through partnerships with key stakeholders, both domestic and international, we are determined to position Nigeria as a leader in the halal economy.
The halal sector can also play a crucial role in resolving the farmer halal crisis by promoting ethical farming practices and ensuring that we use advanced technologies to improve agricultural yields.
Exploring investment opportunities, promoting technology adoption, and expansion of regional trade taking advantage of the African Continental Free Trade Area. These stakeholders say will ensure Nigeria's competitiveness in regional and global markets.
The agriculture and food industry is a major component of this growth, driven by the high demand for halal certified food products amongst Nigeria's large Muslim population. Solving problems, we need to diversify, leave our comfort zone, look at other opportunities that we can rely on and address our challenges.
By increasing halal exports and focusing on strategic import substitution, Nigeria is projected to have an addition of nearly $1.2 billion to the country's GDP by 2027. From the State House, Abraham Jibrila, NTA News.
Vice President Kashim Shettima has urged ministries, departments and agencies of government to actualize the agenda of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu across different sectors of working together. The advice was given after National Council on Privatization meeting chaired by the Vice President and recommendations ratified at the 2021 and 2022 audit financial reports on the Bureau of Public Enterprises. The Council also approved the progress made so far by the BPE in implementation of its 2024 work plan aimed at strengthening its operations. The Council also directed the BPE to further engage with the relevant parties in the resolution of the dispute in the sale of the Sapele to Ogorode Generation Company Limited and the sale of coal blocks belonging to the Nigerian Coal Corporation. The Vice President commended the new management of the BPE for its diligence and renewed vision, urging stakeholders to support the realization of the Bureau's set objectives. He particularly commended the agency for its close supervision and conclusion of the Zungeru hydroelectric power plant concession, as well as efforts to establish an independent system operator. Vice President Shettima further tasked the agency to work with the various committees of the NCP and the Ministry of Justice and come up with a robust roadmap to expedite the completion of outstanding transactions in the interest of the nation. Presenting a progress report on the 2024 work plan of the BPE, the Director General, Ayodeji Welei, reported that the Bureau generated the sum of 93.47 billion naira in the first and second quarter of the year 2024 from 3 transactions, representing 35.9% of the expected revenues during the period under review. And Minister of Information and National Orientation, Mohammed Idris, is assuring the international community that President Bola Tinubu, as beneficiary of the media, has a strong commitment towards upholding and promoting press freedom under his watch. This was when the government's image maker received the ambassador of the United States to Nigeria, Richard Mills. In Abuja, Salihu Abdullahi Wanara reports.
Outlined in the vision for the Federal Ministry of Information and National Orientation under the leadership of Mohammed Idris is, among others, a commitment to transparency in public communication and to build trust between the government and its citizens. In line with the quest for press freedom by his visitor, the U.S. Ambassador to Nigeria, Richard Mills, the minister assured of an enabling operating environment for the media in Nigeria through favorable policies.
And I wanted to talk more about how we could work together to strengthen freedom of the press here in Africa and around the world. And also how to fight disinformation, which is a problem many countries are facing, especially democracies. And the minister and I shared some thoughts and ideas on that. So that's why I'm here today with my team, and it was a very good discussion with the minister.
We are doing a great work to ensure that Nigerian press is not just free, but becomes one of the freest in the world. I know that there are some challenges here and there, but we are working on those areas to ensure that all of us enjoy what is called press freedom, which, by the way, is an important part of any viable democracy. He talked about misinformation, disinformation, fake news, and all that stuff, and we discussed about that. We all believe collectively that there's no way you can build a better society when you promote fake news and you don't take the issue of misinformation and disinformation seriously. But giving him the Nigerian government's commitment to our commitment to press freedom, and will continue to work to ensure that the Nigerian press becomes even freer.
The current administration, he assured, will continue to promote press freedom and responsible journalism to foster unity and promote democracy in the continent. In Abuja, Salihu Abdullahi Gwanara, NTA News.
Some women in Chile do not want to give up their freedom and well-being to become mothers, and this has led to reduced birth rates in the past decade. Births have fallen by 29% in Chile, and now it is the country with the lowest birth rate in the Americas. The Latin American nation is far from the 2.1 million needed to maintain its population, according to the National Statistics Institute. The women, in their opinion, said being a mother is an absolutely selfless task, as it reduces their freedom of traveling alone and being in charge of feeding and always prioritizing the well-being and care of a child over theirs. Declining birth rates are sparking alarm across the globe, especially in developed economies. Even Pope Francis has weighed in, suggesting couples who have pets instead of children are selfish and a threat to humanity. Chile's birth rate is below that of developed economies such as Italy, Japan, and Spain, according to the UN Population Division. Chilean women have gained greater access to education, especially since universities became free in 2008 and joined the workforce in higher numbers. The escalation of tensions in the Middle East over the detonation of Hezbollah pages threatened to overshadow U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken's latest regional diplomatic push. He met with Egyptian President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi and senior officials, hoping to advance efforts to secure a ceasefire in Gaza and improve ties with Cairo. Francis Odojo has details.
The top U.S. diplomat's visit comes with the region on high alert due to the risk of the Gaza war expanding after militant group Hezbollah promised to retaliate against Israel, accusing it of detonating pages across Lebanon on Tuesday. Israel has declined to respond to questions about the explosions, with at least 9 people were killed and nearly 3,000 others wounded. However, President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi told Blinken in their meeting that Egypt opposed attempts to escalate the conflict and expand its scope regionally, urging all parties to act responsibly. Blinken later held talks with Egyptian officials, including Foreign Minister Badra Abdelati. In his brief remarks, the U.S. top diplomat did not address events in Lebanon, but praised Egypt as a partner for regional peace, stability, and security, including its role in the Gaza ceasefire talks. Francis Udojo, NT News.
And global police officials have announced a major breakthrough in the fight against organized crime. This is coming after a 32-year-old Australian computer geek was arrested on suspicion of building an encrypted messaging application used by hundreds of criminals worldwide to arrange drug deals and killings. Australian Federal Police said the Ghost app was marketed to the underworld figures as unhackable and used by hundreds of unsuspected criminals from Europe, the Middle East, and Asia. Again, Francis Udojo reports.
Unknown to users, global policing authorities had hacked the network and were watching as the criminals discussed illicit drug trafficking money laundering, homicides, and serious violence. Authorities made the move on Tuesday and Wednesday, arresting criminals from Italy, Ireland, Sweden, Canada, and Australia, including Jae-young Jung, the alleged mastermind of the application. Authorities of the EU policing agency dismantled an Australian drug laboratory, while weapons, drugs, and more than €1 million in cash was also seized globally. Ghost, a kind of WhatsApp for criminals, was created 9 years ago and could only be accessed via modified smartphones sold for about $2,350 Australian dollars. According to Europol, thousands of people worldwide use Ghost, and around 1,000 messages are exchanged on it on a daily basis. There were 376 phones with the Ghost application installed in Australia alone. Francis Udojo, NTA News.
Zimbabwe's government has authorized the killing of 200 elephants to feed drought-stricken communities and manage overpopulation of the jumbos. The slaughtering will take place in 4 districts in different parts of the country. The move follows a similar one last month by Namibia, where over 80 elephants were killed and the meat distributed to people affected by drought.
Zimbabwean authorities are processing permits to allow hunters to track down and cull 200 elephants whose meat will feed communities left vulnerable by the worst drought in 3 decades. However, resource activists have raised objections about the planned killings, which they say could undo decades of progress the nation has made in conservation.
When the government is now seen to be facilitating the slaughter of elephants, a lot are going to take advantage of that. We fear that it's going to open the floodgates of poaching. We fear that the government is going to start a war which they will not be able to finish.
The Parks and Wildlife Management Authority has defended the cull, the first since 1988, saying it's part of a broader effort to manage an unsustainably high elephant population.
We've far much exceeded our ecological carrying capacity, and obviously something needs to be done. The animals are not only they are now a danger unto themselves because they are destroying their own habitat because of those numbers. 200 is a drop in the ocean. It's too small a number. It will not be felt. That's the truth of the matter. But at least we are starting something to make sure that at least our communities can also benefit.
According to official figures, Zimbabwe has an estimated elephant population of 84,000, almost double the carrying capacity of 45,000. The overpopulation has led to increased incidences of human-wildlife conflict as the jumbos stray outside national parks into human settlements in search of food and water.
You're watching the news on NTA International. Time now for a break. More reports when we return.
The federal government of Nigeria warns vandals of national assets, electricity transmission towers, cables and other facilities to desist from this act of sabotage. Vandalism is a serious crime punishable under the law. Vandalizing electrical equipment will affect millions of Nigerians, including your loved ones. Remember that national assets belong to all of us, hence the need to protect them. Report all cases of suspicious movement around electrical facilities to security agencies. When you see something, say something. This message is from the Federal Ministry of Information and National Orientation in collaboration with the National Counter-Terrorism Center, NCTC, Office of the National Security Advisor.
Welcome back. Zimbabwean berries have recently been fetching record high prices as global demand soars due to climate-induced supply delays. A drought during the last farming season has delayed the harvest by a month in most producing countries. Blueberries are one of the high-value crops Zimbabwe projects to lead its horticultural sector towards a $1 billion export value by 2030.
Zimbabwe's ambitious plan to increase horticultural exports by more than 1,000% over the next 5 years will be driven by doubling the hectarage of the key crops. These include citrus, blueberries and avocados. A protocol for the export of the latter to China was announced recently.
It opens up a wonderful opportunity for a diversification of market access. It helps us to maintain market share as well, and to be taken as a serious player.
Zimbabwe is trying to re-establish itself as a trusted and consistent supplier of quality horticultural produce. One of the hurdles it needs to clear is access to appropriate finance.
Avos, citrus and blueberries all require a much more patient capital. It's not a one-year seasonal turnover.
The Horticultural Development Council is engaging banks for funding to cater for established farmers as well as emerging small-scale growers who are seen as an important cog in the industry.
60% of the land in the country is owned by small-scale farmers, so A1 and A2 farmers. It's a significant amount of land that we cannot ignore.
Mwale runs an outgrower scheme supporting more than 2,000 small-scale farmers.
This aggregation center is our own way of trying to help small-scale farmers, or rather resource-constrained farmers. So we then collect from them, we bring the product here, we have the right knowledge and the right facilities to handle, and then we grade and we pack and we export.
It's helping the farmers access markets from which they were previously locked out.
When the produce that's packed here is sold in supermarkets in Europe, it's not only earning an income for the farmer, but also sustaining the livelihoods of the people that work here and helping propel Zimbabwe's export earnings towards the targets.
And from Zimbabwe, we move over to Ghana, where the Sagnarigo district was declared the overall best district in the second edition of the Boab District Water, Sanitation and Hygiene Wash Awards 2024. The district was selected out of over 16 other districts for demonstrating strong commitment and investment in wash service delivery in their communities.
A government vision for the water and sanitation sector is for all persons to have access to sustainable water and sanitation as outlined in the Sustainable Development Goals. Metropolitan, municipal and district assemblies mandated by law to involve citizens in their activities towards ensuring that their communities get their fair share of the national cake. The annual Boab District Wash Awards was instituted in collaboration with the Ministry of Sanitation and Water Resources and partners to help sustain household motivation in practicing proper hygiene. The awards, which focused on achievement that impacted on the delivery of sustainable wash services, was in 8 categories: leadership and coordination, wash prioritization and financing, regulation and enforcement, performance and national assessment, sustainability, water quality, institutional capacity for wash services delivery, and the overall winner. Sagnarigo District was adjudged the overall best district out of 16 other districts. Mion and Karaga District took the first and second runner-up positions respectively.
Congratulations, Karaga.
The Minister for Sanitation and Water Resources, Madam Lydia Seyram Al-Hassan, encouraged the MMDAs to roll out comprehensive and behavioral change programs to promote positive behaviors.
To reaffirm our commitment to making WASH a cornerstone of Ghana's national development. There's no nobler responsibility than this to ensure holistic development of your district, and I expect district to even do more to achieve their various WASH-related targets.
In Ghana, the USAID continued to focus on promoting behavior modification, enhancing infrastructure, and expanding access to basic sanitation facilities.
Together, we have introduced solar-powered boreholes, advanced water purification systems, and we've embarked on behavior change campaigns that shift attitudes towards hygiene. Continued collaboration will allow us to scale our efforts and to reach the most underserved populations, ensuring that every Ghanaian has access to safe wash.
Other awardees include the Wa East District Assembly, Wa Municipal Assembly, Yende Municipal Assembly, East Mamprusi Municipal Assembly, and Mamprogu Municipal Assembly.
Education and sharing of technology drive cooperation in tackling environmental challenges. This is what Chinese universities are doing to foster international talent through collaborations, while Chinese industries are sharing green technologies with African experts. The China-African partnership underscores the cooperation in addressing global environmental challenges.
The textile sector is considered a key pillar of Morocco's economy. Authorities in the kingdom said the deal, which was signed at the recent FOCOAC summit in Beijing, will revitalize the national textile sector by raising its performance and output. Morocco is actively encouraging foreign investment while offering incentives to attract investors.
This project will boost the Moroccan economy and allow the transfer of Chinese skills and technology to Morocco. It's part of a win-win policy between the Chinese economic power and its talents on the one hand, and Morocco's talents and technology on the other hand. This investment will deepen cooperation between China and Morocco.
The Chinese-Moroccan project is set to create 11,000 direct jobs in the North African country.
This Chinese investment will create 11,000 direct jobs in 3 years in different regions of Morocco. Huge industrial complexes will be created to accommodate the textile project with an entire modern value chain. Investing in the textile sector will have a positive impact on other Moroccan industries.
Morocco's central bank set a target and approved a series of measures 2 years ago to support the national textile industry. The Apex Bank emphasized the need to have a strong national textile industry as a backbone to stimulate investment.
Morocco's central bank governor said in 2022 that attracting foreign investment in the textile sector was a top priority. Morocco's textile industry's appeal is now attracting a third of the foreign investments to the country. The new Chinese investment will contribute to this achievement.
Experts say the $422 million investment by the Chinese textile giant will contribute to the long-term growth rate of Morocco's textile sector and other businesses.
To reverse the trend of medical tourism in Nigeria, key players in the healthcare sector are gathering in Abuja to address the challenges facing the country's healthcare system and showcase services available in the country. Uche Gochukwu reports that the summit is an instance of AfriHealth Development Foundation.
Inadequate funding, poor infrastructure and a brain drain of medical professionals have been the challenges of Nigeria's health sector, resulting in a significant number of Nigerians seeking medical attention abroad. This cost the country billions of naira, and the situation is what these stakeholders are set to reverse.
One thing that is very important in unlocking the healthcare value chain is the entrepreneurship aspect. If people are leaving the country to other countries to access healthcare, then we are not getting it.
I believe that there are, as much as we have a lot of challenges, there are a lot of opportunities that we can customize with the challenges that we have.
The summit, therefore, provides a platform for them to showcase their services and discuss strategies for unlocking the healthcare value chain in order to improve quality of care and retain medical professionals in the country.
We need to support our own healthcare system, create awareness, make a propaganda of the beautiful and amazing things happening in the Nigerian healthcare system.
Those who want to start manufacturing in Nigeria can discuss with such companies on a way of either a direct importation or sharing production, as has been done in many newly industrialized countries.
Looking at 2030, one of the things that we all recognize that a number of countries are way behind the targets that have been set. And to achieve this, it's important that all come together.
With the theme, Unlocking Healthcare Value Chain to Reverse Medical Tourism in Nigeria, the summit is expected to produce actionable recommendations for all concerned to make healthcare more interesting to the populace. Uche Ugochukwu, NTA News.
The prevailing food crisis may worsen if stakeholders do not speed up climate change response, especially as it affects agriculture. This was a major highlight of the 2024 NO1 polls on climate change and impacts presented to stakeholders in Abuja. Kelvin Ewuonaye reports.
Climatic conditions are about the most important element in food production and agriculture generally. With the current flooding and drought impacting the ability of farmers to sustain efficient agricultural activities, the NOI post indicates that government and players in the climate change space need to adopt technology and community-based strategies to mitigate the challenge to lessen the burden on the environment and agriculture. While the polls show that many Nigerians are aware of climate change impact, they however want to see more action in combating it.
It's this symbiotic relationship between man and environment. So we should have that consciousness in the way we relate with the environment. And also there should be more proactive actions on our land use plan. Areas that have been demarcated as buffer zones for forests, for water bodies, we should keep them so.
The NOI Pulse is a periodic endeavor that targets specific sectors of national life, identify challenges and provide solutions through surveys and interaction with Nigerians in a bid to assisting policymakers in decision-making. In Abuja, Kelvin Ewuonaye, NTA News.
Nigeria's first and chairperson Renewed Hope Initiative, Senator Oluremi Tinubu, has announced a 500 million naira donation to the government and people of Borno State over the recent flood disaster that led to massive loss of lives and property of about 2 million people. This was made known when the wife of Vice President Nana Kashim led other prominent women to Maiduguri to commiserate with the government and people of Borno over the incident. Mohammed Goni reports.
Wife of the Vice President, Nana Shetima, led other members of the Renewed Hope Initiative high-level delegation, notably wife of the Speaker, House of Representatives, Ms. Fatima Tajuddin Abbas, that of the Deputy Senate President, Hajia Leila Barrow, wives of the Ministers of Agriculture and Food Security, Hajia Belkisu Abubakar Kyari, and that of Works, Rachel Umahi, among others, to convey the sympathy of the First Lady to the government and people of Borno over the disaster. Nigeria's First Lady was represented by Nana Kashim Shetima.
Her Excellency Senator Oluremi Tinubu, CON, she kindly asked me to extend her sympathy and prayers to you and to good people of Borno State.
The representative of the national chairman of the Renewed Hope Initiative assured Governor Zulum of the First Lady's support and prayers. Governor Zulum appreciated the delegation over the visit.
This is a very humongous contribution, and we want to assure you that Government of Borno State, under my distinguished leadership, will ensure effective and judicious utilization of this quantum of money that is being given to us.
They were also at the show of Borno's Palace, Abubakar Ibn Umar Garba El Kanemi, where he appreciated them for the show of concern. In Maiduguri, Mohammed Goni, NTA News.
More victims of the flood disaster in Maiduguri have received relief materials from the National Emergency Management Agency, NEMA, as part of its intervention measures. Director General of the agency, Zubaida Omar, who personally presented the relief, was assisted by Zainab Gimba, member House of Representatives representing Bama, Ngala and Kalabange. Iliasu Yakubu reports.
Distribution of relief items was categorized into two. It started with that of the elderly, who apart from receiving 25 kg bag of rice and a carton of spaghetti, they are also given already sewn clothes. This gesture, no doubt, brought smiles on the faces of the victims. They commended the federal government through NEMA for the consistent deployment of food and non-food items for their upkeep. NEMA's Director General Zubaida Umar said Arrangements have been made to ensure equitable distribution of relief items to every victim. In order to prevent possible outbreak of epidemics owing to the flooded water, NEMA has stationed its water treatment van in strategic locations to provide treated water for the victims. Some of the victims say this initiative is commendable.
Hi, the water is so tasteless, odorless and colorless. It's sweet.
John Deere operates the water purification van.
So it does 3 levels of filtration, which is reverse osmosis, I think is the best presently now for water purification.
So how long does it take to get this kind of finished water?
If we set up in 1 hour, we can pump about 2,000 liters of water to drink.
Borno State Governor Professor Babagana Umar Zulum said all the 36 internally displaced persons camps will be collapsed in the next 2 weeks, believing that before then the flooded water would have completely receded. From Maiduguri, Ilyasu Yakubu, NTA News.
You're watching the news on NTA International. We take a second break. We'll be right back with more.
The federal government of Nigeria wants vandals of national assets, electricity transmission towers, cables and other facilities to desist from this act of sabotage. Vandalism is a serious crime punishable under the law. Vandalizing electrical equipment will affect millions of Nigerians, including your loved ones. Remember that national assets belong to all of us, hence the need to protect them. Report all cases of suspicious movement around electrical facilities to security agencies. When you see something, say something. This message is from the Federal Ministry of Information and National Orientation in collaboration with the National Counter-Terrorism Center, NCTC, Office of the National Security Advisor.
Welcome back. The National Emergency Management Agency, NEMA, has again released a fresh update on flood devastation and casualties in states and local government areas across the country. A statement issued on the 18th of September 2024 indicates that 1,092,317 persons have been affected, with 641,798 displaced from their homes, while 99,046 houses have been destroyed, with 285 deaths recorded. It further reveals that 2,504 injuries were sustained and 127,544 hectares of farmlands washed away, with 185 local government areas affected, while 31 states were also affected. The rainy season is a period of blessing, bringing down a liquid that sustains all life. The season also has its own negative side, especially if it's accompanied by storms and flooding. This year, floods in Nigeria have been having a negative impact on the social and economic well-being of the people. In this report, Musa Baba Aliyu takes a look at the impact of the natural disaster on food security.
This is what 1 hectare of land looks like. It is the size of a football pitch. And an average farmer who plants maize on 1 hectare gets at least 27 bags. And if it is rice, he will get at least 30 bags. And this year, more than 127,000 hectares of farmlands were washed away or damaged as a result of flood. This will give you an idea of quantity of food that farmers lost this year as a result of flood.
The time that the maize was about to be harvested, then this flood just came. So the water submerged all the palms, which now affected the yield that we are expecting to get from these palms.
In Borno State alone, it has been estimated that more than 5,000 hectares of unharvested farms were washed away by floods. Farmers claim that the destruction will have a negative impact on farmers' output this year. Agriculturists stress the need for farmers to insure their farms against natural disasters such as floods.
Agriculture is very volatile, so we must be able to mitigate against this risk so that our farmers can be well protected against circumstances that are beyond their control, which are the natural factors that affect their production and across the value chain.
The Nigerian Hydrological Services has again alerted riverine communities about the possible overflow of the River Niger and that of Benue. An investigation reveals that thousands of hectares of rice plantation along the rivers are yet to be harvested. Environmentalists are of the view that the impact of the 2024 flood is higher than what was recorded in 2022. In Abuja, Musa Baba Aliyu, NTA News.
And in a bid to prevent potential disaster, the Federal Minister of Water Resources and Sanitation has launched a vigilant monitoring effort at Tiga Dam, following warnings from the Nigerian Meteorological Agency, NIMET, of impending heavy rainfall and flood threats in parts of Kano State. The minister's timely intervention aims to avert potential water spillage from the dam and minimize the risk of flooding. Yahanasu Hassan Barao reports.
The recent devastating floods in Maiduguri have sparked widespread concern and panic among stakeholders, including government officials at all levels and residents living near dams and riverine areas. The Tiga Dam, a vital source of water for industrial, domestic and agricultural purposes, supplies more than 45,000 hectares of farmland under its scheme. In light of the Nigerian Meteorological Agency 2024 rainfall prediction, which forecasts excessive rainfall and flood risk, the Ministry of Water Resources and Sanitation has taken proactive measures to constant water distribution during the dry season to accommodate inflows while monitoring waterways and engaging with communities to prevent illegal diversions.
We have seen the dam crest, the dam embankment. They are in a very good and healthy position as far as the intake of the rainfall is concerned. We expect to have a mild flow maybe at the end of this month, but it's not expected to significantly alter the situation at the downstream.
A delegation led by the managing director of Hadija Jama'are River Basin Development Authority and engineers from the ministry visited the dam to ensure safety and apply lessons learned from the recent Maiduguri flood.
To the public, I will urge them to be patient and to be calm. We don't expect the kind of situation that happens like in Maiduguri. We are totally in control here, and Allah is in total control of the whole situation.
Upon inspection, the team expressed satisfaction with the dam's current state, noting that it still allows for water inflow and has not yet reached its maximum capacity. The project manager assured that vigilance will be maintained to prevent any potential occurrences. In Kano, Yahanasa Hassan Barrow, NTA News.
Away from flood, the federal government has initiated an investigation into the root causes of the recent earth tremors that rattled the Mpape area in Abuja. The tremors, which began on the night of September 16, 2024, alarmed residents with reports of 6 to 8 seismic events being recorded. First dictated at about 11 p.m., the tremors led to widespread concern due to loud noises and ground shaking in the vicinity. Minister of Innovation, Science and Technology, Uche Naji, during a press briefing, assured the public that a team of experts from the Center for Geodesy and Geodynamics, an arm of the National Space Research and Development Agency, NESRA, is actually actively analyzing the tremors using sophisticated earthquake analysis software.
GNSS stations to provide relevant recommendations to the FCT administrations. We urge the residents of Pape and by extension the wider Abuja area to remain calm and continue their normal activities. The National Space Research and Development Agency is closely monitoring the situation and will soon implement measures to mitigate the seismic risks.
And it is not peculiar to Nigeria. This is a global effect because the whole world is actually connected with various tectonic plates. And wherever it finds its movement, and you remember what happened in 2004 when we had a tsunami in the Asian Pacific Ocean. It's the movement, but those are the serious ones. But the one we are having here are the minor ones.
Significant geological disturbance, experts believe, may be attributed to reactivation of faults within the Mpape locality, a region that has experienced similar tremors in the past, notably between September 5 and 6, 2018. In addition to the tremors, the minister warned of imminent flood risks to the southern region due to overflow from the Logdo Dam in Cameroon. The overflow, which has already affected 18,737 hectares of land by mid-September, poses significant threats to communities. He said the government is working closely with international agencies to monitor the situation and issue timely warnings. The Nigerian Geological Survey Agency, NGSA, has allayed fears over earth tremors experienced in Mpape, Katampe, Maitama, and other areas of the Federal Capital Territory. A statement by Director General Professor Olusegun Ige disclosed that NGSA monitored the tremors and found them to be low and did not pose any threat to the environment. The statement notes that the monitoring station NGSA-5 at Katampe has been capturing several significant ground motions with high moment magnitudes in the past 5 days, beginning from September 13, 2024 to date, and only one mild event was recorded on September 13. 6 of these events were captured on the 14th of September, while over 21 events were captured on the 15th with higher intensities. NGSA advises residents of the affected areas to calm down as the situation is being monitored. The Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, has denied media reports, NTA not inclusive, that the former governor of Kogi State, Yahaya Bello, honored its invitation. In a statement in Abuja, the commission pointed out that Bello was not in its custody. The commission declared the former Kogi State Governor Yahaya Bello wanted on the 18th of April 2024 following the failure of the defendant to appear in a court for his arraignment and plea. Yahaya Bello is being alleged of 8.2 billion money laundering charge before a court of competent jurisdiction. The commission says Yahaya Bello remains wanted with a subsisting warrant for his arrest. There is an aside to persistent and recurring and reoccurring cases of grid collapse, which often result to nationwide power outage as federal government is deploying new technology, otherwise known as supervisory control and data acquisition SCADA system, to stabilize the grid. Joshua Odito reports that Minister of Power Adebayo Adelabu led industry players in the sector to witness testing of the technology at the new National Control Center, Gwagwalada, Abuja. The project also covers construction of new National Control Center in Gwagwalada and upgrade of National Control Center, Oshogbo, expected to be delivered in 2025. The SCADA system project is at 90% completion, and the facility inspection is to test run the system ahead of its inauguration.
With the progress recorded so far, the project is set to change the landscape of system operation in the NYSC by ensuring the following. Number 1, operational efficiency using state-of-the-art modern equipment to monitor and control the grid.
Completed, the SCADA system will enhance grid stability and minimize grid collapse. You're watching the news on NTA International. Time for our last break. More reports in just a moment.
The federal government of Nigeria wants vandals of national assets, electricity transmission towers, cables and other facilities to desist from this act of sabotage. Vandalism is a serious crime punishable under the law. Vandalizing electrical equipment will affect millions of Nigerians, including your loved ones. Remember that national assets belong to all of us, hence the need to protect them. Report all cases of suspicious movement around electrical facilities to security agencies. When you see something, say something. This message is from the Federal Ministry of Information and National Orientation in collaboration with the National Counter-Terrorism Center, NCTC, Office of the National Security Advisor.
Thanks for staying on. The controversial matter now trending between the Dangote Refinery Limited, DRL, and the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, NNPCL, over operational costs and product pricing is not healthy for the country. The National Civil Society Council of Nigeria, led by its executive director, Blessing Akinlosotu, said it was shocking to read the allegations and counter-allegations coming from both the DRL and the NNPCL over operational costs and pricing of products. Instead, started feeling uncomfortable and sensing danger ahead when Dangote Refinery management accused the regulatory body of compromise in allowing low-quality products to be imported into the country and to be sold at cheaper rates, while the regulator in turn accused Dangote Refinery of producing substandard products. The executive director says with NNPCL releasing the price of fuel as obtained from DRL, it demands DRL to refute all allegations and come out to Nigerians and the entire world, telling them how much PMS has been released to NNPCL and at what price and how much it intends to sell PMS based on processing economic realities, since PMS is a global product and cost of producing a liter is known and in public domain, among other questions that are begging for answers.
Why is Dangote Refinery Limited waiting for a deal with another competitor, NNPCL Limited, to fix price of its PMS in a deregulated regime? Why are other petroleum product marketing companies in Nigeria shying away from buying from Dangote Refinery Limited, but prefer buying from NNPCL?
For NNPC to come in between to supply is that the government has taken away subsidy. But will the people allowed to buy fuel at 1,003 in their own country, a product that they have? That is where NNPC need to step in as a supplier of last resort and say that would it.
There are some privileges in this business that Dangote is enjoying. And those privileges are also not for fun. They are for mutual benefit. The public should know that Dangote is operating at tax-free regime at this point.
The Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps, NSCDC, says it has deployed 6,433 personnel ahead of the governorship election in Edo State. A statement by the NSCDC spokesperson, Afolabi Babawele, quoted the Commandant General of the Corps, Ahmed Abubakar Audi, urging the officers to remain non-partisan and discharge their election duties professionally. It says as urgency responsible for the protection of critical national assets and infrastructure, the Corps will work to secure election materials, both sensitive and non-sensitive, before, during, and after the election. National Working Committee of Labour Party seems not disturbed by the decision of INEC not to recognize the Julius Abure-led executive, insisting that only the court can decide the authentic leadership of the party. National Publicity Secretary of the party, in a media briefing, insisted that all relevant sections of the Constitution, Electoral Acts and the party constitution were followed in the conduct of the Nnewi Convention, which returned Julius Abure as national chairman. He described as a waste of time the caretaker committee set up by some stakeholders, including Peter Obi and Abia State Governor, as the party constitution does not have such provision.
Inasmuch as we are not saying that Abure and his executive members must remain in office ad infinitum, however, we would like to maintain it abundantly clear that this current National Working Committee is a product of a valid convention. It will take another convention in 2028 to enthrone a new executive. It is even surprising that some of the dramatist personnel who played key role in the success of the convention are now the ones leading the vanguard to exterminate the product of the convention.
Labour Party is a registered political party, and by the laws of Nigeria, it has perpetual succession. It has perpetual succession. So, in as much as those who call themselves their capital committee can never recognize, because they are not a man who overproceeded. The executive led by the law will remain in office. That is what the law says. Because this party has perpetual succession. That's the meaning.
A Citizens' Assembly has been inaugurated in Kogi State as part of President Bola Tinubu's renewed hope agenda to engage grassroots communities and improve governance. Abiodun Esiet, Senior Special Assistant to the President on Community Engagement, attended the launch in Lokoja to gather public feedback. Jonathan Omajali reports.
The grassroots need to be well informed about government policies and projects that can enhance their quality of life. Unfortunately, this understanding is often lacking. However, the community engagement program initiated by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has been working to bridge this gap. This meeting between Abiodun Esiet, Senior Special Assistant to the President on Community Engagement North Central, and local representatives in Kogi State aims to address the challenges facing the grassroots, identify areas where government intervention is needed, and inform the people about ongoing government programs designed to improve their lives.
We call it a listening tour because we want to hear how you feel. We want to hear how you are coping about federal government policies and programs. How is it affecting you?
Anyway, we have done our part. We are to mobilize favorable opinion for government, and we have done that again this time around with the Office of the SSA.
Participants at the town hall meeting praised initiatives such as local government autonomy, students' loans, and the distribution of palliatives.
For Mr. President to have taken the bold step in the areas of the local government autonomy, to me, is a commendable one.
One of the high points of the meeting was the launch of the state chapter of the Citizen Assembly.
One of the novel initiatives of my office to take the governance down to the grassroots level, for us to be able to capture the interests and the concerns of the people at the grassroots level, and that's why we have created the Citizens Assembly.
The core program of His Excellency Ahmed Bola Ahmed Tinubu, he said the politics is for the locals, and we should go back to the local.
This engagement reinforces the government's commitment to listen, inform and collaborate with the people. In Lokoja, Jonathan Omajali, NTA News.
The citizens of Plateau State have been challenged to take advantage of the numerous intervention programs of government to improve their livelihoods. This was during a sensitization program by the Federal Minister of Information and National Orientation in Jos. Caleb Kuchin was there.
In this hall are representatives of youths, women, students and community leaders who have converged to be better enlightened on the workings of government interventions and how to benefit from same. One key challenge speakers at the event highlighted is the unconcerned attitude citizens accord such programs, and advised them to wake up and embrace the opportunities to change their financial situation.
There are opportunities which people are not really aware of. And with this, I think we have gotten across the message of government.
Ask questions beyond this session. Go out, visit the sites, get to know more about it.
I saw one that was of interest to me. Like the example they gave there on the platform was, you know, the animation Tom and Jerry. They can teach you how to make that. And in the animation business now, that is what people are using to make more money.
I want you people to help me to give money to begin to do business with my own.
Organizers say the program will be taken to the grassroots for everyone to be carried along, as the government of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is committed to changing the narrative for good. In Jos, Caleb Gochin, NTA News.
Let's now take a peep into the weather prospect for Thursday for Nigeria and the world cities. This is where we end the news. Thank you for watching.
To done 24 hours a day. NTA International is with you. In your living room, office, and everywhere, anywhere. We provide a company you desire in terms of balanced and up-to-date news, programs, and the best of entertainment. Tune in to DSTV channel 251, Go TV channel. And to watch NTA International in the USA, Canada, and Mexico, use the following satellite parameters. You can also see us on Facebook and YouTube for quality content on the go. NTA International, Africa's window to the world.
This is the network service of the NTA.
It is good to have you join us. It's Deadline 360, and I am Omotola Omojola. In the last couple of weeks, reports of flooding in different parts of the country, as predicted, flooded our airwaves, but the impact has been more severe in the northeastern parts of the country, requiring both local and international interventions. We will be moving around parts of that region to interrogate factors responsible for the floods, how it is affecting the communities, and responses to alleviate impact. We start from Maiduguri, the Borno state capital, where torrential rainfall and concerns over dam management have been cited as key factors for the flood being experienced. Fatima Issa reports that it is unprecedented and noted as the most devastating flood in the recorded history of the metropolis.
The flood have caused widespread destruction, leaving thousands homeless and igniting a humanitarian crisis. SEMA DG says over 20,000 people have been rescued so far, while many more remain missing as authorities are working tirelessly to locate the unaccounted for and provide survivors with essential care, including medical attention and shelter.
We are focusing on rescuing those that are living, not focusing on counting the number of deaths or whatsoever, but actually we have had information. We have gotten some data that some people are dead and some people are yet to come back to their community or to be reintegrated with their family.
Medical services within the camps have been reinforced, with particular focus on ensuring clean water and sanitation to mitigate the spread of diseases and environmental hazards.
There is big problem on waterborne diseases where, they will have diarrheal diseases such as even cholera. So far, we haven't had confirmed cases of cholera, but we have opened up a hospital in Bolori, which is to address the issue of cholera in children. But for the adults, any cases of cholera, they will go to our infectious diseases hospital.
The flood have also dealt a devastating blow to the region's economy, with farmers among the hardest hits. Submerged farmland have resulted in significant crop losses, heightening fears of long-term food insecurity. Criticism is mounting over the handling of the dam, with some suggesting the disaster could have been prevented if early warning signs have been addressed.
Dams are the exclusive preserve of the federal government. So the federal government is the one in charge of not only Alo Dam, but all dams, management, construction of all dams and their management is the primary responsibility of the Federal Ministry of Water Resources. So the silting and other aspects of management of dams across the nation squarely rests with the Federal Ministry of Water Resources.
Concerns have also been raised over the management of the Ecological Fund, which critics urge should have been allocated to improve flood control systems.
Engineering failure in the sense that there is excess water that flowed into the Alo Dam. And so the dam was overwhelmed, and this led to a collapse of a section of the dam. And this only means that large quantities of water that have been impounded will now find its way into Maiduguri, and exactly this is what happened.
Despite the challenges, both local and international humanitarian organizations have ramped up relief efforts. Agencies are working around the clock to deliver essential supplies, including food, clothing, and shelter.
We are here at Mbakasi camp. At the moment, we are trying to deliver over 600 kits of wash items. We are helping them to improve their water storage, their sanitation facilities, and at least give them a bit of dignity in the circumstances where they are currently working.
The federal government and international organizations have also provided financial and logistical support to aid recovery efforts. In Maiduguri, Fatima Isa.
The story is not different in nearby Yobe State, set to be grappling with one of its most devastating flood disasters in recent history, with widespread destruction across multiple sectors. The 2024 flooding has exposed vulnerabilities in the state's critical infrastructure and emergency response system, highlighting the urgent need for coordinated intervention and resource mobilization to restore normalcy. Adam Yusuf Ali reports on the social and economic impact of the flood in the state.
Data from the State Emergency Management Agency gave that the unprecedented flooding has left 441 communities across every state in disarray, as 20,181 households, totaling 50,631 individuals, have been affected, with families seeing their homes, farmlands, and public facilities severely damaged. The disaster has also claimed 34 lives, with 386 individuals sustaining various degrees of injuries, further underscoring the humanitarian crisis.
This is gamut of everything. It's not only the road, the environmental issue here, there's water issue here, and so agriculture issue here. So partner with all the agencies that are involved to see that a permanent solution is provided, so that future occurrence will be minimized. You know, like we've been talking about this climate change for a long time, but some of us didn't take it serious. But it's the reality. And, you know, when this road occurred, nobody expected that this kind of thing will happen at that time. But see, it has happened, and we can't say that it will not happen again, but let's take a preventive measures to minimize the consequences in the future.
We are hoping the works with their engineers may have what to do to collaborate with the military to have an access bridge for the northern part of your state.
The ravaging flood led to the collapse of a bridge at Erengada in Jakusko local government area, as this road links Potiskum to northern part of Piobe, comprising Jakusko, Bedi, Yusufari, Karaswa, Nguru, and Machin local government areas, with a bridge in Jumbom in Termo local government area also collapsing, is connecting Gaidam, Yusufari, Bursari from Damaturu, the state capital.
We sit down with the state government, the federal government, and all other agencies that are involved to see what needs to be done now, mid-term, and for long term. But you can see this place definitely take a very drastic approach, either a bridge or whatever, and to ensure that such will not occur again.
There should be a standard bridge here where it may enable the water to pass without cutting off the roads, and it will also avoid the continuous flooding of farmlands and houses in Jumbam and its environments.
Some people who found themselves in such situation want emergency response from authorities concerned to ameliorate their suffering, as accomplishing an easy task becomes difficult in the face of the condition as the roads and the crossing points.
We are having challenges in this road. We are calling on government to reconstruct the bridge for us. We are calling on government to reconstruct the bridge in order to ease our movement. We are calling on government to construct roads for us.
Several factors have contributed to this catastrophic event, as the flooding between April 15th and September 9th, 2024 was driven by heavy rainfall, exacerbated by multiple factors, including defective infrastructure, community attitudinal issues, increased rainfall as a result of climate change, as well as potential discharge from the Dadunkowa Dam, Hadida Jama'ari River, River Komadugu, and the Lagdo Dam in Cameroon. In Damaturu, Adam Yusuf Ali.
Adamawa is another state impacted by flooding this year, and it has led to the displacement of several communities. Simon Asher reports that following this development, the state government has created 7 new camps for people affected by the disaster, urging people living in riverine communities to relocate to safer grounds.
The recent flooding in Adamawa State, occasioned by the overflow of the river Benue, has led to the loss of lives, with property worth millions of naira destroyed.
The flood has affected above 26,000 people in Adamawa State. It has affected about 4,356 households, and not considering so many hectares of farmland it has swept away. That's in summary. For now, up to today, we have about 13 lives that have been lost so far.
So you discovered that the same level that you have ever recorded maybe about 30 years ago, the same level you record now, it becomes flood, because the river channel is already seated up. So instead of the same water passing through safely in the channel, it now spread because the river is not seated up. The channels cannot contain that water. So mainly that is the result of the flooding we have been receiving.
Aside the loss of lives coupled with the destruction of farmlands, among other property, the people are also displaced, with the bridges linking Minchika to Madagali and Madagali to Maiduguri have been destroyed by the flood, thereby affecting the socio-economic development of the areas.
I lost many valuables and I need support from government and people.
The latest rainfall prediction by NIMET that Madagali, Numan, Demsa, Minchika, Shelen, and Yolonot local government area of Adamawa State may possibly experience flood has resulted into prompt action by the state to mitigate the effect of the devastating consequences of the anticipated flood in the state.
The people of Adamawa State and the affected local government should get prepared, most especially from the 16th of September, and go to the safer land, whereby their lives and their properties will be saved. The council has approved all the commissioners of that area
should relocate back to the various local government and sensitize with the people of that area.
Asking people not to defecate anyhow, because feces can also bring about infection. So that we are aware, education has been going on for people to boil water and ensure that they drink boiled water when they are not having access to tap water.
It is the hope and expectation of government that those people living in riverine communities will live to safer grounds identified by the government, so as to safeguard their lives and property in order to mitigate the effect of the devastating effect of flood. For Deadline 360, Simon Asher reporting.
Now, 16 out of the 20 local government areas in Bauchi State are reported to be affected by the devastating floods of the past weeks. This, the state's Ministry for Humanitarian Affairs says, has led to the death of 24 people. Muazu Hassan reports on the effect of the flood and measures provided by both state and federal governments.
Northern part of Bauchi State is the most affected zone by the flood disaster. A report by the Bauchi State Ministry for Humanitarian Affairs revealed that over 170 households, in addition to 11,000 hectares of farmland in Sabongari village of Katagun local government area and other part of the state were destroyed.
We've sadly taken the normal measures in terms of sensitization, but the 2024 flood has come beyond our imagination. So the state has become very overwhelmed. And then His Excellency the Governor has approved, given us resources so that we'll be equipped. So we both food items, non-food items and medicals, but yet, as I said earlier, it's still very overwhelming.
Some flood victims were seen presently using temporary shelters located in public schools, while others are living in the temporary camps they provided, but still in need of food and non-food items.
Here we are right inside one of the house of victims of the flood, and in the house there are 5 rooms which were completely washed away by the flood, and right now was the victims of the flood.
Amfani dai gashi kuna gani gidaje ga su babu, gonakin mu kuma babu amfani. Wani wanda yake sama da shekara da rabi zai ci abinci sa bai da abun da zai ci na sati daya. Mu dai muna zaune. Sai dai muna roƙon gwamnati ta taimaka mana inda
number 2, we need another field because I don't think we go back to our lake plates because of this flooding. And number 3, we need school because of our children.
A total of 12 federal and state roads were cut off in Bauchi State as a result of this year's heavy downpour, with that of Kano to Maiduguri, where both the federal and Bauchi State government took a quick action.
Kano to Maiduguri road is very, very important. And when I live here, we are going to Session 1, Jigawa, between Jigawa and Kano. We are terminating that job because it has been there for 17 years. The president doesn't want that. He wants to complete it quick.
And send a clarion call to the presidency. And he sent not only a director or the controller of works, he sent the minister himself. We are very, very glad and grateful.
The flood affected 16 out of the 20 local government areas of Bauchi State, more than the 11 number of local governments predicted by NAMIT.
We are right here at Maluri Guskuri Junction along Kano Maiduguri Road, where the flood cut off the entire road recently. But it is presently the federal government has since repaired the road for the movements of our motorists, Nigerians across the northeast region and beyond are now plying the roads comfortably with going on with their normal day-to-day economic activities. From Guskulima Lori in Katagum local government area of Bauchi State, Muaz Hassan reporting for Deadline 360.
The dynamics of flood devastation in Nigeria occasioned by climate change is gradually overwhelming the mitigation strategies being adopted by intervening agencies across the country. The 2024 climate prediction by the Nigerian Meteorological Agency, NIMET, and the Nigeria Hydrological Services Agency, NYSC, indicate a high risk of flood devastation in the country. Correspondent Ilyasu Yakubu examines the effect and mitigation efforts, especially regarding the overwhelming devastation in Maiduguri, the Borno state capital.
From the 2024 Climate Predictions and Flood Outlook released by NIMET and NYSC lies the overwhelming threat to lives and property, which indicated a high volume of rainfall above normal. 148 local government areas in 31 states are placed at high risk of flooding, while 249 local government areas in 35 states, including the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja, are within the moderate probable risk areas. These worrisome indications prompted the National Emergency Management Agency, NEMA, to begin consultation and sensitization of the general public, as well as collaborative meetings for prompt mitigation of the disaster. Notwithstanding, the humanitarian crisis severely affected 31 states so far, with 1,075,485 persons affected and 641,127 persons displaced. 269 deaths were recorded and 2,467 injuries sustained. 126,887 hectares of farmland were washed away, with 97,001 houses destroyed, affecting 180 local government areas. As Nigeria grapples with these severe consequences of flooding across the country, another imminent flooding hit Maiduguri, the capital of Borno State, and almost submerged the entire city as a result of overflow of Halal Dam. Available records from the National Emergency Management Agency, NEMA, says hundreds of thousands of people have been affected, with 37 deaths so far. The flooded water took over the entire streets and houses in the affected areas, thereby displacing residents.
I never pray for even my enemy to experience such a thing. For you to leave your home without any single thing, just with your own personal clothes, is not something to pray for.
This flooding, we never see that kind of flooding. This is the first time for me to see that flooding.
Director General National Emergency Management Agency, NEMA, Zubaida Umar, who accompanied Vice President Kashim Shettima on a spot assessment of the devastation, directed immediate deployment of search and rescue equipment and personnel, food and non-food items, as well as water purification machines to prevent outbreaks of epidemics, and medicaments for the health needs of the victims.
This unfortunate and almost unexpected incident requires coordinated response, hence this meeting again.
Director Search and Rescue of the agency and the NEMA Northeast Coordinator have been on ground to ensure seamless operation to ease the situation.
There are still cases of people trapped. We can't ascertain the figure, but we are sure they are into thousands of people. Our people have been moving into the SSS quarters and the 505 axis through the Abaganaram route. They have been bringing in people.
This effort is being achieved through collaboration with Borno State Emergency Management Agency and international partners.
Although the affected areas are still covered with refuse and other particles capable of inducing health challenges, the NEMA team says it will not rest until the entire area is completely safe for habitation as evacuation and rescue mission continues. For Deadline 360, Ilyasu Yakubu, NTA News.
With optimism for relief for those affected by the floods and hope that those displaced are able to return to their homes soon, the expectation is that more attention be given to predictions and residents begin to live in the consciousness of the environment and the need to eliminate predisposing factors to flooding. On behalf of all of us at the NTA, thanks for your time. God bless Nigeria.
Cholera is a serious bacterial infection. People become sick when they eat food or drink water contaminated by the bacteria Vibrio cholerae. The symptoms are severe diarrhea, dehydration, and even death if it is not properly treated. Here is how you can keep yourself and your family safe from cholera. Drink only clean, safe water at all times. Maintain excellent hand hygiene by using water and soap to wash your hands at all times, especially before you eat or after you go to the toilet. And if you don't have access to clean water when you need it, you can use alcohol-based sanitizers. Avoid eating from unhygienic food vendors. Cook your food thoroughly and, of course, wash your fruits and vegetables thoroughly before you eat them. If you or anyone you know becomes sick with diarrhea or vomiting, seek medical help immediately by going to the nearest health facility because prompt treatment saves lives. Stay informed, stay safe, and protect our communities from cholera.
This message is brought to you by the Nigerian Television Authority, NTA.
Musa! But they scored with their second in the second half.
And that's where he's headed, just a little bit.
Toby Amazon, look at the clock. I cannot believe it.
Victory! Marcus Stanley Cloud! Turn 9, turn 10! Dives up the inside!
Wow, look at that. Until recently, I had no idea what a pangolin was. Man, this thing is strong. It's a small mammal covered with scales made of keratin, just like our nails. Strong scales, man. The scales has no medicinal value, yet the demand for the scales and the meat is driving the pangolins to extinction. This one's name is Igai, and it was rescued from illegal bushmeat trade. It's going back into the wild where it belongs to keep the ant population in check. Home sweet home. Please say no to illegal bushmeat and report wildlife crime, because poaching steals from us all.
Get ready to indulge in the latest fashion trends and styles on Fashion Vibes.
In Africa, our weddings are very much fashion inspired. Do something that's going to be of benefit, of essence to the people who are behind the big industry we know as the African wedding industry.
From bold prints to contemporary twists, Nigerian fashion is the epitome of elegance and creativity.
Look at the clock. I cannot believe it.
Are you a tech enthusiast? Perhaps you want to know more about the devices and gadgets you use. Tech Mode will bridge that gap. Connects great minds while extraying everything about technology as it concerns you.
It is Tech Mode.
Tech Mode is unlocking your tomorrow today.
This is the network service of the NTA.
Nigeria is a country which has a very rich history. And it is because we have a recourse to this history, that is why we're able to tell rich, authentic and indigenous stories. Stories which reflect us and tell who we are. And in appreciation of this quality of stories, we welcome you to another beautiful time on Nigerian Movies Today, which is coming to you on the network service of the NTA. My name is Ololade Adeniji Adele. On this week's episode of the program, we're going to be taking a look at the power of our history in being able to tell reflective stories, and also not forgetting the business of telling this kind of stories. But let's set the ball rolling, as we would ordinarily do, by bringing you our movie of the week. Do enjoy it.
Haven't I warned you to leave my wife alone? Don't touch me! Get the fuck out of my house!
Our pick of the pack for movie of the week is an original take that blends ancient tradition with modern life and love. A 2022 romantic thriller film, The Stranger I Know drives the themes of love, romance, betrayal, humor, and suspense in a creative manner.
Are you ready?
Yes.
So let's see what you got.
You lying bastard! After all I've sacrificed for you, and then you go on and go on!
Okay.
Set on locations in Lagos and the United States of America, this movie parades a cast of Toyin Abraham, Deyemi Okonlawon, Bimbo Akintola, Akin Lewis, Aderonke Moyinoluwa, Steve Enagbare, Dayo Amusa, Bianca Ogowanne, and many more. Written and produced by Aderonke Moyinoluwa, The Stranger I Know, which is directed by the duo of Akin Tijani Balogun and Bayo Alawiye, tells the story of an up-and-coming actress who lands her first lead role in a big-budget Nollywood movie. She moves to Lagos and falls in love with her short-let landlord, a guy she just met. They discover they have so much in common bizarrely and scarily that it begs the question, is this only a mere coincidence? Or is there more to this than meets the eye?
You can subscribe to my website, www.premiumbabalawo.com.
Having set the ball rolling, as we would usually do with our movie of the week, it's time for that segment of the program where we have detailed conversation about the art and craft of telling stories. That's talking about filmmaking. But of course, before we go into that conversation, I must remind you that this program is streaming live on our mobile app, visiontv.co.uk. Now let's get to meet our exclusive guest and find out what my conversation with him will be all about. Our exclusive guest is a film and television director, an actor and accomplished creative professional with experience in advertising, broadcast production, and filmmaking. Born on 14th February in Ogbomoso, where he spent his early formative years, Tolulokpe Olamide Ajayi is a graduate of the University of Ilorin, from where he holds a Bachelor of Arts degree in English language, with minors in linguistics and performing arts. He also obtained further education in filmmaking at the Relativity Education Directing Workshop in Los Angeles, USA in the year 2016, as well as the BBC Assistant Producers Foundation program. Tolu started off as a young intern cartoonist at the Vanguard newspapers at the young age of 16. He, however, honed his artistic skills and joined the world of advertising, where for over 2 decades he led the production of world-class creative and strategic television campaigns, some of which projects were for clients such as Guinness, GT Bank, Procter & Gamble, among others. Tolu, who until March 2019 was head of branded content at Insight Communications, has gone into filmmaking full-time as a director of major television series, short films, and more recently, feature films. Some of his works include the following: Tinsel, Paradise Way, The Dead, A New You, Knock Knock, Blink, The Encounter, Giddy Up Season 3, Silence, Closed, MTV Sugar Season 6, Oga John, and many more. A speaker at several creative fora, such as the Pan-African University School for Media and Communications, where he taught creativity and television production in 2008, the I Represent Film Festival, Cannes Lions International Festival of Creativity, and so many more. Tolulokpe Ajayi's works have earned nominations and won awards. Some of these are the 2014 In Short Film Festival Lagos Award for Best Short Film, 2015 Africa International Film Festival Afrif Special Jury Award for Best Short Film, 2016 Summit International Platinum Award, 2017 Africa Magic Viewers' Choice Awards AMVCA for Best Soundtrack, 2018 Bronze Awards at the Lores, 2018 Patriots Gold Award West Africa, and so many more. On our exclusive guest segment today, we have a filmmaker, somebody who actually caught his teeth in advertising, but has, come into filmmaking and is doing so much. Even while in the world of advertising, he was telling stories with the kind of productions that he had to his credit. Today, he's a director, he's a producer, he's done so much. But I think I'll just leave him to tell us all about it. Please join us as we welcome to Nigerian movies today, Tolu Lokpe Ajayi. He prefers to be called Tolu. Hello, Tolu. How are you?
It's a pleasure to be with you. Thanks so much for having me. I'm doing great.
Thank you. When I was looking through your CV, you became a cartoonist at the young age of 16. So I'm wondering, having practiced for so long in advertising, why delve into filmmaking?
I think for me, it was a natural progression. I was, when I started, when I was 6, I think I was 14, I got into cartooning. I used to draw, and journalism was an option because at that time I was doing my internships. I interned, at Vanguard. Then I was still in secondary. But because I'm interested by design, by frames, and stories, narratives are a very key thing about, how do I tell the story of this? How do I tell the story of that? But when I got into advertising was, of course, trying to tell these stories with marketing, with the value of marketing added to the value of selling services, ideas, concepts, and often to corporations. So, and that was virtually a lifestyle as well as what I really trained in. Film was a natural evolution, I think with film, you're telling bigger stories. You're telling more complete stories. I've dwelt in the land of 60 seconds, 30 seconds, 45 seconds.
Has your experience in the world of advertising in any way prepared you to be able to tell impactful stories, yet looking at the economics of it all?
The impact that advertising, the things we've learned in marketing communications is, one, understanding the people you're talking to, shaping and designing what you're talking to so that it has the most impact. Essentially knowing how to weave a message in a way that it's not too heavy, and there can be some entertainment. The ads that we've all liked have always had a measure of entertainment, a measure of a lot of sugar to go with the medicine. So that's probably the biggest impact. Then, of course, in advertising, because there's often a larger budget behind some of these, commercials.
Yes,
you've learned how to get from point A to point B, in a series of steps.
What are those pointers that a filmmaker should have at the back of his or her mind when going on location, when going into production, bearing in mind that at the end of the day, there's the distribution process and so much more involved?
Like, for instance, when we make commercials, we have to come to you. Back in those days, my days, my days were in the times of things called pneumatic tapes. And we had to know whether a high band or low band station. There was the distribution was NTA. And we had to know what time certain people would be watching the program.
Yes, your target audience.
Something safe for Procter & Gamble, which a former client of mine. Yeah, exactly. If I'm doing Cadbury had a Saturday block where commercial was going to be for when we did work for Cadbury. If I'm working for Guinness, it's Watershed. That's for later in the evening. Procter & Gamble, we had to pick times when we knew the decision makers of the home shopping list, which is the moms.
Yes.
Yeah. The decision makers of that purchase that would have to ensure that we know where they are. So when you're done with the creative bit, which is, as a director, one of the things I'm currently more storytelling. It's a creative end. But now when you now look at what your you want to look at the marketing down, approaching down the line, there are a lot of opportunities that you have.
Yes.
Nollywood was built on entrepreneurism. The creativity was the creation of the product, but it was built on strong distribution, especially through traders who were crossing boundaries. So the traders were finding the audience. So let's say you make a film.
Yes.
And you make a film that about for 16 to 19-year-olds, or 16 to 20-something-year-olds. Those are your stars, right?
Yes.
You would have to come up with a strategy, a brand strategy, through hiring the actors that have, the
that appeal to that age range.
One thing filmmakers could do is to actually even find out what time, and filmmakers do it. That's why some people release films in Christmas time.
Yes.
Or they release films in Easter or in Valentine's Day.
For certain
because
periods.
They know those are the days people have money and they want to spend.
What's the experience been like? I mean, what's the difference? Is there any difference between directing, producing short films, directing series on television as against having to do a feature film?
Okay, thank you. That's an interesting question. I'm not actually really. So I would say when I was in advertising, because I spent so long in advertising. And
yeah, you spent forever in advertising, by the way.
Yes. Yes. But what he did was that he trained me for being able to do. So in advertising, you could do a comedic commercial one day, you could do a serious one day, and you kind of learned different tonalities across. You never knew what you're going to get into with a client. I never, I'm like, oh, we need to do this. And I think one of the best things for me was I got to stand on the shoulders of really good directors who were producing commercials, but I learned a lot of technique from these people. I learned by watching them and by being very close to them. I was always asking stupid questions. And when I got into TV, I got into the first thing I did was television in 2008. I went to do Tinsel. And it was a very different experience. Tinsel is shot on 3 cameras. I mean, in my time, I think it's still shot on 3 cameras. It's not, so one action is captured by 2 cameras, sort of like studio or like sports. And I've been used to single cam.
Operations.
I had to adjust, and it was tough for me. Yeah, it was very tough because I'm used to, okay, let's move here, let's move here. So what I always do when I'm not sure of something, which you have to be curious for the rest of your life in directing, was like I wanted to learn multitasking.
Yes.
So, I just got my head into the gaming, and I had done theater as a minor when I was in the university. So some of that knowledge sort of filtered back a little bit, and I got right into the group. The television series for me it's sort of when you're doing TV series, sometimes you're not the only director. You might be head director, you might be one of the gang of 2 or 3. One of the things you have to learn in that is to come up with a unified language. So 2 or 3 of you are doing different things. One person is shooting from here.
Yes.
And it's not teamwork. Yeah, it's like a 4x4 really, where the passing of the baton is important. Picking the pace off for your own stretch of the run.
Yes,
is very, very important. And finishing strong.
Yes,
is super, super important. When I was in advertising, I was scared of directing. When I would see people do it, I used to be super scared. Yeah, I had to, because there were so many responsibilities. The directors that I was observing, maybe because I was observing people who had very, very high standards.
Yes.
So they knew so much that I was like, how do you get all this information in a lifetime? You have to know about camera lenses, you have to know about products, you have to know about actors. for anyone that's directing is to find something that's innate in you as an artist that manifests. Some people are great actors, so they know how to direct actors.
The Encounter. Yes, tell me about it. Because I see that your story, your kind of storytelling seems to, go in a pattern, to follow a pattern. So tell me about The Encounter.
It's actually based off a short story written by Henry. What is his surname now? So he's a writer, and he's also he teaches at Greg's. I'm sure. I'm not sure. So he wrote this short story about a fictional meeting between the two heads, two people who were in the time of the Biafran War.
Yes.
And Juku, who was the leader, and one of his erstwhile friends. What was intriguing about it was when we found out that they were friends and they had grown up together. There was a relationship.
Yes.
And the central theme of that encounter, I mean, everybody, and that meeting.
Yes, the meeting.
This meeting between these two people was reconciling their past love, their current situation, and their ideology, and how they went, And these are people who are quote unquote brothers. So that's the thing about, so that for me became the metaphor of war and how it separates people. And again, too, because I grew up in the 70s, there's like that exercise book, which is at the end of the movie, was the exercise book we're all given for free. And nobody knew who the person was. The character has sort of been erased from Nigerian history. It's a man doing a high jump, and he has one shoe off his foot. And we'd always seen it on our exercise books on Olympus.
Yes.
And no one knew who he was. And I didn't find out who he was till I was an adult. I actually found out when I was making the movie.
Oh.
So I didn't know who he was. It was when I was making the movie, my full adulthood,
that you got to learn that information.
Yes.
How impactful are the stories we have told so far?
I don't think I can answer that question without saying. I think but I'll say the impact, and I've already passed my second sentence. An industry has been created. People are getting paid. Lives have been changed. People get up to go to work to make films every day, and lives are changed.
Thank you so much. It's been a pleasure having you on the show today.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yes, I have been speaking with a filmmaker, somebody who, like I said at the beginning, cut his teeth in advertising, and he's bringing his wealth of experience from advertising into filmmaking and telling those stories as they ought to be told. Don't go away. Nigerian Movies Today continues as we bring you some interesting works that we've lined up for your pleasure. So stay with us. We'll be right back.
Lieutenant, you were always the runt of the battalion. Coward.
Interesting movies to watch this week are Encounter.
I'm considered dangerous. I'm rumored to have killed the Prime Minister.
Still a drama queen, aren't we?
It's used to entertain you. You still have a bed.
I am still mourning our slaughtered brothers.
And you call me a drama queen.
And Cold.
Welcome, son of the morning, the seal of perfection.
Bruno, wetin dey happen? I don't put ear for ground since they wait to make you yarn. But you don't want yarn anything.
In recent times, there has been an increased clamoring by the church council
Of a monster with horns and a long barbed tail.
In appreciation of my conversation with my guests, which you saw back there, it is important that as filmmakers, we get to understand our target audience. We get to understand what they like and what they do not like as we're telling our true and authentic stories, but not forgetting that there is the economic side to it, because we just must make money from telling stories. Now it's time for us to identify that individual who is striving to make a mark in the industry. I'm talking of that segment where we bring you the upstarts in our creative industry. And these are the individuals that we refer to as our stars to watch. Who's our star to watch today? Let's find out. Our star to watch is a fast-rising actress, filmmaker, and entrepreneur. Born on 12 November, Eno Ebenezer holds a bachelor's degree in accounting from the University of Oklahoma, Oklahoma City, USA. She also obtained a certificate in acting and speech in Texas, also in the USA. Upon graduation from the university, Eno, who while growing up had taken special interest in acting and had been a part of several school plays and church dramas, worked as a software designer for a while before resigning to pursue a professional acting career. She made her acting debut in June 2016, but came to prominence when she played the role of Ezinne in the popular Mnet television drama series Eve. She has since starred in films and television series. Some of these are The Lost Heir, At Your Service, The Becoming of Obim, Last Days, All Shades of Wrong, Shadows in the Dark, Game On, Misbehavior, Smart Money Women, The Resident, Gaslight, Sack Letter, Reach, Mother Love, Man of Her Dreams, Love Upon the Hills, My Version of Tradition, Pobeni, Ex-Husband, What Other Couples Do, and many more. One of 6 children with 4 sisters and a brother, Eno Ebenezer, who hails from Eket in Akwa Ibom State, South Nigeria, is yet to earn nominations or win awards. She, however, continues to pull her weight in the Nigerian motion picture industry with a view to reaching for the stars. As we would always say on this program, the sky is just the very beginning for anyone who wants to reach for it. And so for our star to watch, we can only wish you the very best of luck. We sure do believe that the future is very bright for you. And unfortunately, this is where we draw the curtain on this week's episode of Nigerian Movies Today. We do hope you've had a good time with us. And well, for your comments, suggestions, questions, guests that you might want to see on the show, or maybe you have anything you want us to add to this show, you can always reach out to us on our Instagram handle at Nigerian Movies Today. Till we meet again, same time next week on the network service of the NTA, I remain Ololade Adeniji Adele. Believe in Nigeria, and as a filmmaker, continue to tell those authentic stories, but of course, try to make some money while doing that. God bless you. Bye-bye.
To done 24 hours a day. NTA International is with you. In your living room, office, and everywhere, anywhere. We provide a company you desire in terms of balanced and up-to-date news, programs, and the best of entertainment. Tune in to DSTV channel 251, GoTV channel.
And to watch NTA International in the USA, Canada, and Mexico, use the following satellite parameters.
You can also see us on Facebook and YouTube for quality content on the go. NTA International, Africa's window to the world.
This season of Big Brother Naija is a must follow. Follow every twist and turn with eyes wide open. Because even when the journey begins with chemistry, chaos follows. Strap in for 2 journeys in one house. Big Brother Naija Season 9 premieres Sunday 28 July, 7 p.m. West African time on DSTV 198 and GoTV 49. Gold sponsor, Guinness. Black shines brightest. This season of Big Brother Naija is a must follow. Follow every twist and turn with eyes wide open. Cause even when the journey begins with chemistry, chaos follows. Strap in for 2 journeys in one house. Big Brother Naija Season 9 premieres Sunday 28 July, 7 p.m. West African time on DSTV 198 and GoTV 49. Gold sponsor, Guinness. Black shines brightest.
It is no news that anywhere there is good food, you can count on my presence, right? Food is an essential part of our lives. All living things need food for their growth and development. Aside from food being as important as air and water, it nourishes our bodies and it gives us the necessary energy we need to carry out our daily activities. And I see it as a great source of joy. Good food is practically, something that uplifts my mood when I'm down. Permit me at this point to say that it is one of my mumu buttons. Welcome. It's a fresh episode of Bon Appetit, a culinary adventure with yours truly, Sarah Cherry. Everyone has a different food preference. It can be obtained from different sources, including plants and animals. Gote acha, popularly known as fonio porridge, is one of my go-to dishes any day, anytime. It is a dish said to be originating from the Birom people of Plateau State. Let's learn a bit more about the Biroms of Plateau State.
The Birom people are the largest indigenous ethnic group on the plateau, covering about 4 local government areas in Plateau State, north-central Nigeria, which includes Jos North, Jos South, Barkin Ladi and Birom. Biroms are also found in southern Kaduna State. The Biroms speak the Birom language, which belongs to the Benue branch of Benue Congo. The Birom people are led by a paramount ruler called the Gwamgwam Jos, the traditional stool which is said to have been created in 1935 by the British colonial administration of northern Nigeria. The Birom people have a rich cultural heritage, although the influence of Christianity and the Western education may have paved way for many social-cultural changes in the Birom culture, changes which may have devalued the rich cultural heritage of the Birom people. Nzam Birom is usually held between March and April of every year, to coincide with the period when Mahjong, Nshok and Badu festivals were held. The festival has in display an array of cultural exhibitions from different parts of Birom land, especially music, dance, arts and culture. Hunting was regarded as a show of skills and bravery, so much so that most Birom names are derived from game animals. Most importantly, the Duika, due to their perceived beauty. These names are an indication of how important game was in pre-colonial Birom society. According to the Birom culture, the parent of the boy can choose a wife for him from the girls of marriageable age in their community. Thereafter, he has the right to check out for the qualities he desires in the lady, and if his desires are met, then they are both good to go. For the Biroms, the major traditional food of the tribe is called acha, otherwise known as Hungary rice. Biroms are also the major producers of acha in Nigeria, which is eaten in various ways. It could be eaten as jollof, plainly boiled and eaten with stew or prepared in swallow form like the local fufu and tuwo. Gote is one of the ethnic group's favorite delicacies made from acha and consumed at any time of the day and during every season.
Okay, so adventure has once again brought me to yet another kitchen, and I have Chef Lami. You remember the face? She's regular on this program, but this time around it is her Culinary Academy. It's a place where she has opened, she teaches, she trains, especially young women that are about to get married. That's what she basically does. Anything soup, we have the master here. She's here to take another gastronomic trip with me on the program. Chef Lami, I'm glad to have you. It is Gote, the Plateau State way, right?
Yes, but with my own twists. Yes, with my own twists. Gote, the Plateau way, has specific vegetables, but I just tend to use whatever is available around my at that maybe in my fridge, because it's something that you can just...
It's a go-to meal.
It's a go-to meal. It's good for diabetes. It's just good for if you want to lose weight or anything, or if you don't want to eat something that is heavy.
Exactly. So in a nutshell, she picks whatever is available, puts everything all together, rustle it all up, and a beautiful pot of gote will come out.
Yes. And that's what we're going to do.
All right. Are we ready?
We are ready.
Let's start cooking.
Let's go. So we're going to start with the fonio or the acha.
Yes. Look at them in tiny grits.
Yes, it's destoned and washed already.
Okay.
There's no sand. Then we're going to start with...
So for the records, you don't just buy it from the market and use like that.
No.
She has already destoned hers. It's been washed. All the sand has been removed. So she's just going to use it. But if you go to the market and just buy acha and use, my dear,
you find a lot of stones and sand.
So it's going to be a sand delicacy you're going to be eating.
Okay, so for the protein, I'm going to use some biscuit bones. Then I'm going to add some kidney in it.
Tantakwashi in Hausa. I don't know, what do they call it in your language?
We have our vegetable oil. Then we have our seasoning. Then a little bit of salt.
For correcting seasoning.
Yes. Then we have what we call the garden egg or the gauta. A lot of Plateau people love to use it. Of course. Then our pepper, scotch bonnet. Then for the vegetables at the tail end, what I love to use my bell peppers for, it's for the aroma, for the, it's very good for the eye.
And also for garnish.
It's very good when you see it in the eye, then it makes the food taste very good.
Capsicums.
Yes. Wow. Of course, I have my onions. And I love to use ginger and garlic.
You never go wrong with it.
Yes.
You never go wrong with this combo, ginger and garlic.
I love to use my ginger and garlic. Then I have my carrots that I will have to use with the bell peppers as well.
Wow.
Then for the final ingredients, a lot of Plateau people love to use cabbage.
Okay.
But I am going to use my, what do you call it?
Spinach? Okay.
Green.
So let's see you do your thing.
So we begin by boiling the meat. I'm going to use the pressure cooker because, of course, it's the biscuit bone. I have some in the pot already. I'm just going to add some more. My ginger and garlic. With acha or gote, is the sauce that you really need. Salt here.
That's what forms the base.
Yes, that's what forms the base. I'll stir it up a little bit so that the seasoning can go in naturally and bring out. It's now time for me to close the pressure pot and allow it boil.
So, Chef, while that is going on,
yes,
is there any kitchen tip you can share with my viewer quickly?
If maybe your gote is a bit salty or the stock is a bit salty and you have potatoes, Irish potatoes at home, you wash it up very well, cut it into two, bring like two, cut it into two, you're having 4 slices and you dip it in, it reduces the salt content.
Do you know what that's called scientifically?
What?
That's osmosis. So you've taken a tip on Bon Appetit. Don't go away. We'll clean up a bit while the stock forms.
Yes. My signature dish is African special. It's the local way of cooking jollof rice. Our Nigerian jollof rice, you cook it with vegetable oil, but this one is the local way where you put locust beans, you put palm oil, you put crayfish, stockfish, dry fish, then you season it and garnish it with any vegetable of your choice. People love it because it's more natural, I think, and it's more healthy because of all the ingredients in it. Like the locust beans has a very good health benefit, and the stockfish, the crayfish, all in there with the leaf, the vegetable. You can either season it, put oziza leaves or scent leaf, which is very medicinal as well. I love to wash my vegetables with vinegar. Okay. So this is just because it's been exposed, but they are already washed. Once I bring them from the market, before I put them in the fridge, I wash them with vinegar. Okay. This just to rinse everything. Okay. What we'll do, because gote is chunks, it's not finely cut. You need them in chunks.
I know you always like your veggies cut in chunks.
So like the gauta, the garden egg, you don't need to cut it because it's already small. We're going to put holes cut.
You want them to be visible?
Yes. So that it depends on the person's preference. If the person loves spicy, he can
crush some
more. And if you don't like the spice one, you just put it aside.
As your taste buds desire. Enjoyment.
You can also use a potato peeler to remove the back of it.
I think that will be easier.
Yes.
This shape has a name.
I go back to rinse and to rinse my chopping board. They should be in chunks. So I'm going to julienne this. Just large. Nothing special, because you need to see your vegetables inside. So I have this here, and I have this here. Then I have my carrot, and I have my garden egg.
Which you didn't cut.
I didn't cut. I told you.
Because it's not
really
big.
Yes, it's not big. So that when it gets soft, the person eating it can either, a lot of people don't, it depends because it's a bit bitter.
Some people don't like it.
People don't like it.
I love it.
You love it? I love to use both the white one and the green one. Yes, but ideally it's this one. And you know, in Plateau State, they love to use the cabbage with this. Okay. So like I said, I'm not using cabbage, I'm using green. So I have to clean up.
Don't go away. Let's clean up a bit.
The 3 kitchen utensils I can't do without. The first one is my skillet or my pan. The second one is my knife, my chef knife. And the third one is my spatula. Yeah, so I'm into training right now. I don't run the restaurant, but I train chefs. I train chefs on how to cook clean. That's what I do, because I notice that a lot of people, I have a lot of clients, even if I don't run the restaurant, I still have clients that I cook for, that love clean eating. Yes. Whenever I say clean eating, eating healthy, eating things that are right, that will make you, yes, that's what clean cooking or clean eating is all about.
It's been calling our name.
Yes, it's
Can't
ready.
you hear that?
I can see.
Sarah,
you can
Sarah,
see.
it's calling us.
But I'm going to put it off a bit. I'm going to put it off a bit to allow the steam go. Leave a bit.
If you don't do that,
it can explode. And I know of a friend of mine that it had even stopped sizzling when she opened it and it burnt her whole.
With whom meaning?
Yes. So we have to leave it for a while, for some minutes. Maybe
like how long?
2 minutes.
Okay.
A clean pot. So I'm going to use a bit of vegetable oil. Like I said, this is my take. For some of my clients, for some of my customers, I use olive oil. So it depends on some. I don't even use oil at all. But this particular one, I'm going to use a little bit of vegetable oil. So when the oil is hot, I go in with my onions. If you notice, I love onions.
I can see you have a lot of it there.
Yes. So I go in with a lot of onions.
This sound is music to the ear.
Yes. And I brown it a bit. I'm going in with a bit of the Scotch bonnet. You keep on stirring so that you won't get it burnt.
Since it's not a non-stick pot,
yes. And remember, one of our proteins, I told you we're using kidney, and we didn't add it to the. So I'm going to put it up now to fry a bit with the.
Cut it in large chunks.
Yes, I did. Everything in this gote is in large chunks, like I told you. We're going to go in with the mixed stock.
Which is also the base.
Which is also the base. Yes.
I'm sure the pressure cook has done justice to it.
I've done justice to it. So we're going with the last. We allow it cooking for a bit before we taste and see if we have to add seasoning or not.
So we let it infuse, huh?
Yes, we let it infuse. Let's allow it infuse while I clean up. It has infused a bit, so we'll open it up. And like I told you before...
Look at that broth.
Yes. Like I told you before, I will have to put the garden egg whole because so that it can get soft while before. So we're putting in the garden egg and also the Scotch bonnet. I told you, based on preference, some people will like it hot,
really hot.
Yes. So I'm going to put in 3 Scotch bonnet. Okay. Then at this stage, I'll taste for salt or season. Yes. I'm going to just put a pinch of salt. That should do it. Then right now we're going to put our acha.
Remember, this is washed.
Remember, this is washed and the stone. I'm not going to put all. I'm going to put half. Yes, because what it does is swells. And you're eating more of the broth
than the fonio itself.
Yes, the fonio itself. We're putting what it's going to swell.
It's a wonder cereal.
Yes, it's a wonder cereal. I'll just add a bit.
Okay, now for someone who hasn't made this before, Chef Lami, from this stage where you added the
fonio,
yes, how long do you think it will take? Tell my viewer.
10 minutes.
10 minutes max, and everything is done, so that they don't overcook it.
10 minutes max.
So we'll wait for 10 minutes.
Yes, doesn't take time.
Don't go away.
Don't go away. Before I even became a chef, I was watching Food Network, and so I love Bobby Flay. I love Ina Garten. Those two are my role models. For me, Bobby Flay, I like his cooking techniques. They are simple and sophisticated. Then Ina Garten, for me, she's the mother of all. She's so natural. She's just original. I like her simplicity. So it's time to put in the veggies. So I'm going to start with my carrot because it takes some time. Like I said, chunks. You know how we cut them in chunks.
The colors are forming.
Yes. Then I'll go in with my
spinach.
Or greens, as we know it here.
Yeah, that's right.
It's already washed and I blanched it.
That's why the color is still green.
Yes.
That's another art.
Yes.
Blanching.
Yes.
Not everybody knows how to blanch. They lose the color eventually.
Yes. So we'll stir up a bit. I need to add some water.
Okay.
Yes. Thank you.
You're welcome. More?
No, it's fine. We'll leave it to heat up a bit, to simmer a bit. Then it will be ready.
This will make a very good meal when you are recuperating from an illness.
Yes, it's right.
You know?
So for your general well-being, fonio is very good. Acha is very good for diabetes, for any, people that are on a restricted diet. It's very good for you.
So just like you said, Chef Lami, yes, we agree that gote, they say, originates from the Biron people of Plateau. But almost every part of northern Nigeria, takes gote. It all depends on the way you decide to prepare yours. If you are like Chef Lami, there might be seafood inside
yes,
it.
Yes. I've done that before.
Aha.
I've done that before. But I didn't want to do it today. But I was tempted.
Really? If people that are conscious of their body weight and what have you, you could decide to be adventurous with it.
Yes. I'm very adventurous.
I know.
And it depends on my client's preference. Some don't eat beef. Most of them don't eat beef. So I use fish and stuff.
Or prawns or shrimp.
Yes,
wow. Well done, Chef.
So our gote is ready. It's time to plate up.
Let's see you do your thing. Let me go with the carrot first.
Okay. It's still crunchy. Okay.
Need I say more? Need I say more, my esteemed viewer? The vegetables in here are not like completely cooked soft because we need to maintain
the
crunchiness
and the nutritive value
of the ingredients.
You don't want to cook everything all out and you're just eating shaft. So it has to be cooked not in over a long period of time.
Thank you very much, Chef Lami. So you've heard my own view about what Chef Lami has prepared for us today. I have a copper with me who's actually attached, to work with me. Emanuela, please come over. I want to hear your own opinion about the fonio porridge, also known as gote, which Chef Lami has prepared for us today. Have you eaten it before?
No. Have you tasted it?
I've never tasted it.
But how does it look?
This is delicious.
Presentation-wise, right? You're going to try it out, you said.
For my mom especially.
Any particular reason?
Just for the health benefits.
Okay.
That's right.
That's excellent. Honestly, Chef Lami, this is wonderful.
Thank you.
Though I'm not surprised it's your thing. You do it, you always do it your own way, and the end result is always fantastic.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for having us, Chef.
Like I said, the kitchen is always open.
Oh, thank you very much. We really appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Please don't go away. The program will continue after this time out. Every tribe and culture has its unique dishes and its own way of preparing and serving them. Every type of food has its own unique flavor, texture, and nutritional benefits. So it's been Bon Appetit, a culinary adventure today with Chef Lami You've seen the nice and beautiful presentation of Bute, which she, put out there for all of you to learn. But guess what? She will be back on this program, on this station, with another banger. She's going to come up with a fresh recipe for your viewing pleasure. So see you. Bye-bye.
This is the network service of the NTA.
Nigeria works out modalities on investment in artificial intelligence strategy. And acts of vandalism, residents in some parts of oil-rich Bayelsa State groan under the weight of darkness as a result of blackout. And amid controversy over the potency of herbal medicines, our reporter examines their efficiency and prospect. Many thanks for joining us on this edition of The Correspondence. We have stories that will educate and inform you as usual. I am Zenret Dingmun. You're welcome. Let's begin with electricity supply. Power outage in any society affects the socio-economic lives of the people and society. It retards the gross domestic product of that society as internal and external investors often move out of that society to where electricity supply is available. Now, this is the case in Bayelsa State, where a power blackout has been the prevailing situation for a long time now. Although investigation reveals that modalities are being worked out to restore the electricity supply. Now, what is the cause of this unfortunate development, and what is being done to salvage the situation? Correspondent Timini Pre-Ohia examines this case and files in this report.
Bayelsa State has been grappling with severe electricity challenges due to the destruction of 13 high-voltage transmission towers along the Abuja-Yenegua line. This sabotage, which occurred in late July 2024, has left the state in prolonged darkness, affecting both social life and economic activities. Vandals damaged these towers, leading to collapsed infrastructure in areas like Igbogene in Bayelsa State and several communities in Rivers State. The Transmission Company of Nigeria, TCN, is working to restore power with an appeal to the government of Rivers and Bayelsa State to assist the company to salvage the situation. Residents are coping with the blackout to relying mainly on generators, which have become increasingly expensive to sustain as a result of the skyrocketing pump price of petrol. One common site to better relate the experiences of Bayelsans is the charging of electric appliances and handsets at any spot where there is power.
Virtually every day I buy for at least 2 liters to power my gadget and to preserve my food. So you can imagine the toll it had on my pocket. It is draining me financially. So we're appealing to the authorities to see what we can do, although we know that it is not solely the responsibility of the state government. The Transmission Company of Nigeria, TCN, and other stakeholders should redouble their efforts to make sure that they restore power. And previously, it was manageable when the fuel was a little bit affordable. Now that the fuel price has gone even above 1,000 naira, you can imagine the stress on the pocket. So it's really unbearable. It's affecting me as a family because you have to have lights, you have to power your gadget, particularly us that we use gadget to work.
It's 6 years since I moved to my present place. We've not had public power supply, so we use solar at home. So it has not really affected me. So if anyone can have alternative source of power, I think it will be better.
There has been this long period in darkness, and in fact, we've not been able to make things ends meet. And we are praying that the government should quickly come up with an alternative to see that they restore back the lights immediately. In fact, it has been one hell. Everything, all services have just gone up.
A visit to the Igbogene axis of the transmission line shows that the 3 collapsed towers in Bayelsa State have been reactivated, waiting to receive the conductor and will be ready to transmit from Igbogene to Yenegua transmission station. Promising electricity consumers in the state to remain calm, the Commissioner for Information, Strategy and Orientation, Mrs. Ebiwon Kuku-Obiai, says the engineers who handled the Igbogene axis have been directed to assist the TCN engineers at the Awuda Enk to hasten the reinstallation work.
Them informed. Since the last time we came here, it was a situation where the 3 towers were already down, vandalized by miscreants. But today, looking at the 3 towers, they are already up again. A lot of work, massive work has been done. And to the glory of God, the towers are only there now, erected to receive the cables. Also thank the government for the spirit of collaboration. TCN and the Port Harcourt end. All what they have done, we have seen the outcome today. I believe that very soon, as they round up that of the River State.
She, however, expressed concerns that many transformers within the distribution network may be lost when the lines are energized. Due to the removal of transformer oils, and warned vandals to stay off electrical installations and other public infrastructures in the state, as drastic measures would now be taken against anyone caught in such acts of sabotage.
We are not done with the issue of electricity in Yenagoa, as Timini Pre Ohia joins us via Zoom to discuss the way forward. Welcome to the correspondence, Timini Pre. And how is life in Yenagoa today?
Thank you very much. Yenagoa is fine.
Okay. Now let's start by asking you, how are residents of Yenagoa coping without electricity supply for more than 2 months now?
Wow. It has not been easy. It's residents here in Yenagoa, the Bayelsa State capital, following the activities of vandals that went to vandalize electricity installations in Yenagoa, the Ibogene access transmission section, and also at Awuda end, thereby plunging the state into perpetual darkness. It has not been easy for residents in the state coping with the outage of the power outage in Yenagoa.
Okay, so now how has this affected both personal, economic, and social lives of the people there?
Like we all know that the pump price has increased from what it was to 1,500 for the black markets here, while from filling stations they get it at 1,200 as the case might be. It has not been easy. It has been daunting for business owners, small-scale enterprises, and also household consumers also, because they depend solely on the generating set. They have to fuel the generator to have sources of power to run their businesses. Looking at the laundry businesses, it is gradually going down because of the electricity outage in the state. And not to forget that it has also affected low-income earners who rely solely on this energy to power their generators. It has not been easy for them. Their pockets are being drained on a daily basis, where you cannot even get fuel from the filling station because we just have few dispensing this product. And most of them rely solely on the black market operators where they can get the product, and they buy it at a high rate, going for 1,400, 1,500 naira as the case might be. It has not been easy for residents and business owners in Yenagoa, the Bayelsa State capital.
Now, what measures have been taken by the state government to safeguard public infrastructure from vandals? We know that these are things that reoccur, so what are they doing to ensure that this does not happen again?
While the Commissioner for Information and that of Power, when I spoke with him earlier on, he said they are going to set up a surveillance team at where the infrastructure is. And if you go to that place, it's a bush of itself, isolated from when people are staying. So they are going to set up a surveillance team so that the checkmating activities of vandals. And I pray and hope if that will be set up, I think it will go a long way to forestall the activities of vandals.
Now, apart from what the government is doing, the people also need to take charge of things and also safeguard property. What are they doing as Bayelsa residents to also help in protecting this infrastructure?
I think like the people at the Ibogene Axis, the chief and some community youths, they did a town crier and calling on vandals to stay off electrical installations and other critical infrastructures in the states, because if anyone is caught, the full law of the road will take its course. And I'm sure if the youths will heed to such calls, it will bring the activities to the lowest.
Okay, let's talk about restoration of power now. From what you have on ground information, is there any hope that power supply will be restored soon?
Yeah, there's some sort of hope that power will be restored, because the Bayelsa State government, in swift response to the outage, directed the Commissioner for Power and the managing director, Power Holding in various states, and also collaborating with the TCN engineers to work on the collapsed sites. Work, as I speak to you, has begun. Like in the Igbogene axis, they've erected 3 towers that were collapsed at the Igbogene axis. But for the Awuda, they are still working. They are done with that of Yenegwa. They've directed their engineers to assist those at the Awuda end for them to work in collaboration so that they can complete the work in no distant time. And as we speak to you, it has to do with timeline. It remains dependent on the ongoing repair. If they finish on time, hopefully power will be restored. Meanwhile, the commissioner has also called for calm among residents to remain calm, that power in no soonest time will be restored, because as I speak to you, work is going on continuously.
Okay. We hope to get more updates on the ongoing repairs. But before we let you go, Timinipre, can you tell us your experience covering some key areas in Bayelsa State?
As regards the past situation?
As a reporter now, what are your experiences covering some key areas, whether it's power or whatever it is, health, anything? Tell us your experience generally as a reporter.
Well, so far, fine and beautiful. Like for the power now in Bayelsa State, once somebody put on his generator, everybody's running to that house to plug their appliances, their gadgets to work with. Every street you go, you see that pay and charge stuff. People coming to charge their phone and they'll pay to collect their phone. So that is the business that is thriving now in Bayelsa State. People are vying to such businesses to make ends meet. To just get a little generator, they've started their own business.
Very well then. Thank you so much, Timinipre, for taking time to enlighten us on some of these issues. And we hope that very soon the people of Yenegwa will see the light at the end of the tunnel.
We pray so. Thank you very much for having me.
All right. Still to come, arguments for and against herbal drugs and their economic potential. And that's after this break. Join us again.
Fellow Nigerians, this period may be hard on us, and there is no doubt that it's tough on us. But I urge you all to look beyond the present temporary pains and aim at the larger picture. All our good and helpful plans are in the works. More importantly, I know that they will work.
You're watching The Correspondence, and thanks for staying tuned. Our next report focuses on Nigeria's efforts to embrace artificial intelligence as the country is developing a national artificial intelligence strategy fully to take advantage of the fast-growing technology world. The initial draft is ready, and the Ministry of Communications, Innovation and Digital Economy is socializing it with the co-creators who are implementers in the ICT ecosystem. Correspondent Chimdima Ndibisi will tell us more.
I would like to visit Nigeria.
Artificial intelligence, machines being trained to exhibit human intelligence in thinking, behavior, and outstanding tasks performance. Data is its lifeblood. AI is the sole technology perceived to disrupt most human activities. It is already doing that. Robots are changing the face of agriculture, performing tasks of an office assistant and other complex duties. Chatbots and virtual assistants such as ChatGPT and Siri on digital devices are helping in educational research, customer care services, navigational purposes, you name it. Pictures such as this are the craft of generative AI.
You can go to the hospital and you are diagnosed by an artificial intelligence. Recently in Banex, I think there was a robotic AI that came to be controlling traffic.
A coin with two sides, though, as AI applications in the hands of mischievous people have turned to a tool for fraud and misinformation. Just take a look at this clip. It really looks like NTA's Justin Bemunyi on a telecast, right? But a closer look will tell you it is AI generated. Fraudulent digital marketers and content creators have perfected the art of using AI tools to put up deceptive adverts and contents. Another downside to this is much reliance of most students on AI for educational tasks. Experts say this will result in AI dependency. To create a balance and harness the socioeconomic growth potential of artificial intelligence, the Ministry of Communications, Innovation and Digital Economy is engaging players and implementers in the digital economy space in the formation of our national artificial intelligence strategy that will navigate AI use in Nigeria.
So the strategy is to look at what AI can do and what are our strength and our weakness when it comes to embracing AI in Nigeria. What kind of talents do we need to build in Nigeria so that Nigeria can harness our youthful population to benefit from AI? What kind of policies do we need to have in Nigeria to ensure that the AI technology we are building is safe and inclusive and every Nigerian has access to it? What kind of strategy do we need to have in place to ensure that our data is available? And now that the initial draft is ready, so we are socializing it with directors, ICT directors from MDAs, so that they will be part of it. They can understand the role they are going to play, take ownership, and execute their own part of that strategy.
You go to Twitter or you go to Facebook or whatever you go to, AI is being used for the algorithm that is suggesting things to you. The reality is that the development and the evolution of artificial intelligence requires that government has strong clarity around the role of AI in society, how we will invest in it as a collective, and from there, determine what policy will then be useful. We're not just jumping on the artificial intelligence bandwagon because it's something good to do. We're jumping on it because this government is prioritizing the transformation of government services. Any set of technologies that will help us to be a lot more productive is a must have for Nigeria.
This technology AI needs to be fair. I mean, it needs to be fair. So, like for everybody who uses it will produce results as expected. It needs to be inclusive. It has to be reliable. It has to be safe. Nobody will really use a technology that doesn't invest in security features so you can use it in a safe way. It needs to be transparent.
Conversations are on, and the goal is to have a responsible artificial intelligence system for the country.
Indeed, Chimdima, Nigeria needs a responsible artificial intelligence system that is reliable, safe and inclusive, and also transparent with security features. Thanks a lot. Now let's talk about herbal drugs. The long-held animosity between traditional and orthodox medicine in Nigeria may be coming to an end, as the federal government has been driving efforts for prospects of locally made herbs to thrive and taking significant steps to dismantle barriers by commercializing local herbs. This move is championed by the Nigerian Natural Medicine Development Agency. Correspondent Oluseyi Adeyagbo brings us the details of the initiative, asking questions on its economic potential and efforts on mitigating its risks.
Herbal medicine has long been a part of human healthcare practices, and in Nigeria, like many other parts of the world, there has been a resurgence of its popularity. It is also widely accepted that traditional medicine could make significant contributions to the attainment of universal health coverage. The advancements in science and technology are helping many countries, including Nigeria, to elevate traditional medicine. Many people continue to turn to natural remedies to address health issues as there is increasing demand for herbal drugs in Nigeria and globally.
Somebody like me, whenever I got sick or I feel some kind of symptom, what I normally did is that I first of all go on local made like herbs. I cook herbs for myself. When you take herbs not only the particular one, the symptom you are feeling that is going to cure. You understand, there are some other illness out there that are not yet surfaced, of which that one is going to help you cure.
To me, personally, I use some leaves to prepare the herbs, like dogoyaro. You see, do you know the leaf they call dogoyaro? I have tried it. I use dogoyaro, I use lime orange, I use bitter cola, and I combine them, so it works.
For these Nigerians, there is a clear preference for herbal drugs due to their passive natural benefits. They, however, expressed concerns about dosage accuracy and product quality.
The foreign drugs, if you look at them, so you discover that some of them they will say 5 milligram, 10 milligram, 20 milligram. You understand, per dose or 3 times in a day. So the challenges we are having is that if we can be able to do our own local made based on prescription, you understand the amount of dose, because the disadvantage of those local herbs is that, you know, if you take it too much, secondly, you may overwork your kidneys.
The packaging is too low, and it's still the fault of the regulatory bodies. They have to give them standard. They have to let them know this is the international standard.
There are people that are in the area of lab herbs. They are talented. They know that when you bring this and bring this, combine it, it will work. But that kind of people, they need to be encouraged. You and me need to encourage them. You understand? Before the government will come in, it is when we join our efforts, our heads together to encourage ourselves, to promote our own make before we can now, the foreigners who cannot be able to come in and patronize us.
In today's world, commercialization of herbal drugs has taken center stage, blending traditional practices with modern business approaches. In Nigeria, funding and collaboration are critical to unlocking the full potential of natural medicine, just as the country is concluding plans for the commercialization of herbal drugs produced by the Nigeria Natural Medicine Development Agency and NMDA, with a target of driving investments in the country's natural medicine.
With about 80% of Africa's population relying on traditional medicine, its role in healthcare is crucial. I urge the private sector to support NMDA in sustainable production through its medicinal farms. Mr. President has challenged me to commercialize our research results, and I am reviewing, and approval will soon be granted for the commercialization of our 15 products.
To what extent is traditional medicine, natural medicines, herbal medicines, to what extent are they available in our country? And to what extent is the private and public sector, that is both private and government, supporting the large or commercial production of traditional or indigenous medicines in Nigeria? Is when you have that well established that you can begin to talk about regulatory mechanism. I mean, so you can see that other countries are leaving us behind if we don't wake up.
The commercialization of herbal drugs in Nigeria holds immense potential, but requires a balanced approach to address the challenges of regulation, safety, and standardization. By leveraging its cultural heritage, rich biodiversity, and advancement in science and technology, Nigeria can position itself as a leader in the global herbal drug industry.
And on that healthy note, we conclude this edition of The Correspondence. We hope to see you again next week. Many thanks for always being there, and from all of us here, it's bye for now.
Although social media as a channel of communication is inherently harmless, it becomes harmful and damaging when used without discretion and thoughtfulness. Bad social media users spread rumors and fake news without verification. But good social media users stop, reflect, and verify information before sharing it. Be a good social media user. Stop the spread of fake news. Verify the authenticity of your source and use social media responsibly for a better Nigeria. This message is brought to you by the Nigerian Television Authority, NTA, in collaboration with the National Orientation Agency.
Understanding the universal language and timeless qualities that every great art piece exudes is a quest for many. Art is a means of communication, a symbol of humanity, depicting aesthetics in various forms. Art connotes strength and visibility as a way of preserving heritage, promoting culture, and painting pictures of our daily realities. This young artist examines tales of the eyes, mind, and body through his works.
My work is more of the real life and of ordinary Nigerians, the women, the children. It's not a painful art, it's just their joys, their moments of doubt, their moments of sorrows too. I draw with raw charcoal on cloth. I just burn them and just make the charcoal.
A combination of brevity with comprehensive suggestiveness that appeals to one's sensibility. One cannot ignore the depth each art piece possesses. But how well do people appreciate and understand these artworks?
You can see they are about to cross the road. So I saw the painting that you look before you leap. The child at the mother's back is relaxed. That means she trusted the mother so much that she's capable of protecting her from any danger.
When I look at that painting or this one, it tells me something, and I'm able to understand the strength of a woman. And looking at this painting, I could easily relate with the average Nsukka woman. I'm from Nsukka. That's the strength of the Nsukka woman.
I like the media, charcoal work. I've used it before. And I like the way he's using it in his pictures to create definition, to show light and shadow. Yeah. So particularly I like this artwork because of the theme, showing independence, and because I like being an independent woman, and I believe every woman should be independent and they can be able to do anything that they desire to do.
One or two things that I pick here is that it teaches us about what are we proposing in the nearest structures. Look at the woman in the chair is showing that, okay, you can better yourself where you are, not necessarily when you move to cities. So people in the rural area, they too, if you are content with what you have.
Every art piece speaks to the soul, with its peculiar references to details, although we may sometimes get lost while trying to understand its central message, and this can only be related by the artist.
This is one of my favorite pieces. The piece is actually recent. I titled